Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee on the 11th of December. Welcome to all the members of the public here, the committee, and anybody viewing online. Just some housekeeping before we start. In case of a fire alarm, please exit the door and the buildings and make your way to the far end of the car park. There are toilets outside the door on the left, water is available outside the door on the right. Just a reminder, this is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind committee members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. Also, can I ask all present in the room to switch off or silence their mobile phones so we don't have any disruptions. In terms of how items are presented today, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report, followed by any objector will speak, then followed by any supporter who will speak, followed by a parish council representative to speak, then the ward member. Members of the committee are able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. Just to clarify, I am Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee, and if I can ask all members of the office at the top table to identify themselves, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Taylor. I am Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
Good morning. I'm Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management at Southampton.
I'm Charlotte Harrahane. I'm the case officer presenting the first application.
Thank you, everybody. First, apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've received apologies from Councillors Dommett and Oram, and we're expecting Councillor Hodgson for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to agenda item 1. We have the minutes of the meeting on the 2nd of October, which all members have seen. Can I have an indicator of approval, please, for that? Thank you. We then move on to agenda item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business. Item 3, division of the agenda. I see no reason to divide the agenda. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, do you have any declarations of interest to declare on the items before us today? Councillor Bonham?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a declaration of interest with regard to the first item, 271525, in that I'm an acquaintance of the applicant and the agent, and also an acquaintance of one of the members of the public who have commented, and their comments are on the portal. And in respect of the last application, 292923, I'm an acquaintance of one of the members of the public who have submitted comments to us by email in the past day or so. Thank you.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Can I just confirm you're an acquaintance rather than a close associate?
Correct. That is correct in all cases, and I still have an open mind on all the applications.
And in terms of that acquaintanceship, or acquaintance, or those acquaintances, do you feel that you're not biased rather than just...
Correct. I feel I'm not biased.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. On the application, the 1234th application, 349424 full, I was in correspondence with the applicants in a related matter on behalf of Councillor Brazil, who had withdrawn from correspondence with them because of a conflict.
Mr. Fairbairn.
But presumably you still feel that that hasn't prejudiced your position and you're not biased and maintain an open mind.
You empathise with or understand my feelings exactly.
Thank you. Any other members' declarations? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Yes, with the application for the solar fields, I know many of the members of public who vote in comments, objections and support. I'm also a trustee at Dartington Hall who put in an objection to the first application. I think they were fine about this one, but yeah, I've managed to stay very well out of the whole discussion though, so I feel I'm completely neutral in this. Thank you.
Mr Fairbairn.
And likewise, as a result of that, those acquaintances, they are acquaintances rather than close associations, and that you maintain an open mind and you don't feel that you are biased in any way, or that gives the appearance of bias in any way.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, members. If there are no further declarations of interest, item 5, public participation. The list of speakers has been for this morning has been circulated to members. We now move on to standing item on the agenda about making decisions, which Mr Fairbairn will run through this for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the committee this morning will make their decisions having regard to the development plan and to all material planning considerations. The development plan for each application comprises the joint local plan and any relevant neighbourhood plan. Material considerations are those relating to the use and development of land in the public interest, and anything that doesn't satisfy that definition isn't relevant. The committee's decision will be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Fairbairn. We will now move on to agenda item 6, the planning applications to be considered today. The first on the agenda is 271225 FUL. The case officer is Charlotte Harrahane. The recommendation is refusal. Ms Harrahane, can I have your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a site known as Clark's Barn at Loddeswell. As you can see here, the site is just on the north western edge of the village. We've just got an aerial view there for you as well, just so you're aware. So the application seeks the change of use and alterations of barn to create a dwelling with associated residential access, drainage, parking and landscaping. So this is the building in question. So just for those of you that weren't there at the site visit on Monday, we've got the east elevation, which is what you view from the road. The north elevation, the south elevation, you can see the highway down there to the right. And the west elevation, which is a more modern sort of block work structure. The assumption is that this bit was built in the 50s because someone's carved May 51 into their lintel. So we're assuming it's from the 50s. So the application, as I say, seeks to change the use of the site to residential and create a dwelling. These are the elevations of the proposed dwelling. And just so members are aware of the context, we've got the site plan here. So we have, you can see my cursor, we have a defined garden area. So that the square of garden will be the domestic garden. It won't, the domestic area won't extend around the whole of the red site. We've got there's an existing farm access gate here, which will be used for the residential access with parking, turning space. There'll be a solar array just down by the hedge, and then the drainage field extends up this way. So the application is recommended for refusal for 3 reasons. So just to, in terms of the first issue, this is Loddeswell. As you can see, the road that runs north to south along the western side creates quite a defined boundary where the village ends and the countryside begins. Just so this road here. The application site is in this field on the western side of the road. So in terms of policy assessment, we consider this to be development in the countryside. It's clearly outside of the defined settlement of the village. And so the countryside policies are applicable here. So TTV 26 part 2 kind of provides all the criteria for development in the countryside. The first reason for refusal relates to part 2, which is the reuse of traditional buildings that are structurally sound enough for renovation without significant enhancement or alteration. So that last bit, the without significant enhancement or alteration, is really the key bit of this policy. So The building is a traditional building. It's shown on the tithe maps, the first editions from the late 19th century. The application also includes a statement, a heritage statement, which concludes the building to be a non-designated heritage asset. This application or this proposal was subject to a pre-application inquiry last year, and no officer support was given for the development. One of our heritage specialists had input into that pre-application, and the conclusion was that given the kind of the dereliction really of the building, we consider it to be a ruin rather than a building. And our heritage officer concluded that the barn is too derelict to have any considerable heritage interest within the planning balance that may outweigh the provision of a new dwelling in a countryside location. So whilst, you know, we quite often talk to members about converting traditional buildings because we want to preserve them and preserve their heritage value, in this instance, we consider that the building is too far gone, really, to have that value that we would want to preserve. So just to kind of give you an idea of the extent of works that would be required, and again, I've just sort of highlighted there that the policy requires that there is not significant enhancement or alteration required. So again, we've got the countryside facing elevation here, and you can see so the kind of the before and after, just to look at the extent of works that would be required. We've got the southwest elevation here, so this wall isn't straight at the moment, this gable, so that that in itself would need to be rebuilt. And then you can see that this this kind of open area would be enclosed to make a sort of a lean-to extension. We've got the road facing elevation, and I think hopefully you can just see here there's like a black outline that shows the gable at the moment that I just referred to. So as I say, you know, that in itself, you know, appears kind of the most kind of intact historic bit of the building, but that in itself is going to need significant work. And then we have the northeast elevation. And just to show members, just inside the building, I think you can see there that, you know, there's kind of as much ivy growing through the stones as there is mortar holding it together. So so our conclusion, as I say, is that really, you know, there's just too much work for it to kind of be to kind of meet the policy requirement for traditional buildings. So just to sum up on this issue and the first reason for refusal, so the site, we consider the site to be a ruin rather than a traditional building. It's too derelict to have any heritage value that would support us seeking to preserve it through conversion. You know, it wouldn't be a conversion given the amount of works that need doing. It would be a new build. And even if you know even if members thought, you know, it's not a ruin, it is still a traditional building, the works required exceed the policy threshold that would allow us to support the development. So that is the first area of concern. Second, we've got landscape impact. So as I mentioned, this lane, Clark's Barn Road, really does kind of define the edge of the settlement. So on this picture to the right, you've got residential properties, but they are quite obscured from the lane by the sort of the thick hedges and the trees. Then you've got the application site to the left, which is much more rural in feel. So those of you that were there on Monday, you know, I think it's quite fair to say you don't really feel like there's a village sort of right next to you. It does feel very much more countryside in character. So just to give you an idea of some of the views, so this is stood at the field access with the building there, so you can kind of see sort of how open and exposed it is. I think Councillor Abbott asked me to do some views around the site on Monday, so if we sort of do a bit of a sweeping view, so this is looking down to the south, so the lane is the other side of this hedge. There are some allotments down here, so you can just about see kind of a few polytunnels and kind of structures that you'd expect in an allotment. But other than that, you know, sort of that absence of development on this side of the lane. So then just sweeping round, hopefully you get kind of an idea when I say that this really is a kind of a rural countryside character, rather than sort of somewhere that's developed. You can just about see, when you look northwest, you can just see the edge of the industrial estate there at the top of the village. So there was also a question on Monday about the size of the garden. So the garden space is about 176 square metres compared to 48 square metre footprint of the house. As I said before, the domestic curtilage, so the garden area that will be used kind of for residential purposes, isn't the whole red line of the site. It would be contained to this bit. So just for reference, this is the lane. So this would be sort of projecting out into the countryside. So where those views over the valleys were, we were stood about here. So that's kind of, we would be in the garden looking out over that space. Councillor Taylor did ask me if I had a landscape consultation. So I haven't formally consulted landscape, but our landscape officer did provide some comments on the pre-application, and she's given me these comments on the application now. So she says that although the barn is in a ruinous state, it does not detract from the character of the area, as dilapidated rural buildings such as this are not uncommon in the countryside and can add to its rural charm. While the proposed residential conversion would address the current condition of the building, it would not be of direct benefit to the character of the rural landscape and would alter the utilitarian character of the building. So our concern really is that encroachment of residential development onto the other side of the lane into what at the moment is quite defined countryside. You know, as well as the building itself, you know, we often talk about the domestication of the landscape. So if you've got that garden area that's projecting out into the field, you know, we can't control how gardens are used. So, you know, if you've got washing lines or play equipment or hot tubs, or as well as the parking area, you know, that does detract from that countryside landscape. And that's sort of the key area of concern for us. So just to summarise on issue 2, the proposal would introduce residential development across the previously defined sort of settlement boundary, encroachment of development into the countryside, and the domestication of the countryside through the garden, parking, and the infrastructure that I've just mentioned. Councillor Bonham asked on site on Monday about public footpaths. So the site is here in red. There are a number of public footpaths, so in the black lines here. So this one's relatively close, but these are slightly further away. But given the topography, so you can see from the lines and from the photos that this site is quite elevated when you look out that way towards the footpath. So it's just something to sort of factor in. And finally, the third reason for refusal relates to agricultural land value. So TTV 26.2.5 says that development should avoid the use of best and most versatile agricultural land. So that's defined as, so all the land's given a class, if you're not aware. So 1, 2 and 3A count as best and most versatile agricultural land. And we want to avoid development in these areas, obviously, to kind of preserve the best land. So the land is identified as class 3, but it doesn't distinguish between 3A or 3B. So 3A is best and most versatile, 3B isn't. So the SPD states that if there's uncertainty over the exact classification, it will be up to the applicant to demonstrate what the land classification is. So we don't have that information. So at the moment, that's sort of an the reason for refusal is really that it's not been demonstrated that the proposal would avoid the use of best and most versatile agricultural land. You know, if the applicant was able to demonstrate that with 3B, for example, then that reason would fall away. But based on what we've got at the moment, we need to include that at the moment because we just don't have that information. So to summarise, there's no justification for the development in the countryside. We don't have an identified occupational need, which is the other time when we would permit development in the countryside usually. The extensive works required to restore the building go beyond the no significant enhancement or alteration policy requirement, and the buildings are not of a heritage value where preservation would be sought. The second issue is landscape harm. So again, we've got the extension beyond the defined settlement. The elevated exposed rural landscape would be harmed by the domestication of the landscape. And finally, as I said, no evidence that development avoids best and most versatile agricultural land. So the recommendation is refusal.
Thank you, Ms Harrahane. Members, any questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Could you clarify alterations as to reinstatement? Because apparently it's not being altered, it's being reinstated as is. So is there a massive difference on that?
I think when we say alteration, it would just be kind of the normal meaning of the word that people would take to mean an alteration. So, you know, usually with these types of buildings, if you need to you know, you do need to alter it because you need to put a roof on it, you need to rebuild all the walls. You know, that, you know, to us that is significant alteration. As I say, there's not really any sort of hidden meaning. It's just the kind of the general, you know, way anyone would read it. I don't know if you want to add anything. No.
Members, any further questions? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Charlotte. So I'm going to repeat 2 questions I sent to you by email. I'll do one at a time. The first one relates to whether this is a sustainable location. And the reason I ask for that is in your written report, your first reason for refusal relates to TTV 1 and SPT 1 and 2. And when I read those, they talk about the need for sustainable development. So based on your written report, which you haven't highlighted so much in the verbal, but what's your view on whether this location is sustainable?
Yeah, so the reference to SPT 1, 2 and TTV 1 are really about, you'll be aware we have the settlement hierarchy in TTV 1 particularly, which sets out, we have our main towns, we have our smaller towns and key villages, we have our kind of sustainable villages, and then we have everything else, which is like hamlets and the countryside. So that's where we look first to see whether we're saying that this is in the countryside or not. So that's why they're included, because it's not included in any of the top tiers of TTV1. Therefore, it's in the countryside. Therefore, TTV 26 is invoked. I don't know. I've not said anywhere in the report that this is an unsustainable location. There's it can be in the countryside but still be sustainable. You know, it is right next to the village. Loddiswell's got a shop, it's got a school. You know, it's not an unsustainable location, but doesn't mean it's not in the countryside, and the countryside policies apply. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. So just to be clear, it's not an unsustainable location. And in your written reply to me, which thank you for sending, you talked about the path. And I'd just like to dwell on that a little bit. And this picture is perfect to do that, because maybe you could just point out on that picture where the Clark's Barn is for other members here, so that we can be clear. Yeah, it's where the arrow is. So for those that came on the visit on Monday, you'll have noticed that right opposite that barn, there's on the other side of the road, on the right-hand side of the road, and you can see it as this green triangle, there's a playing field, and there is a gate from the point there in the bottom left of the playing field to allow walking right across to the main part of the village. So I'm sort of questioning your point that there's no footpath. I mean, it's not a public footpath, but it is a path for walking on, which is open to the public and cut because it's a playing field. So I just want to point out that there is a path for walking from the site into the centre of the village, which I think you're agreeing to. Okay, let me go then to my second question.
Councillor Bonham, can I ask?
Yes, I'm just
reiterate
checking
the
with
question?
I'm just asking if Charlotte agrees that there is a path. I think she's nodding, so I'm taking that as yes. Because that relates to whether it's, because in her written reply, she said that there isn't, so I'm trying to clarify that.
Yeah, so I think you said yourself, the playing fields, you can walk across them, but they're not public, so we couldn't rely on that being publicly accessible all the time, is that right?
No, they are. It's not a designated footpath, but it is a public area. It's a public playing field.
Yeah, and as I say, the thing I mentioned about the footpath was that it was unlit and there was no foot. I assume there's no lighting across the playing fields either. So anyone using that to get into town at night or it would be dark as well.
I think you're probably correct there, as far as I know. Okay, my second question relates to Dev 21.5. So what we're asked to do in this committee is to look at the policies in the round, but you haven't mentioned Dev 21.5 in your report, and I try to understand and it talks about heritage assets. I'm trying to understand why you didn't consider that and comment on the relevance of it in what you've written and what you've reported to us today. Thank you.
Really, because we don't consider it to be a heritage asset for the reason that I explained. Our heritage officer doesn't consider that it is too ruinous to be considered to be a heritage asset. So TTB 21.5 isn't engaged because that relates to protecting heritage assets, and this is not one in our view.
Okay, thanks, Charlotte.
Members, any further questions? If not, thank you. And we will now move on to the speakers. We do not have anybody speaking as an objector today, but we do have the supporter, Amanda Burden. Would you like to come forward? You have your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Thank you for visiting Clark's Barn on Monday. This proposal offers a thoughtful and sensitive reuse of a redundant building, which is a local landmark situated on its namesake, Clark's Barn Road. It is a significant heritage asset, being a late 18th century, early 19th century Southams Farm building, positioned on the edge of Loddeswell, being, as you've heard, a sustainable village with school, shop, industrial estate, allotments very close by, opposite existing dwellings and a park, and with all village facilities within easy reach. Without a new use, this building would deteriorate and will be lost forever. Conversion to residential is the only realistic way to secure it. The design has been shaped around retaining the building's structure and historic character. Stone walls will be repaired, the 1951 concrete block walls clad with timber and windows inserted into existing openings, including 3 arrow slits to the roadside. The design and fenestration is in line with our Heritage Officer's recommendation to keep the barn as simple and agricultural, with timber shutters and conservation roof lights. The structural report confirms the barn can be converted and the proposed new slate roof and first floor will tie in with the walls. Therefore, this building will be converted without significant enhancement or alteration. The proposal aligns with TTV1 and TTV26, supporting sustainable rural communities through the reuse of an existing structure. The garden will be located mainly on the former historic yard area and thus avoids the loss of any productive agricultural land, with the wider field remaining in agricultural use. The proposal also aligns strongly with policy objectives for sustainable development and low carbon, both in the conversion of the existing structure and also the plans include ground-mounted solar array and an EV charger, all on the edge of this sustainable village. The existing field access will be upgraded to residential with on-site parking and turning. The ecology work we undertook and confirms no protected species will be impacted, but the proposal incorporates swift and back boxes and a landscape strategy that introduces new native hedgerows, tree planting and species-rich grassland to give both landscape and B&G enhancement. Although the site adjoins the South Devon National Landscape, the landscape assessment shows the small-scale conversion can be successfully accommodated in line with DEV 23 and DEV 25. In summary, members, this is a sensitive and sustainable conversion which has received support from the Parish Council and members of the public, and with no objections. It, I conclude, saves a valued local significant heritage asset. It sits in a sustainable location adjacent to other houses, employment and village facilities. It enhances biodiversity and landscape character. It provides a high-quality self-built home for a local resident, and it fully aligns with the Joint Local Plan and the NPPF's support for small, well-designed rural housing. I therefore respectfully ask members to support this application, which will not only provide a home, but will also save an important barn on the edge of a sustainable village. Thank you for your time. And there is a structural report that confirms the barn is structurally sound, and there's a list of detailed specification, which I haven't got with me, it's actually in the file there, that shows what works are going to be done, and the barn is not going to be rebuilt. The floors will tie in, the floors and the roof will tie in the structure.
Thank you, Ms. Bird.
Thank you. I think I'm under my 3 minutes.
Members, any questions? Councillor Rake.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Burden. Just picking up on your final point there. So in the report and proposal, the blockwork wall is to be retained, therefore. Right, okay, thank you.
The blockwork wall is going to be retained and clad because our heritage consultant said that blockwork wall, it is from 1951. We've got a photograph with Miss Rose, who I won't say how old she is, but she was a young girl in 1951 in front of the concrete block wall. So it's I think somebody made the comment on site that blockwork wall is 74 years old in itself. So it's not insignificant itself. But it's got strip foundations, so it can just be clad and the stone wall repaired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your talk on this. I just want to sort of dwell on the two key points I think that are relevant in what you've said about the related also to what Charlotte commented about enhancement or alteration. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure how to ask this, but I mean, it looks like it's a bit of a ruin, doesn't it? But how? So, is what's there going to be left and built on top of? Is any of what's there going to be need to be demolished to be rebuilt? I mean, how do you describe this thing about enhancement and alteration? Because clearly it needs some alteration. Any barn would need alteration to turn into a house. So I'm struggling with how you see the type of work and the amount of work that needs to be done to be consistent with limited amount of alteration and enhancement. Because I'm sort of a bit conflicted by this point, really.
Thank you. So a couple of things. So the first thing that we did after the pre-application, Jane Rose spoke to her builders who've always done her work, and the two builders came up and said they can restore this building and convert it without taking it down. So that is the first point. The structural surveyor has confirmed that that also can be the case. You see often with barns that you have those crosses on the stone barns that hold the sides together. In effect, that's what the floor will do. So when you put a first floor in, you can see the pockets in there where the first floor used to be. The first floor will hold the barn together, and the roof holds the barn. So without a doubt, the stones on the top there will need to be taken down. The sort of top layer of stones that are obviously not set, they'll need to be consolidated. It will need to be repointed and mortared, but this building will not be taken down. That it will be a conversion. In the report, so we got Niels White, who many of you know used to be the Heritage Officer at South Hams. He has done a heritage report, and he has said it is a significant and important heritage asset, and it's got local importance as well. And his comment in his report, again, if you can bring it up, says it is not a speculative conversion, because what the building looks like at the moment is exactly how it's going to be converted. So windows will be inserted in those 3 arrow slits in existing door and window openings. All that's going to change is the stone at the top is going to be brought up to what the eaves level, and you can see that. The top stones are going to be consolidated and a roof's going to be put on it. And the structure of the roof and the structure of the floor will hold the barn together.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I can ask, if I may, Chair, my second question, which relates to the landscape issues. Maybe I've got a third question, actually, but I'll talk about landscape, if I may. I think we can see when we went on the visit that there's a view from the field to the building. Charlotte, can we see that, maybe? From the field to the building? No, I don't think you've got that picture necessarily. Anyway, the view from the field to the building is going to be changed because there's going to be a garden there. So what edging is there going to be? What landscape proposals are there on the field side of the garden, the boundary between the garden and the field, that mitigate or potentially mitigate the landscape impact of having a garden there? Are we going to plant a hedgerow? Are we going to plant a very flowery sort of rose garden? What's going to be there to think about to help us understand the landscape impact of this?
Could you bring that plan up, Charlotte? Is that possible? Yeah, that one you had before. Sorry. The first one you had, that was the perfect one. The actual site plan, please. Thank you, that one, yeah. So, so the garden, I know all of you will understand, so I'm preaching to the converted, but when you submit an application for validation, we have to put a red line that includes the drainage area, the landscaping and the access to the highway. So often the red line area is much, much bigger than actually just the garden area that's going to be subject to the change of use. So we've put 2 red lines on this. So Charlotte has kindly shown just the garden area. So this little area here is going to be the garden, and that area is the area where the agricultural buildings and the yard area. So underneath that's quite hard. You saw when we were on site there were implements parked on the right hand side and some silage bales. That's because it's quite a hard surface. That part of the land is not cultivated. So that's why I've made the comment it's not using the best agricultural land. On the boundary to the west, you can see we're planting a hedge. That is the Green Earth Design have done a landscaping scheme with hedge planting around the boundary. It's just a simple native hedge. And then on the north side, there's some tree planting as well. So even though this is going to be a self-build and therefore is exempt from B&G, we've made sure that we've met the B&G criteria in addition. So the landscaping is there. So it's hedge planting and tree planting.
Okay, so how high this hedge that's on the left-hand side of this picture, is that going to be like a 6-inch hedge or 4-foot hedge? You know, is it going to be similar to the rest of the hedges around this field is really what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, it will be a native Devon hedge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then the third one, if I may, is relating to the agricultural classification of the land. Do we not know if it's 3A or 3B? Because that seems to be an important question in all of this. And I think what you said just now verbally is it's not agricultural land because it's not used for agriculture. Can you help us understand that more clearly, please?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that the question of that was has been brought up in the process, but most land in Devon, to be quite honest, is 3B because it isn't the best land. It's stony land. This land is down to pasture at the moment. It's sloping. There's a whole multitude of things that come into the classification. But my point is all of that area there was yard. So it is agricultural, but it's not productive agricultural land. So you are not losing any productive agricultural land because the barn, if we look on the historic plans, you will see that there was actually 2 barns, and you saw when we went through the gateway, there was the stone wall on the right hand side. That is the wall of another barn. So there's stone underneath it. So that's why all the implements and machinery are parked there. So we are not taking agricultural land. If we were going into the field by a huge distance, then we would be encroaching on productive agricultural land. It is agricultural land, but it's not productive agricultural land where you would grow grass or have a crop.
Thank you, Ms. Burton.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, question is about local use really, and I might have missed it in the pack, but I wondered if the property was staying within the family or whether it's going to be for a local person.
Yeah, Jane Rose, she's always dreamt of converting this barn and decided that she always wants to live in this barn, so it would be for her. And she lives in the village at the moment, yes, just up the road.
Thank you.
Just ask Ms. Harrahane to come in at one point.
We would have no control over that. So that might be the applicant's intention, but we would have no control over it staying within a particular family or being locally connected.
So that couldn't be, if it was given permission, it couldn't be part of the...
No, we don't. There's no neighbourhood plan requiring any kind of connection. So no, we don't have any sort of justification to secure that. So no, that wouldn't be something we could control.
Thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Rake.
I have a question, but I suspect it's probably more for officers rather than Mrs. Burden. So if she'd like to stand down.
Would you like to put it just in case it's something that Ms. Burden could answer?
Okay, I'd just like, can we clarify, were someone, and just, I'm not trying to look beyond the application in front of us, but just to understand the context, were someone to restore this barn as a barn and use the garden area as a yard, we would have no control over that, or would we?
Subject to the level of works required, my view is it's likely to require planning permission because it's more than repair. it'll be I think we would treat it as actually tantamount to a new building.
Can I just add as well, with that kind of permission, even if it was for a new agricultural building, we would need to see justification for the agricultural use. And obviously, if saying it's been redundant for a long time, we would then need to see a justification as to why an agricultural building was required when the site is not being used for agriculture, as we've just heard.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Bird, I don't think there's a reason for you to come back onto this one, but I will allow you to come back.
So all I was going to say is on that point, so the client could put a 2 metre internal fence to fence off the agricultural building and the area that they use for piling up for silage and agricultural equipment. That could be done under permitted development. Whether or not the barn needs planning permission to is a repair and reinstatement is something different. We're here obviously applying for it to be converted, but that could be fenced off and separated.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. I think you've made that clear. Thank you. If there are no further questions, thank you. Thank you. We don't have a speaker from the parish council, so we'll move on to the ward member, Councillor Bonham.
Chair, I thought there was a written report from the parish council. I may be wrong. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you. I understood they might be sent.
Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a few points here. So firstly, why I brought this to the committee, if I may explain that. Two main reasons, really. The first one is that the parish council have supported this application, and there have been some local letters of support, and there haven't been any objections. So I take that as a serious point that means we should consider it. The second reason is I think there's some potential ambiguity with the reasons for rejection, which I'd like to talk through. We touched on them briefly already. Firstly, development in the countryside. I mean, strictly speaking, yes, it is on the left-hand side of Clark's Barn Road and it is in a farmer's field. But I think the question of whether it's sustainable is important. And I think that TTV 26.2 about the best use of agricultural land, for those of us that came on the visit, you know, it's not a farmed area as far as I could see, or, you know, there's piles of bales there in the main. So I think that's an interesting question. Secondly, I think it's could be seen to be quite a small parcel of land, even if it is agricultural. And impact on the landscape. Well, I again was quite surprised when I went on the visit to see how small the building was, especially in comparison to the industrial estate. So that's marked at the top of this picture in those two sort of orangey grey squares. And they are very visible in comparison. I calculated that, I may get this wrong, but the barn is about 15 metres and the industrial estate is 40 to 50 metres along its length and already has a significant impact. I'm not saying the barn has zero impact if it was rebuilt as a house, but I think in comparison to the other buildings there, it's potentially quite a minimal change. And also we've got the views of the... Yeah.
Councillor Bonham.
Yes, I'm explaining my reasons for bringing it to the committee, Chair.
I think, are they your views as a ward member?
No, they're my reasons for bringing it to the committee. My reasons to start back at the beginning are to point out that some of the reasons for rejection might be open to a different interpretation. The third one is the question of Dev 21. Maybe we could go to the second slide, please. I'm really not sure I understand why Dev 21 hasn't been included in the consideration, and in particular clause 5. So development should help secure the long-term sustainable future of the plan's heritage assets. I agree with the officer in many points that the heritage asset is not really very strong, but I don't see why this clause isn't one that we should be taking in the round. Those are the reasons I've brought it to committee, and I hope the members can understand the points that I'm raising. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Any questions of Councillor Bonham? If not, thank you. We'll now move into debate on this application. Does anybody wish to open any of the commentary on this? Councillor Abbott.
It's an interesting proposal, and interesting to hear the arguments on both sides. For me, though, the issue is that this is a development of the village outside of its apparent boundaries. Many villages don't want that to happen. They're desperate to protect the outer boundaries of the countryside, and here it apparently is not the case with Loddiswell. But once this building goes west of that Clark's Barnes Road and is occupied, it will be the beginning of development in the countryside outside of what we perceive to be the village of Loddiswell. And I find that a challenge to see that as an acceptable way forward. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Any other comments? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. So it has been said that housing estates are places where they cut down trees so they can name streets after them. Here we've got a road that's named after the building in question, and we're proposing essentially that it continues to, the implication of the recommendation is that that continues to fall into ruin. So we're allowing a building that's after which a road has been named to disappear. And I take the report's points about the siting of the development and the impact on the landscape. But I think in both cases, I find those harms to be minimal. I find the best and most versatile agricultural land issue to be minimaler still, given the extent of the land in question, and being to an extent mindful of proposals for the use of best and most versatile agricultural land that will come before us later on. So for me, it does sort of reside in whether this is an asset, a heritage asset that is worthy of protection, given that the only form of protection would be to restore it. And to that extent, I have to confess, on the basis of the existing plans, I'm not actually swayed. I think I'd be almost there, and I know we're discussing the proposal that's in front of us. I mean, but had we been looking at a more adventurous treatment of the ruined form and the new form, then I might have been swayed. But this sort of, I'm struggling to find this sufficient justification to outweigh the harms, even though I think the harms have perhaps been overstated.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Yes, the boundaries of the village are the concern for me. It's sort of breaking the boundaries. It's always a bit of an issue. And the creeping domestication of the landscape. However, this is a barn. It doesn't mean to say there are going to be other houses which can come up in that area. It will be a one-off. It's the only barn, even if it's not really a barn, it's a ruined barn at the moment. I'd be very happy if it was just the barn that was being changed. I would appreciate the sort of the protection, even if it is a ruin, it's still something of interest. It was a non-designated heritage site, so for it to be restored, repaired, and become something else which would be useful, I would support. It's the garden for me that is creeping domestication. It's a tricky one. This one is as far as I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any other members? Councillor Panel.
I think two of the reasons, I can see could be overcome. I think the loss of the agricultural land is a minor issue in comparison with the other facts before us. If it was a good integral barn that was in a reasonable state of repair, we wouldn't be having the argument about, or possibly wouldn't be having the argument about whether it could be renovated and turned into a dwelling, because it would be a reasonable structure, and then possibly the impact on the countryside might fall away. But my key point of consideration is the state of the building, and we've heard mention's been made of it. Why is it not Why is it not mentioned in the report that it's a heritage asset? Well, the answer is because it's not a heritage asset. The building is too far gone, and it worries me that there may be other buildings in the South Hams of similar or worse condition, which may come forward for conversion if we let this one go through. I do have some sympathy with the applicant, but I think, in view of the professional opinion of the officers and the heritage officer, that this building has gone too far to be reasonably converted. I don't think it's going to be a conversion, it's going to be a rebuild. You can see the state of the walls. Who knows whether the walls might collapse during construction work, but our officer's view is that the building is too far gone for a reasonable conversion, and I'm inclined to agree with their professional opinion. I'm happy to move that we to propose that we vote for refusal in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Panel.
Just for clarification, is that with or without the agricultural land value reasons for refusal?
I'm happy to stick with the reasons that you've given. It's just that I think they carry less weight than the state of the building, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a proposal there. Do we have a seconder? We have two seconders there. I'll take Councillor Nix. You were just ahead of Councillor Carson there. So Councillor Nix is there. I did have Councillor Taylor wishing to come in, so I will allow him to come in, and any other people who wish to speak as well. Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got to disagree a little bit with Councillor Abbott because I don't believe this is a new build. If there's a new build in that field, then I'll be looking at it in a different matter. But because this is being reinstalled in a sympathetic manner, which will, in fact, protect the life of this building. And I think all barns got the right to be protected. So I believe it is important that these assets be protected, and the village that's what the village wants. So that was my views on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just trying to bring together some points, because I think there are some valid reasons why we might want to refuse this, and maybe some reasons why we might want to accept it. The question of heritage asset is important. I know that our heritage officer didn't see any merit in this, but there is an independent report, as been mentioned by the agent, in the pack saying this is a heritage. Maybe it's up to us as individual members to consider that. Am I allowed to? Sorry, there's some questioning from officers. No, I can go ahead. So there is an independent report in the pack saying that this is a heritage asset. My conclusion is, therefore, we should, as members, make up our own mind. And I think, you know, I accept there's going to be some enhancement. I don't see how there can not be any enhancement or iteration in turning any barn into a building. Maybe the question is of degree and, you know, whether what's of value here is going to be protected, or conversely, if it's not converted, what would happen to it? It has been there, I think, since 1840. That's the date it was first noted on the maps. It's lasted, you know, coming up to 200 years. It's probably going to linger for a little bit longer, but our job, I think, is to look at this in the round. The arguments for it for going ahead with the development really are to do with protecting the building and recognizing, you know, it may be not part of the residential part of Loddiswell, but it is part of the village. It is definitely included in that. I think if we were able to put conditions around landscaping and that made the boundary into something that was very, very similar to the Devon hedge, which is around the rest of the field, and if we were to condition the use of the building and the rebuild with a minimal amount of alteration, I'd be quite comfortable to accept the proposal and overturn the recommendation, but I'm not sure we're able to do that. I'll seek some feedback, but I'm still undecided really about this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nix, Councillor Carson, you both indicated that you were seconding. Do you wish to speak on this or not? Okay, thank you. There's nobody else indicated they wish to speak on this, but I do have a proposer and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation of refusal. I'm now going to take that to the vote. Can I have a show of hands, please, for refusal? Thank you, members. Can I have a show of hands for against, please? Thank you, members. Any abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. Members, that proposal is 5 for refusal, 3 against, 1 abstention. So therefore, the officer's recommendation of refusal moves ahead. So that is officer refusal is approved today. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for excuse me, for those attending and participating, and appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you, members. We will now move on to agenda item 6A, which is application 253025, that is land at Newton Ferrers. The case officer is again Charlotte Harrahane.
Guys.
Apologies, yes, I didn't see him go, so we will just wait until Councillor Panel returns. Right, thank you. I think we have managed to get past the technology glitch. So we will now move on to 2530. The case officer is Charlotte Harrahane. The recommendation is conditional approval subject to a completed section 106. Ms. Harrahane, could we have your presentation, please?
Yes, apologies for that. At least it went off before I started. Right, this application is for the land to the front of 68 Yelm Road in Newton Ferris for the construction of 2 detached dwellings. So Yelm Road is a residential part of Newton Ferris. There is currently an area of scrub land outlined in red, which is related to this large building at the top, number 68, which is sort of an old large building, but is now flats. Just an aerial view for you there. So this is the site. Those members that were there on Monday will note those kind of pegs you can see in the ground are roughly where the 2 dwellings would go. We did kind of discover on Monday that this one needs to come this way a little bit. But this just gives you a very rough idea of where the properties would go. The proposal would utilise the existing access to access house number 2 at this side. And a section of this existing wall would be removed to provide access to house number 1. In terms of levels, as you can see, the site slopes up. The ground floor level of the dwellings would just be slightly higher than this stone boundary wall, and then the ground behind would be dug out to create level surface for the dwellings. So this is an image of the 2 dwellings within the street scene. So you can see the larger. What? Someone say something. You can see the larger dwellings, the larger dwelling behind. The 2 properties would be of similar design. They're sort of mirror images of each other. And we have the elevations here just to give you an idea of what they'd look like. So you can see this, this dotted line here shows what I said about the levels. So at the front, the levels would be slightly higher than the stone boundary wall, which is here, and then it would be dug into the ground behind. So there's a mix of contemporary and modern materials. We would condition details of materials to ensure that things like the stone retaining walls are local stone and things like that, just to make sure that they are high quality materials that are used. And just elevation of house 2 there, as I say, which is largely similar, it's just flipped so that the pitch is the other side. So a proposed site plan just showing the two dwellings and the parking and access areas. The parking levels would be lower, so they'd be more akin to kind of the existing ground level. I do have an image later which will show you the levels and the sections a bit in a bit more context. But so you can see both sites would have parking for 2 to 3 cars, amenity space. So one of the reasons the application has been brought to committee is the parish council has concerns about the what they consider to be a conflict with a neighbourhood plan policy in relation to their development policy areas. So the site is is where this star is. So these purple areas are policy areas 1 and 2, which the neighbourhood plan says are characterised by large properties set in their own grounds. There's a policy which accompanies this map, N3P3. Part A is relevant here, and it says that development shall respect the low density of buildings, the landscape and character of policy areas 1 and 2. So I think it's important to note this policy doesn't prevent development in these areas. Development just needs to respect the density, the character and the landscape. The site is also within the settlement boundary that the neighbourhood plan identifies, which supports the principle of development. So I think that's just an important thing to note. So the applicant has provided us with a density plan which shows the proposed dwellings in relation to other buildings and other properties surrounding the site. So different colours are kind of different floor areas. As you can see, the 2 properties would be a green, which is 80 to 99 square metre footprint. It's not dissimilar to other properties nearby. So we've got Mewstone here and we've got number 63. We've got existing properties that are smaller, as you can see down here to the south, and then we've also got larger properties. I think what this shows is that the distance between properties, the spacing, the density wouldn't be out of character with the existing sort of policy area
I think for comparison, if you kind of take the red line to the south here and look at the corresponding site below, there are 3 properties here in the same sort of distance that we're talking about putting 2 properties in. So officers are satisfied that the low density character of the area would be protected and complies with the neighbourhood plan in that regard. In terms of landscape, the parish council also raised some concerns about glazing and balustrading. I think this plan shows quite well that, obviously these properties in Yelm Road have these spectacular views out over the water. So most properties already have quite a lot of glazing and balustrading to kind of take advantage, and why wouldn't you? But I think this really shows that the 2 properties would sit quite neatly into the existing street scene. This is the so it is an artist's impression, but it kind of shows, it's quite good at showing the levels that I was talking about earlier. So you've got the ground level, the parking would be at the existing road level, and then the dwelling would be elevated up slightly. And again, with house number 2, the road follows the existing road, which goes up to the block of flats up here. There's also concern raised about the construction management plan. The main issue of contention is the construction management plan references that if required, if they need to put a skip on the road, they will get a licence from the Highways Authority, which the parish council is concerned about. If a skip is needed on the road, then they would need to obtain a licence from the Highways Authority. And if the Highways Authority think it's okay, they will give them a licence. If they don't, they won't. That's not really a planning matter. That's not something that we would feel comfortable justifying a refusal on the basis of there may be a skip on the road. In terms of other aspects in the construction management plan, the key things that we like to look for and we like to check: the hours of work are within the usual limits, and they've stated that they will avoid deliveries within peak school hours, so drop off and pick up times. There'll be no road closures or obstruction of the bus stop, which is just sort of on the wall beside the site. Storage, compound, welfare areas can all be contained on the site, and then that would obviously be secured safely with sort of Harris fencing or other. So we are satisfied that the construction management plan is acceptable, and adherence to that plan would be a condition if the application is approved. So just briefly to talk about other matters, as I said, the design's a mix of contemporary and traditional materials. There's a really wide range of properties in Yelm Road in terms of size, in terms of age, in terms of style. So we don't have any concerns with the design. The drainage scheme that's proposed has been assessed by South West Water and our own drainage team, and neither of them have any objections. In terms of ecology, the proposal would be subject to the statutory BNG requirements, and the standard condition would be applied for that. Amenity, no impact on nearby residents is anticipated due to the topography and the distance between the dwellings that we saw. There's also quite a lot of vegetation screening between other properties as well. In terms of highways, as we've seen, there's parking and access provided, and there's no objection from highways. Carbon reduction, we've got solar panels, air source heat pumps. The building will be sort of a timber construction. And there's no objection from the tree officer about the impact on trees surrounding the site. A landscape plan has been submitted, and again, we would condition, if approved, that the development's carried out in accordance with that landscape plan. So just to summarise, there's no technical objections to the application. We do need to be mindful of the tilted balance, which, if provision of housing in a sustainable location, we do need to give great weight to that, given the lack of 5-year housing land supply across the district. So this would result in 2 additional houses. They are 2-bedroom houses, and Newton and Noss, and really more broadly across the South Hams, the need is for smaller dwellings. As well as that, within the neighbourhood plan area, 2 new dwellings will also have a principal residence condition. So these, the benefits of these in terms of meeting a local housing need, I think are quite positive. We've got conditions recommended to ensure the design, the landscape impact, the highways matters remain acceptable. And I don't consider that there are any policy conflicts which outweigh the benefits that I've identified. So the recommendation is conditional approval, subject to the completion of a Section 106 to secure the contributions for the Tamar European Marine Site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrain. Members, any questions on this? Councillor Rake.
Could I just pick you up on virtually your last words? The policy conflicts that include, I mean, because obviously the parish council feel there are conflicts with the neighbourhood plan policies, but you don't think there are.
No, for the reason that I mentioned, you know, it is in a low density site, but for the reason that I discussed, I do think that it respects that existing character. So I don't consider there to be a conflict with that policy.
So, and with N3P6?
Drainage one? No, again, as I say, our drainage team have looked at it and they're happy with it, as are South West Water. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that they're wrong.
I would, but if I thought they were wrong, I haven't. I mean, I'm just looking at N3P6, and that sort of does allow for. So, in order to be, that's a policy, and South West Water and our drainage people are a kind of operational concern, as it were. I mean, so they're saying they. But anyway, just to finish my question. Does allow for discharge to a combined sewer in exceptional circumstances. So in order to comply with that policy, we'd have to accept that this is an exceptional circumstance?
We're just getting the exact wording of the policy up, so bear with me, unless you've got it there. You want to read it?
It says MP36C4 says, so which is the fourth of the hierarchy of surface water discharge, says in exceptional circumstances discharge to a combined sewer. So it's the last line of defence, and it's above a scary photo of flooding. So yeah.
Yeah, so the applicant would have submitted a drainage strategy where they would have explained why they can't go, you know, there's the drainage hierarchy, so why soakways aren't acceptable, etc. As I say, our drainage team have reviewed it, they're satisfied, and as I say, and South West Water are happy that it goes to the combined sewer. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mr. Weimer.
Just as a matter of course, I'm fully aware that when any scheme comes in for drainage and our drainage team look at it, the first thing they will question is, why haven't you worked through the hierarchy? If you haven't, why can't it be dealt with? Because going to the combined sewer for them would be exceptional circumstances, and only if there was no other technical solution for that particular site. So I've got no doubt that they would have gone through that with a fine-tooth comb.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Hi. On the density map that you brought up, I was interested in that discussion of square meterage. My perception was more simplistic, that there was gaps for houses, gaps between houses. So is the policy based upon square meterage, or is it permissible to just have this view of spacing, perception of spacing?
Yeah, so the policy doesn't specify you know, how density is considered. It's as it's worded up there. That's literally a screenshot from the neighbourhood plan. So, you know, my view is it's a judgment like anything else. You know, does it respect the low density? Does it respect the landscape? Does it respect the character? You know, that's a planning judgment, and my view, for reasons I've been through, is that it does. But yeah, there's no sort of prescribed way of assessing it.
Thank you. And are boundaries a part of something that will be decided later? So if for instance it's going to be fencing or a more permeable type of boundary, you can imagine where I'm going. So is that something that will be conditioned later, or is to be said now?
So one of the conditions we've recommended is that details of materials are submitted, so we could clarify within that any boundary treatments also need to be included within that. Because yeah, there aren't any shown at the moment, but I agree with you, we wouldn't want to see like a timber fence put down. we are also recommending that permitted development rights are removed, which means they wouldn't then be able to add any means of enclosure afterwards under permitted development, because those rights would be removed. So yeah, I mean, if members felt that it was, you really wanted to be tight on the boundary treatments, because I agree they could be, make a difference to the scheme there. We can absolutely include that in that condition.
Thank you, Ms. Harrahain. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Just going back to the the MP N3P3. The term garden grabbing is used. Looking at the site, I wasn't sure that it was a garden per se that was being grabbed. Is that why we're sort of not giving that policy item particular weight, or is it for another reason?
So that garden grabbing phrase isn't actually contained within a policy. It's within kind of the descriptive text in the neighbourhood plan, but it isn't in the policy. As I said, the policy doesn't prevent development. But kind of as an aside to that anyway, yeah, this space, I visited this site a few times over the last couple of years. It isn't garden space, it's just scrub land. So I think the number 68 has got more formal gardens. So whilst it might be part of the site, I don't think we'd probably describe it as a garden. But as I say, the policy itself doesn't actually prevent that anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Charlotte. I think my point is, or my question is similar to others, which is to do with the low density. I don't really understand how this density plan answers anything, because my understanding on reading the neighbourhood plan is it's talking about, perhaps you could go back to it, please. It's talking about low density of buildings, which isn't the weight of each brick, but is more to do with the square meterage of the building or the height of the building compared to the green space around it. So have we got any measurement of that? I mean, clearly this changes the density of buildings in that particular spot, but what I'm keen to understand is the density as a result of this development, proposed development, compared to the density of the rest of the protected area. Do we have any information on that, or any insight on that? This shows just a few houses. What about the rest? How dense are the buildings in the rest of the area of the town? Thank you.
So we don't have information beyond this map. I think this shows kind of the immediate locality, which is what you would generally look at if you were looking at density. I mean, as I said before, it's a matter of judgment. I look at this plan and I think, yeah, the density, is in keeping with the rest of the surrounding area. If members take a different view, that's completely up to them. It's, as I say, it is a judgment.
Thank you. Ms. Harrahain, I just got a question on this. Does this really hinge on the wording of the policy where it says shall respect policy, rather than being very prescriptive about no cumulative sort of impact?
Yeah, I think I would agree. It says it shall respect it. It isn't prescriptive. It doesn't say about square meterage or distances, because to be fair, I don't think along Yelm Road it is the same all the way along. You can see here the south side, things are a lot closer. Down, sorry, I'm pointing, that's not very helpful, you can't see what I'm pointing at. Down in this corner, buildings are really spaced out. So I think that's why you really do have to judge it on a case by case, site by site, look at the site, look at the map, and really just form a judgment from that. And I think, yeah, that's why the policy just shall respect rather than being more prescriptive than that.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you. We will now move on to the speakers on this. We do not have an objector to speak, but we do have a supporter, Mr. Richard Smith. You have your 3 minutes once you start. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. This proposal is for two modest two-bedroom homes on what the officer describes as an unused, overgrown parcel of land. In front of Deloraine, 68 Yelm Road. Although the land sits in front of Deloraine, it's been on a separate title for over 30 years and has not been used as garden or amenity space in that time. It is a vacant infill site within the settlement boundary and surrounded by existing housing. Your officer has carefully assessed the scheme against the Joint Local Plan and the Newton and Noss Neighbourhood Plan and concludes that, subject to conditions, it complies with the relevant policies. On the loss of garden and members' concerns regarding overdevelopment, the report notes that Policy Area 1, characterised by large properties in their own grounds. The analysis of the neighbouring plots shows that the two planned dwellings, each with their own parking and gardens, protects the useful amenity space surrounding Deloraine and the neighbouring plots. The new dwellings sit comfortably within the established low-density pattern. Officers explicitly conclude that the scheme does not constitute overdevelopment and would in fact be an opportunity to enhance the street scene. On drainage, a detailed drainage strategy has been agreed. It meets the drainage hierarchy for attenuation of groundwater on site and then a slow release of that groundwater into the combined drainage network at a greenfield runoff rate. And South West Water raises no objection, nor does the council drainage officer. A condition requires that development to be carried out in accordance with those drainage details. Finally, your officer explains that with only a 2.5-year housing land supply, the tilted balance in the MPPF is engaged. In that context, the delivery of 2 principal residence energy efficient homes in a sustainable village location carries significant weight, and there are no identified policy conflicts that outweigh those benefits. For these reasons, I respectfully invite members to accept the officer's thorough analysis and grant permission in line with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Members, any questions? Councillor Rake.
Sorry, just for clarification, I didn't catch in what role you were speaking.
Agent.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? If not, thank you. Thank you. We will now move on to the representative of Newton Noss Parish Council, Councillor Kevin Thomas. When you're ready, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I'm Kevin Thomas. I'm Vice Chair of Newton Noss Parish Council. The Council considers this to be overdevelopment. We're not against development on the site, but with 2 new buildings on a small site within Neighbourhood Policy Area 1. Policy areas are areas of Newton Ferrers and Noss Mayo which are characterised by large properties set in their own grounds. We've already heard that. The low density of buildings in the area is important as the areas are visible over a wide area, including the South West Coast Path, the villages and the harbour. Next slide, please. This is an applicant's picture. Shows the houses set back against the excavated hillside and slope stabilisation. You can see the bus stop, yellow lines in Yelm Road immediately on the left-hand side. Plot 1 has a very restricted parking area, and reversing vehicles either onto or off the site from Yelm Road is hazardous in this location due to the restricted visibility and the proximity to a corner in Yelm Road, which you'll see in a minute. Next slide, please. Again, this is an applicant's picture, and it shows the lack of green space and overdevelopment of the site. The build of the 2 houses on this relatively small site results in almost 0 green area on plot 2 and minimal on plot 1. The remaining area is taken up by either hard standing for vehicles or building. Next slide, please. This shows Yelm Road looking east. You can see the bus stop in the middle of the picture, the double yellow lines, and the width and bend in Yelm Road itself. We already have significant issues with vehicles parked on both sides of Yelm Road, and this is a particularly narrow part of Yelm Road where we have recently added double yellow lines to provide 1 of 3 passing spaces in the road. Congestion and safety is made worse by builders storing materials, equipment, skips on the road. Where exactly does the developer plan to store skips on Yelm Road? If there is not sufficient room on the site to store skips, then that confirms that the site is insufficient in size for building of 2 houses. There is also no mention in the CMP where the considerable amount of material that will be needed to be excavated from the site will be disposed of, adding traffic to the village. It will add significantly to the environmental impact of the build. Plans also do not meet sustainable drainage requirements, and by disposing of surface water to the combined sewer will exacerbate the problems already experienced when the sewer network is overwhelmed, such as in August this year, November this year, and earlier this week. If there is insufficient space to construct the appropriate SUDs, then that confirms again that the site is insufficient in size for 2 buildings. If the committee deems that they will approve the application, the Parish Council would request that a Section 106 agreement is used to enforce the primary residence clause within the build. We don't feel that a condition of the planning approval is sufficient to manage the primary residence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas, appreciate that. There was a question there about the Section 106 for the principal residence. Mr. Fairbairn.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You can do essentially, you can impose the restriction in 2 ways, one by an odd condition, one by a Section 106 agreement. The government guidance is that where it is possible to do it by way of a condition and a Section 106 agreement, then the preference is that it should be done by way of condition. That is the planning policy guidance on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Can I come back against that, sir?
We'll let may come up in the questions. Right. Members, do you have questions for Councillor Thomas? Councillor Panel.
Yeah, you're concerned about the effect of water onto in terms of flooding. We've heard from the applicant's agent that there's an intention to put a attenuation tank, and so that the excess water will be stored and released later. Are you not content with that solution to the problem?
Surface water going into the sewage system contributes to overloading of the system. And as I said, we've already had a number of... Sorry? Okay. We've already had a number of occasions of flooding. Whilst an attenuation tank would slow the flow down, it still is adding to the volume, and Preston Sewage Works can't cope with it as it is.
Members, any further? Councillor Abbott?
I wonder if you'd like to comment on the different methods of establishing primary residency. S106 or
if you put it into the Section 106, I'm advised, then that will actually be noticed during the sale of a property, but a planning condition won't necessarily be picked up during the subsequent sales of the property.
Thank you.
Fairbairn, would you like to clarify?
Chairman, it makes no difference. A conveyancer doing the conveyancing on behalf of the purchaser will peruse planning permissions as much as they will peruse Section 106 agreements, and it's all there on the planning register. So there's no benefit of the kind described. It's negligible.
Councillors, any more? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Maybe we could go back, if you don't mind, to the previous slide or the earlier one, where I'm trying to understand really the basis for your objection and what policy. And the earlier one, I think yeah, sorry. No, the first slide of the report where we're looking at the. No, the parish slide. The first one of the parish slide, where we're trying to look at the real concerns and what the policy issues are with this proposal. Could you comment on the first one, overdevelopment in a confined space? I think what your policy talks about is building density. So how you, and that to me is the main matter really that seems open for discussion here. My view is that the other matters are pretty well sorted. How do you judge this building density, and how are you saying that this is too much building in a small space? What's your measurement or your evaluation of that?
So the slide that was provided by the agent that we saw earlier on was predominantly looking below the road, whilst the site is in the middle of the picture. It's actually focusing on the south side of Young Road. If you actually look above it, then all of the gardens and green areas are much, much larger. So it is a little bit slanted towards showing the higher density on the south side of Young Road. So what we're saying here is all of the houses in that area are predominantly in a site which has got a lot of green space around it. And as I showed in those two slides, which were provided by the applicant, there actually is virtually no green space around them.
Well, on the plan, they appear like they've got green space. Perhaps, Chair, if I could ask to go to the next page, where, or perhaps a subsequent page, where you've got that one. Thank you.
So you've got a slant of green. You've got 3 trees and another group of 3 trees, but the hatched area above that is actually concrete or some other form of slope stabilisation. That is not going to be green. So you can see in plot 2 on the right hand side, there's got a patch of grass about the size of 4 cars. And the one on the left hand side is slightly more, but the rest of it is all tarmacked or concrete or building. And that's out of keeping with the other houses all around it.
Thank you. Any other, excuse me, any other questions from members? No, if not, thank you, Councillor Thomas. Appreciate your time. Thank you. We now move on to the ward member, Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. So I brought this application to this committee because I work closely with the parish council, and they made material objections, which you have heard today from Councillor Thomas, chiefly the matter of overdevelopment. The parish council is engaged and committed to development matters locally and will only bring applications to this committee if it feels a neighbourhood plan has been breached. So while respecting the officer's view here, I place considerable weight to the parish council's interpretation of the policies in the neighbourhood plan when making their judgments on applications, and I'm sure this committee will also do so when summing up. Any questions?
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Members, any questions? If not, thank you. Members, that is all the presentations on this application. We now move into the debate on this. Do we have anybody who wishes to commence? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Yeah, this point of density is really interesting. And when the officer was describing, she was talking about density in terms of describing the area to the south as being quite densely habited with buildings. But the moment that these 2 buildings, if they do go in, then the top area will be more dense as also. So the comparative for the next building, I know it's not about looking at precedent, but the way that this road is then looked at in terms of density will have changed because of the inclusion of these 2 buildings. I think with the town council's concern and objection, I would give great weight to that. I mean, we're talking about the character of an area. The character of this area is particularly noted by the large houses and the large amount of space around them. And these 2 buildings clearly don't have that. So at this point in time, I'm looking at it in terms of character and density. And I think the town council have good points with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on, Councillor Nix.
Yes, I'm going to come in on a similar point actually, but go the other way at this stage. And this is I look at the properties below to the south and think, well, actually, there's 3, maybe 4 properties on the south. And whilst I understand that they have a slightly larger garden area. I think the properties fit in well with their surroundings, and with the tilted balance and the housing need. For me, that outweighs the density on that, although I don't actually see the density as a problem. So within the guidelines.
Thank you, Councillor Nix. Councillor Abbott?
Thank you. Are you able to bring up the slide that is within the notes? The picture of it's the only figure that's in your report, but maybe not be within your. So you have the page 21 of this report, or we could just get everybody to look at page 21.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Page 21 of this report. No, the figure. It's the map. Ladies and gentlemen of this committee, would you bring up, please, page 21 on your screen?
Yeah.
And the parish council's argument about density to the north is true. There is a wider spaced. That's it. Well, it's not so much, but yeah, okay. It's better on this on page 21. It's quite clear that the spacing differs to the north, but along this road and south of south and to east and west of this road, the density would well fit two houses, as we're seeing. It's the same argument, effectively, that Councillor Nix was making, but it's here illustrated in the wider context with the ability to pick up what the parish councillor was saying. And I'm minded to go with the recommendation of approval. Indeed, I will propose that we go along with the recommendation of approval. But I would like to set a condition, and the condition, as you heard me speak every month, is to permit hedgehog highways of some sort, either by overtly or by allowing by the
secret ones.
Underground railway.
Okay, I'll phrase it differently. Either by making a hole in a solid fence line or by allowing hedge work, which is a more natural permeable barrier to these beasts.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. You have moved that proposal.
I would second that, including the hedgehog. Only thing I smiled for was I heard about hedgehog for several months, so it must be coming out of hibernation, going in actually. But yeah, I second that one wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Rake?
So are we moving into the debate now, therefore, Chairman?
We were in the debate anyway.
Oh, were we?
Yes.
Well, we had nothing to debate. But anyway, be that as it may, I would be largely swayed by Councillor Abbott's point, but for the fact that if you look at this figure on the screen in front of us, you'll note that density is about a number of things, isn't it? And the point that I think the parish council makes, and is a very compelling one, is that all these other properties have much more substantial garden areas attached to them. And every day is a school day, and I'm sure that at some point we have queried applications because the amenity area is below policy levels. Do we? Can before I go on, can it be clarified whether we have a formal policy on the amount of amenity space per dwelling?
We don't have a policy, but it's in the SPD, gives sort of recommended garden sizes for detached dwellings. For amenity space, it's 100 square metres.
And the amenity space on these two?
I don't know the exact figure, but it does comply. We're happy with the amenity space.
Because your the density figure with all the coloured houses is I'm not saying it's purposely misleading, but it can it could lead to a false conclusion in that a lot of that space to the rear of the properties is lost in slope stabilisation, or won't be available to the houses because there'll be a wall and then a bit up above, if I understand correctly.
I mean, yeah, sorry. All I can really say is we're happy with the amount of amenity space proposed.
Okay,
I don't have the figures in front of me, I'm afraid, and say it's not in a policy, but it is advised in the SPD.
I will take, if you've told me that those are 100 square meters of space for each, then and that you've worked that out, I will take your word for it. Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just taken a slightly different view of this by looking at the map on the planning portal, and while I'm wittering away, other members might want to do that because it shows a wider picture of all the houses in Yelm Road and Tideways, maybe half a mile away, and their gardens. I don't think I can show the screen, can I? But it's actually quite interesting to see how much garden space there is, and it's a shame we don't have a measure of this. And my feeling is that the parish council want to preserve the amount of green space around each building, and that's what their policy is trying to regulate. And while we need to be guided by all our policies, I think we also should just bear in mind what the intention is. I struggle with the closeness and the scale of these two houses in the space provided, because I think it is out of line with the surrounding houses. Charlotte, I don't know if you're able to look at the map. Are we able to see that, Chair? The map on the planning portal.
A Google map or?
No, it's when you look at the planning portal and you click on map.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It shows you the map, and I just want to see maybe.
I can't at the moment. The only thing I think I can get up that shows a broader thing is this map here. It's a bit small.
Yeah.
But I think you can see if you go to the west, obviously, and this is what I said earlier, within the policy area, the low density policy area, the density is not uniform. Up towards the west, you've got really massive plots. To the south of the application site where that star is, properties are much closer together, and that goes on further to the east where there's kind of the little dog leg. So yeah, I say density is a judgment, but I think I would just point out, there is quite a lot of variation even within the policy area itself.
Thank you. Councillor Powell.
Yeah, I think we have to bear in mind that we do have a housing crisis. Government's issued new directives and we don't have the sufficient housing supply for the next 5 years, and therefore the tilted balances suggests that we should be in favour of development, and I think these two houses do fit in well to that site. I think they are designed to sympathetically sit into the hillside. I don't think it's overdevelopment. I'm happy to support their proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. I'd like to comment because I have great sympathy with the parish council's policy for respecting density, which occurs elsewhere in the district. I think there is a lot of variety here. As has already been said, there is the sort of tilted balance with housing. I'm pleased that there's ability to put a principal residence on these properties, which sort of goes more in their favour. And I think that the big question comes back then is to the sort of how do you quantify density and all the elements of cumulative impact. But I think with this one, I have a lot of sympathy with this development, although, I can understand where the parish council is coming from because they have this policy density. Thank you, members. Members, we have... sorry, Councillor Rake.
I hate to worry on about this, but I've just been looking at Google Maps, and you can do measure distance and it gives you an area. So we've got 200 square metres of amenity space, plus the houses, plus the parking areas. I mean, according to Google Maps, which may well be faulty, but the overall red line site's about 450 square metres. So I'm really struggling to see how we've worked out that that all fits in. If you take the amenities, so am I misunderstanding the meaning of amenity space for these houses? Because if you take the bits behind with the 3 trees each as the only amenity space, then I think that's we're way off there. If so, is there some other areas that are included as amenity space?
So when we look at amenity space, we do just look at all the area around the house, excluding the parking. As I've said, the SPD suggests 100 square metres. That is it's not a policy, so it is not kind of sacrosanct. We do take a judgment. Bear in mind, the way the SPD is worded is it does it by dwelling type, so detached, semi-detached. So with that logic, you arguably need to provide 100 square metres for a 1-bed detached house, or a 2-bed, or a 3-bed, or a 4-bed, even though their needs will be very different. These are 2 beds. So, you know, not sort of big family houses where we would want masses of amenity space. Yeah, as I say, I can only repeat, I don't have the figures, but I was satisfied that there was sufficient space. And sorry, I don't have any more detail.
Thank you. Councillor Carson, wish to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm leaning towards granting permission. I think I'm also leaning towards what the parish council is saying, that a condition will affect the permission now, but an S106 will bind the land for future owners. So I would prefer an S106 as well.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Sorry, the section, whether it's a section 106 or a condition, it still runs with the land. You can still apply to have a condition varied or a section 106 agreement varied. There's very little difference in practical terms between the two, but the clear guidance is that where it is possible to do one or the other, it should be by way of a condition, and it's unreasonable to pursue the alternative.
Mr. Weimer.
Just for clarity is the wrong word, but just for information, the up until primary residency, the usual occupancy condition, or the occupancy condition that was used the most by the council would have been agricultural occupancy when we're approving agricultural dwellings. That has always been imposed by condition, and I have, in the 30 odd years I've been doing this, I've never come across someone saying, "Oh, my conveyancer didn't pick up an agricultural occupancy condition when I bought this property." So I 100% believe the condition is appropriate, and using section 106 is just, I suppose, hammer to crack a nut in many ways, because they do exactly the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Officers will know that with a principal residence, I've always preferred a section 106, but most of the times it's come with a condition, and there have been many situations where planning inspectors have reaffirmed and confirmed the condition as being acceptable, and I think it'll play out in time as to whether the concerns and issues are there, but a condition is acceptable for a principal residence. Councillor Rake.
Sorry, Chair, just in terms of practice, should things go wrong, would the enforcement pathways for a condition and S106 agreement be the same, in that one is a contract and the other
It's easier if it's a condition to enforce. We can issue a breach of condition notice immediately, whereas breach of a section 106 agreement would usually be by way of an injunction. So it's going to take longer, and the tests, yeah, definitely easier.
Thank you. Members, we have the proposal before us moved and seconded to accept the officer's recommendation of conditional approval. I intend to take that to the vote now. If I can have a show of hands for those in favour of approval, can you please show? Apologies, members. Mr. Wyman wishes to come
Sorry,
in.
Councillor, I'm pretty sure that Councillor Abbott was talking about a condition to do with hedgehog pathways, for want of a better phrase. So I thought I'd better set out how I think we ought to do that before we could. So we can either put it in as a separate condition, or my suggestion would be, at the moment, we've got a condition saying that the development should accord with a landscape and ecology management plan that's already been submitted to us. I would suggest that that condition is changed so that the landscape ecology management plan is slightly revised to include the provision for hedgehog pathways, hedgehog highways, and then that's submitted to us and we approve it. So it's tied up within the landscape and ecological management plan rather than a separate condition. So it all gets looked at the same time.
You accept that, Councillor Abbott? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Apologies. We will now move forward. We will now move forward to the vote. We have a proposal and seconder for accepting the officer's recommendation of conditional approval. Can I please have a show of hands for conditional approval? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Any abstentions? Thank you, members. That is 6 for approval, 2 against and 1 abstention. So therefore that application is approved. Thank you, members. We have an officer change, so can we have a 5-minute break, please, to allow us to change over? Thank you. Thank you, members. We now returned and we move on to agenda item 6C, which is 2063 25 FUL land at Loddeswell. The case officer is Amy Sanders. The recommendation is conditional approval. Ms. Sanders, could we have your presentation, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of the councillors. So the application number is 206325 FUL. And here we have the application site outlined in red. The location of the site is bordering the main highway, the B3 196, that continues to run through Loddeswell village. The site is to the north of the village, and you can just see on this map the primary school and preschool and some residential dwellings to the south. There is an open field surrounding the site to the east and the south, and then directly to the west across the main road is the industrial estate and business park of Loddeswell. So the next slide shows an aerial image of the site from Google Earth. As you can see, the site shows some areas of hard standing and some porter cabins and shipping containers already at the site that is associated with the existing business use. So very briefly, the application in a nutshell is the proposed development seeks planning permission for the change of use of land, which is currently used for a general builder's yard storage, to a Class B8 general open air storage. As part of the proposal, consent is sought for a new highway access. The existing highway access will be closed fully and will be replanted with a hedgerow. The new access is sought to improve the safety upon entering the site because there will be a longer bank distance for cars to park and wait to enter. So it's important to also iterate now that the application is quite broad in the sense that it's for open air storage, and there is not any specific details about the storage items and how many of such items there will be. It's for a generic change of use of the land. So when considering the application, it's important to consider this. So as way of sort of the proposed development drawings, this is the proposed site plan, which shows the area edged in the black hashed lines is where the storage will be contained within. There is the new access is marked on there with the visibility display, and then to the south is where the existing access will be closed. Additional planting is proposed around all of the borders, but specifically more towards the eastern boundary. There will be areas of hard standing within the middle of the site. And then there are also signage proposed, which you can see on the right-hand side, which will be upon the highway and entrance to the site. And here we have the proposed visibility display, which shows that it meets the requirements of the Highways Authority, and that it would ensure that the distances can be achieved to ensure highway safety. The reason the item was brought to committee was for a discussion and assessment of the impacts of the proposal upon the national landscape. There are other reasons for objection that were brought forward by the parish council, and these will be reviewed shortly. So as a starting point, hopefully you all saw the planning officer committee report, which went through why the principle of development is acceptable, because essentially we have an existing commercial use and we are changing to another commercial use, so it's more a consideration of the technical details. And one of the main issues and concerns that were expressed is the impacts upon the national landscape. So here is a map outlining where the national landscape lies. As you can see, the site is on the edge of the national landscape, but nevertheless within the national landscape. On this map, the national landscape is highlighted in green. I'll now go through a course of some site photographs just to give you a context of the site so you can see where it is within the landscape. So here is on the approach from the north, where the site will be on the left-hand side as you kind of come into Loddeswell. And this is along the same road and where the proposed access will be. There's a well-established sort of hedgerow along this border, and you can see sort of the highway there further up on the photo. This is the existing access, which will be closed off with and a hedge bank planted. This gives you an idea of the views of the site from the east. And this is when stood at the southern boundary of the site, looking directly to the north of the site along the entire length of the site. So the highway is on the left-hand side in this photo. And this is a view when stood from the middle of the site towards the southeast. You can see the residential development that's currently located approximately 200 metres from the site. And then you can also see the tree planting that has taken place in the field adjoining the site. And then this is views from the northwest of the site when you're looking east. So this is when you're looking towards the national landscape from the site itself. And this is where the approximate location of the new access will be, and hopefully gives an idea of the surrounding development around the site, including the existing industrial estate that's to the west. So the impacts upon the national landscape, here are some of the relevant policies which we consider in making any decision upon impacts upon the national landscape, and great weight has been given to this, to the landscape. So it's important to note the existing use of the site is already developed land, and it's got a certificate of lawfulness for the use as storage for a builder's yard. And the proposed development does seek to enhance the site with screening along the borders, which will help to mitigate any views from, especially from the east, when looking towards the national landscape. So now I'll move on to some other matters that were expressed during the application stage. So the parish council had a strong objection to the application based on environmental health concerns, drainage concerns, lighting, flooding, opening hours, and they felt that much more information was needed to provide a comment. So in terms of their objection, some of these matters can be regulated through the use of planning conditions, which have been added to the committee officer report. So in terms of drainage, we will require further testing and the approval of those details. And then in terms of lighting, we have a condition on there to restrict external lighting unless agreed by the local planning authority. Environmental health, the environmental health officer has been formally consulted and they have no objections and requested for a condition regarding the hours of opening, which would be issued on any permission. And then in terms of flooding, the site is not within a flood risk zone and we will ensure that surface water is managed correctly. So this isn't considered to be a concern on this application. So as a conclusion, the officer recommendation is conditional approval. So it is noted that there could be harm from this application upon the national landscape because of the use of industrial style development within the national landscape we wouldn't typically support. However, the site has a certificate of lawfulness for the use as a builder's storage yard, and this application allows us an opportunity to enhance the landscaping at the site and hopefully prevent it from deteriorating condition that it's in. And that is the end of my presentation. So if there's any questions about the application.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. I'm going to ask Amanda Urmson, our landscape officer, to come in just to highlight. Obviously, there are issues there, and I know you viewed the site, just to sort of look at those aspects that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Amy, could you just put up the aerial photo from the beginning of your presentation?
Could I ask you to just pull your microphone a bit closer, please? Thank you.
So, when I first got the application in, obviously there was a degree of concern about the location being in with the national landscape and why development couldn't be outside in a less potentially sensitive location. But having visited the site and also looked at some of the wider context of approvals and permissions that have been granted and other projects that we're aware of, it became rapidly apparent that the site is fully enclosed now by recent woodland planting that's been carried out by the Woodland Trust. So if you look on the field to the east and south, you see the slightly lighter brown colour. That's all native tree planting that's recently taken place. So obviously when that matures, that's going to create quite a strong landscape feature that is going to virtually completely screen the site, I would suggest, from any views from the national landscape. There's already quite established woodland hedge planting on the western boundary that's going to be further enhanced and existing on the northern boundary. So within that context, and noting the existing permitted use of the site, the degree of significant change is negligible in terms of the additional impacts on the landscape. So on that basis, there did not seem to be any grounds to raise an objection. We secured some additional mitigation to make sure that the planting that is carried out as part of this development on the existing bunds around the site will include some taller stock, some more mature planting stock. So while that outside the site, out of the control of the applicant, while that woodland planting matures, there will actually be some quicker impact from what happens within the site. But on the basis of the fact that there was potential for harm and we were satisfied that there was adequate mitigation being offered, that's why I was able to come to the conclusion that there was no reason to object on landscape grounds.
Thank you, Ms. Urmson. Members, any questions? Councillor Pannell.
Yes, thank you. You've mentioned the drainage issue, which the parish raised as a concern. But can you just ask about environmental health? Because if there's going to be storage of items such as boats and vehicles there, which was mentioned, it could well be that there's contaminants that might be flushed into the soil. Are we seeking mitigation to prevent any damage from chemicals from boats or vehicles and similar items contaminating the ground and seeping out into nearby ground.
So that consideration would have been considered by the environmental health officer, but it wasn't a matter that they raised as being a point of concern within their consultation comment. In terms of there is an established use where it is a builder's storage yard, so there could be diggers and other equipment there that would potentially have the same level of ground contamination harm. So that was weighed in the planning balance.
Yeah, I was thinking of things, particularly boats. You've got anti-fouling chemicals and those sorts of things. So do you think that's been adequately addressed?
I believe so, as part of the environmental health officer's input on the application. They would have considered land contamination that could arise from any potential use, and it was made aware to them that it would be that the proposed use is very broad in that it could be boats or vehicles or shipping containers. So they are aware that it could be boats sited there.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure I was the next, but anyway, I'll accept it. Yeah, genuinely confused about some of this, because if we're approving this as an open air storage, I saw in some of the plans that there was a proposal for shipping containers to be sited. So is that still part of the request? And if so, how is that counted as open air storage? And I do have a follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah, so just to begin, technically, under sort of the use class order, shipping containers are classed as open air storage, even though they aren't technically open to the air. It just means they're not under a building structure, so there's no buildings going to be constructed there. So I understand how it can be confusing that shipping containers are enclosed, but technically they are still under open air storage. And in terms of the plans themselves, the agent put on the shipping containers as an indicative to show the highways officer that the turning and manoeuvres could be achieved on the site, and that is where the shipping containers would be sited, and any sort of other storage items. So the boxes that you see within the site aren't actually what they're applying permission for. They're an outline of where the storage will go to be sited.
Well, maybe you know more than me, because my understanding from looking at the application is that there's a request for shipping containers, and that's what's been submitted. So unless someone tells me otherwise, that's what I understand is part of the proposal. My question is, how many layers of shipping containers could possibly be sited, one on top of the other?
So there's a planning condition on any consent that will ensure that they aren't double stacked, that any shipping container would be single stacked. The proposed development description is not specifically for shipping containers, it's for B8 open storage use. So that's how I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that it's important to consider that it could be a range of storage items such as boats, vehicles and shipping containers. So the application isn't specifically looking at a number of shipping containers. If we grant consent, they would have permission to put any number of shipping containers and boats or vehicles as long as it met the Class B8 storage definition within the site plan that's highlighted on the presentation slide now.
Yeah, if I may share. So given that they could have put shipping containers on the site, And given that an indicative plan shows the place full of shipping containers, one might assume that they could put shipping containers there. So my follow-up question, if I may, is to go back to the national landscape question, because in the report, there's a consideration of any additional harm that this new application may have over and above the existing use of building site. And I'd like to ask the officer if the site is full of shipping containers, perhaps, does that still mean, in your view, there's no additional harm compared to the existing use as a building site storage spot?
Thank you. The condition will require them to be only stacked as single storey. So the height of the bund around the outside of the, around the eastern boundary and the southern boundaries of the site, along with the proposed planting on the top of the bund, and along with the woodland planting that's taken place on the land adjacent, will prevent long views into the site. You won't be able to, a single storey container, you wouldn't be able to see it any more than you would a high-sided van or a other sort of material that might be stored in there. So on that basis, I've taken the view that no, it won't be any additional harm. If you could see it, that would be quite different, but I think ultimately, once the planting's matured, you won't be able to see it.
Can I bring, thank you for that, can I bring Mr. Weimer?
I'd just like to clarify a point. At present, there's a certificate of lawful use for the use of the land as a builder store. Within the confines of that lawful certificate, there'd be nothing to stop the owner putting containers or putting shipping containers on there now, provided they were only used for storing building materials. So if he had, I don't know, one for timber, one for pipes, whatever, there's nothing. So at the moment, there's nothing to stop, presumably a smaller number, because it'd be difficult to, I think, justify it was still for building materials. There's nothing to stop containers being put on the land now. I am absolutely certain that this scheme will improve that situation because it provides a significantly higher amount of mitigation and screening. The use is slightly different, but in reality, I think this application, longer term or even medium term, will improve the relationship with the national landscape over and above the authorised use at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Right, Councillor Allen. Councillor Nix.
Yes, so one of the examples you gave of this class of use was distribution centre. So I'm thinking if you're using it for storage for a distribution centre, there'll be a number of vehicles going in and out of there. Has that been taken into account as part, because it's a very narrow road in places, have lots of vehicles going in and out, that's obviously a concern?
Yeah, so the proposed development description is specifically for Class B8 open air storage. So it doesn't include distribution centre in the proposed development description. That's the definition of what Class B8 is, but we've made sure that the proposed development description of what they would gain consent for does not refer to distribution centre. And also there is a planning condition on there which will restrict the use of the site for open air storage.
Just as a follow-up to that, I'm not getting stuck on whether there's going to be lots of containers, etc. However, that's still going to mean that there's going to be lots of maybe large vehicles and vehicles going in to pick stuff up from the containers, even if it's not a distribution centre. So has that been, Highways have obviously said that they're happy with it, but have they considered that there's going to be, there could be a much higher number of road, I can't remember what the technical name for it is, comings and goings of to the site?
Yeah, so the Highways Officer comment, consultation comment, goes into how they wanted to see the TRIX data of how a lorry or a large vehicle would be able to adequately turn and use the site and make sure that it wasn't going to impact the highway safety. And they were of the opinion that it could be achieved within the site, and they were happy. They also calculated that for a use such as this, there would be around 30 journeys per day visiting the site. However, from looking at other examples of open air storage that we see kind of across the country, because it's storage and not something like people use it in order to store and not, they don't want to have quick access to it. They tend to be a lot less frequency of users going there than what the highways officer might have indicated. There was a traffic survey done by the planning consultant Savills, which conducted sort of a traffic survey on sites in Weston-super-Mare, and that was found that it would be on average 8 visits per day. And that's kind of an average figure.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you. First off, chapeau to the Woodland Trust. They're doing the Lord's work, and well done them for planting the trees, irrespective of our decision today. Worst case scenario, under its current use class and under the proposed use class, standing anywhere in that photograph, would we be able to tell whether the decision we'd made today had gone one way or the other? I mean, it seems to me that if you want to really push the limits of the current use class, you could stack the containers on top of each other, because that's apparently not yet a condition. And if we grant this permission and someone misuses it and pushes the limits there, I don't see what difference someone passing by would be able to say, I wish they hadn't taken that decision, whichever way it goes.
Mr. Wyman.
I think if it was tomorrow, no, I don't think you'd see a difference. Once the bund and the planting on top of the bund has taken place, then I think you would see a difference, because you would see less of the site and less of the items being stored there because of the mitigation with this application. So I think, yes, you would notice a difference, but I think it would be, you would see less of it rather than the same.
So, sorry, just because I know from bitter personal experience that sort of some aspects of a permission are brought forward at different rates to others. I mean, is there anything that says the bund and the planting will come before any other use? Or, I mean, could we fill it with shipping containers, boats and caravans and then say, oh yeah, we'll get round to the bund later?
Sorry, I haven't got the condition in front of me, but it's written out in full in the officer report, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I can't remember the trigger.
The landscaping shall be implemented no later than the first planting season following the commencement of the use hereby permitted, and then therefore maintained. The bund's already in place. There is already an earth bund. It's planting on top of the bund.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you. And we'll move on to the speakers on this. We do not have an objector. We have a supporter, Mark Greatorex. Would you like to come forward for your 3 minutes?
So thank you for your time this morning. I bought this piece of land about a year ago when I retired, unfortunately due to ill health, with the purpose of generating a level of rental income for my family. And our initial plan was to keep it as it is, really, and to build on what was already there. So there was already containers there. I think the photograph shows the last couple, and there was a couple of port cams, the last couple there. and multiple builders were using it. So the plan was really to get builders in there to have their storage and also to have a porter cabin renter business. So we were going to have a number of porter cabins that we would send out to builders' sites as their offices. However, when we can I have the next slide, please? When we looked at the entrance, we were a bit concerned about the location of the entrance. So this triggered the planning appeal, because you see there's a car there that's just by the gate, and if that was a lorry with a porter cabin on the back and the gate was closed, it was concerning me that that would be potentially a hazard. And also you'll notice it's very close to where the road goes down to a single lane. So my initial thing was, well, let's run the business, but let's move the entrance to where we want the safer entrance, because there's more runoff between the road and where the entrance would be. As you can see, I've marked it there as the proposed area of where the driveway is. So it gives us more room and a safer entrance. That was the original inception of the thing. However, as we asked around and we told people and we shared our plans with it, whilst the builders were interested, and yeah, they'll be storing a variety of things, including machinery and their spare stuff, and they're all interested in shipping containers. There's obviously a lot of demand out there that we found from the general public to store things. They've got small houses, lots of stuff, they want to get rid of it. So we felt actually applying for a bigger portfolio of storage would give us a broader clientele so that we could have a more sustainable business, if that makes sense. So that's how we came to it. So during the planning process, which went very well, in terms of communication, we were asked a number of things. Obviously, moving the hedge requires us to do a biodiversity net gain, so we've completed that and exceeded quite considerably the requirements, I believe. And also, as the landscape officer mentioned, we've agreed to landscaping, including putting in some fairly mature trees. I wish they weren't so expensive, but some pretty mature trees to help the screening from the initial thing. And as I said, there's a bund that goes around. The average height of that's around about 4 or 5 feet, and we're going to make sure that that's up there. So a shipping container's 8 feet, so you're only going to have a little bit that you're going to see anyway. We also, you heard about drainage. We had a full drainage survey completed, and we've got the drainage, and having that green thing is basically a trench with a pipe in it, and the entrance to it would be a tarmac road to stop stones and things blowing into the road to make it safer. So we've complied with that as well. Okay, so the last slide, really, in summary, what we think we're doing is we're trying to be good neighbours here in terms of having a better access, safer access for the usage. We've exceeded the biodiversity game plan. We put a drainage plan in. We're going to do the landscaping we've asked for. But obviously, your decision, if you don't feel this, we will go back to using it as the builder storage and the porter cabin business, because we know that's a business plan that works. So, your decision. We feel this is an enhancement. We feel we've tried to be good neighbours to the people of Lod as well on our proposal. So, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Greatorex. Thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Rake.
Sorry, just to clarify. Is it your understanding that your current lawful use would allow you to run a porter cabin business from there? Because my understanding thus far was that the lawful use was as a builder's yard.
The porter cabin would be for builders, so it would be builder storage. So they wouldn't be just general porter cabin business. It would be specific site offices for building sites. So yes, we believe it comes under the use, but obviously we would clarify that before we.
Thank you.
Mr. Weimer?
I agree. I think if it's porter cabins or site huts, for want of a better phrase, that are only going to construction sites, then I would see that still storage for builders' purposes. So I don't think that would be beyond the existing lawful use.
Thank you. Councillor Pannell.
Could I put the same question to you as I put to the officer, which is, you mentioned the drainage. What mitigation will there be to ensure that harmful chemicals don't seep out from the site?
It's a difficult one to answer because I don't know exactly sure what's going to be stored on there. We would expect any boat, for example, that seemed to be one of your major concerns, to have been pressure washed before it's brought to the site, and therefore, the sites where it's done, that's all environmentally contained. For example, down in Salcombe, they have a pad where you wash it and all that's contained on. But you know, if somebody brings a a dumper truck or a digger or caravan that's got a leak in it, then I don't know how we would be able to mitigate. The ground is not going to be sealed, so we're not sealing it for drainage purposes. It's going to be a permeable structure. So I'm not taking any specific. I don't know what specific things we could take, to be honest. So
thank you.
Well, perhaps should that arise, would you investigate taking preventative measures to make sure there's no harm to the surrounding land?
So in our contract to anybody who uses the land, there will be clauses in there that make sure that they leave the land as they find it, or leave the storage container as they find it if they're using a storage container. So if indeed there was some form of contamination, we would expect to put them right. But that would be a general clause that would be in the contract.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you. Hello there. Hi. Just two quick questions. Firstly, are you comfortable with the proposed condition on opening hours, which I think is from 7 till 9 p.m? Is that acceptable? And what kind of lighting do you think you need on a site like this? And how, I can't remember if there's a condition on lighting, but maybe you can describe what you're proposing.
Yeah, certainly. Ideally, we'd like to have 24-hour access, but if that's a condition that is, we can live within that thing. So that's not an ideal condition from our perspective, but we could live with it. In terms of the lighting, if the opening hours are that, then we would restrict it. The idea is to put them at fairly low-level lighting. We don't want to create a light pollution. So our plan is to have fairly low-level lighting, which would be driven through probably proximity, but we haven't actually finally done that. We'll be installing a closed-circuit TV or security monitoring system. It's actually not closed-circuit because it's going up to the cloud, but there will be a security system which will have cameras around there, and they'll need some form of lighting to support that, but that will be motion-sensitive lighting.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Chair, could I ask the officer if there's a condition on lighting? I can't see one. Maybe I missed it, and whether we could put that. Oh,
Condition 8.
Thank you.
Details of any external lighting, including security lighting, to be erected, placed or sited within the site shall be submitted to and approved.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions? Councillor Rake.
So just in practical terms, just so that I understand it, well, two questions really. One is, and I realise, no, I won't ask that one. I'll ask the second one, which is, so there's a prohibition in condition 7 on the site being used for maintenance of vehicles, boats or caravans. So someone can't come and say, can I store my boat here? And then be coming back every day to kind of tinker with the engine and grease the capstan or whatever you do on a boat. How do we expect that to be policed? Because, I mean, I'm presuming you're not going to be striding around all day, every day saying, put down that spanner and stop greasing your capstan.
I'm not sure how it could be policed, to be perfectly honest, is the honest answer to your question. If somebody takes a car up there or a boat or something, and they want to go and mess with the engine, or they want to put something inside it, or they want to check that it's the cover's still on, or whatever it might be, I don't know how one would be able to police that. In terms of the usage, that's I'd be open to suggestions, but I don't have a suggestion on how I would be able to police that. I am not going to be on the site. This site is going to be predominantly remote managed. There's going to be an electronic entry gate so that you can only get in there, and we know who's gone in. So one of our things is that we want to know who's gone in. If we see somebody using the site for that sort of storage and they're using it very frequently, then we might go and ask them some questions to say, hang on a minute, you're storing your boat here and you seem to be up here every day, what's going on? But and we would see that remotely. We wouldn't see that by visual inspection.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Greatorex. Thank you. Right, we'll move on. We do not have a speaker from Loddeswell Parish Council, but we have the ward member, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as been noted, I brought this to the committee because the parish council strongly objected, listing a number of points of concern. Well, perhaps we could go to that. Lighting, flooding, opening hours, much more drainage, environmental health concerns. To be honest, I think many of those have been answered, and the ones that haven't, I will perhaps touch on at a later point, if I may. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. That concludes the speakers.
Can I ask a question of the officers?
Councillor Parent, certainly.
We've heard the applicant say that he's not sure how he would control the use of the site with people coming to work on things that presumably we could control it, because I suppose that would be a matter of enforcement, and we would in that event, would we go to the landowner or would we go to the individuals working on the items stored there?
Mr. Weimer.
Yes, you're right, Councillor. The condition 7 that basically says the site shall not be used for the maintenance or any other works to vehicles, boats or caravans stored in the area. I think it's a matter of fact and degree. If someone, just before they take the caravan out, goes and the mop and bucket and cleans it, I think that's one. But if you're, what it's really, the reason for the condition is to stop really noise, dust, fumes from effectively akin to a garage workshop, because someone's taking in vehicles and maintaining them, making some rebuilding them. I don't know if someone's racing vehicles, then having a container. So I think yes, we could. Who would take action on? You'd take action against anybody with an interest in the land. So you would take if any enforcement action was served, it would be on the landowner and anybody who's leasing that particular block, parcel, container, however the lease is done. So it would have to be on both.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Right. We'll move on to. Were you looking for a question?
I was looking to be first when we move on to.
I was just about to move on to open the debate on this, and Councillor Rake, you can open the debate.
Thank you. So I think I've been convinced by the report and the discussion thus far that that even in the worst case scenario, this will not be worse than the worst case scenario under the existing permission, and therefore I think that I am happy to move that we approve this in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Rake, and I'm happy to second it on the basis of the information before us. Thank you. Members, any other further comments? Any comments from members? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Perhaps I could go back to the list of points raised by the Parish Council and just make sure those are addressed. So I think what we've heard is that there's no environmental concerns, drainage taken care of, lighting. What I'd like to ask is that when we condition or when we approve the condition of the lighting, we require it to be low-level lighting or motion censored triggered, so that there's not high bright lights. I would assume that that's what's in the mind of officers anyway. I wouldn't mind if we could add some suitable words to the condition so that it's crystal clear what we're expecting there. If I may ask for that, Chair.
Mr. Weimer, any clarification on that? Because we've got wording on the condition.
I think I'd rather have, rather than specify it in the condition, I'd rather put it as an informative saying the details required by condition 8, I think it was. The authority would be expecting low level and control be either motion or what we don't want that site lit all the time when it's not being used. Absolutely.
Yeah, and informative, that would be super. With regard to opening hours, I think I'm comfortable. Much more information. I am still somewhat concerned about the condition that relates to maintenance of vehicles and so on. I mean, I have to be honest, I wasn't really convinced by the applicant's answer there. I would have thought that one would expect there to be a contractual agreement between the owner and any person storing on that site to note the clause that we've put in about no maintenance being allowed on that site and storage only. I don't see how, I mean, I'm not sure whether we're able to sort of strengthen our clause there a little bit so that the obligation applies to the user as well as the landowner. Again, it's a bit of an open question as to the way we might do that or how we might encourage the owner to specify that more clearly for any user.
Mr. Weimer.
I cannot think of a set of circumstances where the planning authority would be stipulating the terms of a lease from storage. So I think I'd want to step back from that. There's no doubt that I think if I was operating it and I didn't want the council coming knocking on the door saying you're breaching your condition, I think I would put something in the lease just to say you shouldn't be maintaining vehicles here. But that's entirely up to the operator. I'm comfortable that the condition as worded, if it's breached, then we can take action, and the action will be against the owner of the land and the lessee who was doing the work. So it's standard in planning legislation that if you take enforcement action, you take against everyone who's got an interest in the land. So the landowner wouldn't be able to say, well, it's not me, Gov, I've rented it out to someone else. The landowner would still be responsible as well as the person who rents it.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I'm comfortable with that. Appreciate that answer.
Thank you. If there are no other, Councillor Rake?
I'm just on the point of the lighting rather than the condition 7. There's nothing in here that I've seen, and maybe I'm wrong, about security cameras. Is there? None. So would the installation of security cameras, which might be considered as accessory to this sort of operation, require further permission, or because you see them on applications that we do deal with, like?
I think there will be situations where I'm going to call them CCTV. I know they're not because I'm not closed circuit anymore, but there'll be a situation where security cameras would require consent if they were on individual high poles. But if they were placed on buildings, I think they would then be seen to be de minimis and probably wouldn't require consent. So it's probably a matter of fact and degree at the time. I would expect any details that came in for condition 8, which is the lighting, to include any lighting that would be any low-level lighting that would be required for security cameras. I mean, the quality of security cameras now in low light conditions is significantly higher than it used to be. So you don't need like almost daylight conditions for security cameras to work. So I wouldn't necessarily envisage that it would need significant levels of lighting. But until we know what cameras are planned where, it'd be impossible to say whether they would or wouldn't require consent, because I suspect some would, some wouldn't. But if they're on the side of, if they're just on the side of the corner points of a container, then I'd suggest they probably wouldn't require consent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Right, we have proposer and seconder on this for acceptance of the officer's recommendation of conditional approval. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those all in favour? Members, that is unanimous, so therefore the application is approved. And thank you everybody for attending. Thank you, Ms. Urmson and Ms. Sanders, for the presentations. And we now have a changeover of officers for the next application. Members, we will now move on to agenda item 6D, which is 349424 FUL, Thistle Spring at Ford. The case officer is Adrian Noon, and the recommendation is approval subject to conditions. Mr. Noon?
Sorry, you're coming through my laptop.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm in my laptop as well now. Okay, I think I can probably soldier through that. I'm getting a bit of feedback coming out of here for some reason. The application at Thistle Spring Ford is for a small agricultural building to meet the applicant's sort of agricultural needs of his activities on site. Right, they're sort of at a higher level, just to show where we are out in remote open countryside. You've got Frogmore just up to the northwest, I think Chillington to the north. There is the applicant's ownership indicated on this drawing here. He also has access up, you can just see off the bottom left-hand corner of the red line, that's the access out onto the road where we went on the site visit. That access is shared by the applicant's plot, the one in the middle, and the one on the
Mr.
left-hand
Noon,
side.
your feedback, we can still hear your speaker is still on.
If you come down here. Oops, sorry. Right, is that cured things?
That's much better.
Right, thank you.
If you can get back to your presentation.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So yes, the applicant site there on the right-hand side of the field, shared with point of access off the road, shared with the other three little plots there. And you can see to the east, there's other little plots that have been created, with including the one with the building on it immediately adjacent. For the purpose of the application, the site is in red at the southern end. That's where the building would go, up in the sort of bottom right-hand corner of the red line, and then the remainder of the land is not subject to the application. There is a block plan showing the building in the corner there, where there is a roadside hedge which would be at the back of the building, and then on the other side of the road there's a sort of tree bank, such that the building in views from the north would appear below those trees to the rear of it, sort of provides some sort of screening and visual mitigation. Also suggesting that there could be some landscaping planting to supplement what is already there. The red lines that you see, there's an overlapping red rectangle. That is an existing static caravan that is sited on the land. And then on the right-hand side, there's a range of sort of trailers and other sort of temporary type structures, which the applicant is currently using for storing his various agricultural bits and bobs. Those would be removed, is the intent, and then we would have a single building to provide his needs, storage needs, in connection with his activities, which are on the running along the east side of the field. He has a number of poultry sheds there, and sort of poultry runs. And the remainder of the land is sort of just, there's some sort of vegetable growing, and so some planting going along on the boundaries just to sort of beef up sort of the hedgerows. So there is the building itself. So you're looking at sort of 9 metres by 4 metres by about 4 metres high, just under 4 metres high, as I recall. This is just indicatively showing what could be fitted in there. I think he's got a couple of little small tractors, various items for storage, and then to meet his personal needs, he would, to provide a sort of basic welfare facilities, he would like to be able to put a touring caravan into the shed where he could sort of sit in times of inclement weather, somewhere to toilet facilities, and also something to sit and have a cup of tea. He does have some his own sort of, he will come on to that, I'm just speaking today, but he also has a number of health conditions where he does need to sort of take rest during his activities, which are accepted as hobby activities. But our policies don't distinguish between sort of agriculture for the purposes of business or whether it's hobby agriculture. It's whether the building is commensurate with the level of activity on the site. There's elevation drawings. You can see the trees on the bottom drawing sort of in the background there, such that the sort of, you wouldn't get something on the skyline here. The trees would always sort of cover up the sort of the ridge would always be below the vegetation behind it in the longer views. And then the road is a little bit lower than the land at this point, and then there's a hedge there as well. So going through on the lane, the tree wouldn't, the hedgerow would sort of essentially screen it from passers-by on the road. And then there's just the other elevation. So just very simple. It is steel framed, but timber clad, so would appear as a sort of simple utilitarian structure. There is the caravan that was there on site. When we did the committee site visit, you can see the sort of various little structures along on the left-hand side where there's some solar panels provided. There's some sort of batteries, battery charging, a tool store there. So that is all what is currently available. The caravan was on site when he bought the land. He is used, when I visited, the time these photographs were taken in the summer, was being used really for essentially storage and a little bit of somewhere to sit down and welfare space when he's on site. But he does accept that that is not a residential caravan. It doesn't have planning permission to be there for residential purposes. And the intent of this is to replace that with the building proposed. Just a little slight close up there of the various bits and bobs. There's a water container on top, raised up next to that ladder. There is, I understand, there's a water source at the bottom of the field, and it's pumped up here to serve for the poultry and watering. And there is, again in summer, that's the run, the run of runs of poultry that he is raising, and there were a number of the various poultry on site, still ongoing activity when we made our site visit. So in terms of the key issues, in principle, we accept that an appropriate building to meet the agricultural needs of whatever is going on site is usually justified. At hobby level, it's usually something pretty small, if anything. But what is going on here, I think, is sort of, it doesn't seem to be out of kilter in terms of the activities that this gentleman is getting up to. The justification here, he's got a number of poultry he's raising here. He's doing some sort of vegetable growing. There's various projects in mind. Is this building a reasonable structure to meet those needs? I think that the case is made in this instance. In terms of its visual impact, it is a simple structure, timber clad, longer rather than sort of squat and wide. So it's a sort of fairly slim building, low ridge height, sited in a corner of the building where it's likely to be least visually intrusive from the passers-by. And in terms of long views, will be mitigated by the fact you've got sort of hedge on both sides, on the left-hand side as you look from the north, and then the bank of vegetation behind, such that it wouldn't appear as a sort of on the skyline in any views. So the siting has been reasonably selected, and there would be scope for some additional landscape planting just to sort of beef up the hedge to the rear and, you know, on the open sides that into the sites, just to break up the visual impact of it. So therefore, on the basis that we can get in that extra planting and that it would remain as a simple agricultural building, recommendation is of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just could you give us a total area of the holding? And I presume that because it's not a major agricultural holding, you don't need agricultural appraisal?
Yes, I think at hobby agricultural levels, I don't think we wouldn't expect a sort of full-on agricultural appraisal. The area is about a hectare, about.
Members, any further questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Could you take us back to the elevations? Just thank you. So, and the other one. So there's no fenestration in the walls. Are the walls slatted or are they solid? Sorry, you probably said in my.
Councillor Powell.
Two questions. You've said you think the size is commensurate with what's needed, but 9.5 metres seems quite a large structure. Perhaps you could explain why something of that size is needed, and what is there to prevent anybody deciding to stay, especially if they've moved a touring caravan in, staying and sleeping on the site?
I mean, on the latter point, it would be the powers of enforcement that exist to prevent. Clearly, you need planning permission to live on site. So that, as always, would fall to enforcement if it came to our attention. In terms of the size, well, I've seen sort of the level of activities there. You've got a fair few bits of machinery there. I think they would all benefit from being stored in one building. I was minded. Well, in my mind, when I was offering pre-application advice here, I thought, well, if this were in equestrian use, it'd be quite probable that someone would be looking for a sort of two stable, one loose box type structure. So I felt that a building of that size, if approached differently through an equestrian justification, might well be supportable. A similar size building, carefully sited, struck me as not being problematic visually. And given the level of activity and the amount of equipment the gentleman has, which doesn't seem out of kilter with the size of the plot, I felt this building would be a reasonable approach to tidying up the site.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. It's sort of noticeable that all three adjoining councils, parish councils, have objected. They're not here to represent today, but I was just wondering if, when particularly Southport Parish Council mentions that one of their concerns is there's no further information on either planned agricultural use and activities. It seems to me it's poultry and various hobbies, welfare facilities. Do you know what they mean by welfare? Is that welfare of animals or? Thank you.
I think it's the applicant's welfare. It's not uncommon that there is somewhere where someone would be able to sit in shelter when it's raining when they're out somewhere like this. Very often it would just be simply a corner of the shed that sort of sit down, make a cup of tea, maybe have a portaloo in there if that's what you need. I think this gentleman does have a number of has health issues that have been referred to. The need to lie down occasionally, which is, I'm mindful of the fact that a touring caravan placed here and used for agricultural purposes, generally speaking, doesn't need planning permission. We want to look very carefully at such circumstances. But it struck me as, well, it's preferable that's placed in the shed and not on the land. It would be a visual improvement in my mind to sort of get rid of what is there and make the facility so that he can meet his basic needs when he's here in a much more discreet way than placing a caravan on the site. You can just push it in the shed. It's out of sight. You would always need planning permission to live in it, or just overnight stays would become a problem if there was no justification to be there.
Just as a follow-up, I realise that this is an interpretation, but again, all three parish councils have objected. Have they raised concerns about overnight stays already? Has that come to is there a pattern and a history of that?
There is a history of that. I think maybe probably in the hands of the previous owner who left the caravan behind. I think it was on our radar and there was enforcement investigations there. I think this gentleman has used it occasionally overnight. It's not been established that has got to a level that is a fundamental problem, but it's something that the enforcement investigations were triggered by, and I accept that is a concern of the parishes, that there is a desire to stay here more often than we could probably support. Because obviously with hobby agriculture, I think you would really struggle to create a justification based on your agricultural activities. An occasional overnight stay might not be unreasonable depending on the circumstances, which is why, although the gentleman did sort of ask us to consider whether or not we could give a certain number of nights that you could stay here, I felt that wasn't justified. We would have to deal with that. If he did need to stay here, we'd have to deal with those stays on their merits, should they come to our attention.
Thank you. Any other question? Councillor Bonner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you, Adrian. The good report. So 2 questions. One is relating to the buildings that are existing to be removed. Obviously, the application's got to comply with the plan. I presume the plan indicates that those buildings are removed, but I'm not sure if there's a condition on that. Maybe that's something for us to think about. And secondly, regarding screening, you mentioned in your slide that there's an opportunity for landscaping. So what are you actually asking for, or what's being proposed on landscaping and screening of this from the north side? Thank you.
This photograph's taken from the south side, so I think we can sort. Sorry, this is looking south. Sorry, from the north side. So it gives us a pretty good idea. The building is similar dimensions to that, although with a pitched roof and in roughly the same position. So from this view, a better colour timber cladding would not be as intrusive as the white caravan. Obviously, with the belt behind it, it provides that element of sort of cover. It's not going to screen it from this direction. So I think the intent of the landscaping is you can get a bit of planting along in front of it here, such that views from the north would break it up. But obviously, if it's timber, it won't draw the eye in the same way as a white caravan does. In terms of the other bits and bobs there, the intent, well, part of my rationale for recommending approval here is this would give this gentleman the storage facilities that he says he needs. And I think with the size of the holding and the level of activities, I think it would be quite difficult to justify the retention of all the other bits and bobs if you've got a purpose design building that they could go in. And we would need to look at that very carefully. I've not put a recommending condition saying all that needs to be removed. Firstly, because it's if it's a structure, it's unauthorised, and we need to deal with that through enforcement powers. You shouldn't do it by condition, because the planning permission is not for the retention of this. So the retention of this couldn't be in breach of a condition, because it's not the development that's been applied for. I think you'd always wisest to deal with it straightforward by enforcement action. The caravan would have to go, because the building's roughly on its footprint, big overlap there. And those other bits and bobs, I think, would need to become subject to enforcement action if it turns out they are buildings through the passage of time. They started off life as movable structures. They may have acquired an air of permanence now. I have pressed the applicant through his agent to give me a timescale as part of the justification of this application for the removal of those bits and bobs. Hopefully he'll be able to, in his 3 minutes, give you an idea of the intent there. My understanding has always been that the building would provide the storage space that is currently provided for by what we see in this photo. And it would be an matter for enforcement if that stuff was retained after the building was built. But I think it would be difficult to justify it, given the level of activity and the fact that the building, we have been told, is what is needed for the holding.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Any further questions?
Sorry, I'm not sure I got an answer to my question about landscaping plans. You mentioned the picture, but what landscaping is proposed or screening is proposed, or would you ask for?
Well, it's a matter of condition because it's not on the plan. So I think you have asked. I've suggested the condition because we're not saying compliance with a plan. We're asking for some extra. I would hope for something along in front of the building. It might just be a few trees just to break it up visually, rather than, we're not trying to sort of hide it completely. The building next door doesn't have any landscaping on it. There's the aerial photograph there. So I mean, there's nothing on that building. But what I would hope for is sort of, I don't know if the cursor is going to show up here, but I would hope for something sort of, a little belt of planting in front of the building, on the north side of the building, just to serve to break it up in views from the north, not looking to hide it, just, maybe a row of fruit trees or something like that, just to provide a bit of screening. But I think with the background vegetation and the fact that it's a simple timber structure, I don't think it needs to be hidden in the countryside.
There is a condition 3 requesting a landscape planting scheme be submitted and approved. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Just with respect to that image, then what we see, I guess, is the current mobile home very close to the site where the shed is proposed, and of similar size to the proposed shed. And we're 9 metres, just sounds a lot, but actually compared to the one to the east, assuming north up here, then quite a small area compared to that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Pannell.
Well, to add to that question, I think it was implied that, or mentioned that large building might be used for housing livestock. Was that right?
I don't know what it's used for. It's quite a light application from about, I think, I've mentioned it in the report, it's about 2018. That was at the time, that applicant only owned the little strip that building is on in this location, although they did seem to have some other land a couple of miles away that formed part of their agricultural activity. So that building was justified on slightly bigger agricultural holding, but at this site, a very similar size field.
Members, any further questions? If not, thank you, and we'll move on to the speakers. We don't have an objector, but we have Mr. Caldwell, the supporter. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My wife and I bought this 2 acres of land in April 2023. And we bought it from a person who was living there permanently for several years. It is not our intention to live on the land, but just to go down every so often and look after the animals that we have. At the moment, we have about 130 poultry, and we've managed to get feed in for them, which will last for 5 days. We also have got in reserve for them 3,000 litres of water, which gives them clean water every single day. The mobile home on the land was illegal, and we have never lived there and never intend to live there. We live in Weymouth, and I travel down when required. We hope to build a building that will cater for my disability needs as well as my agricultural needs. I have got quite bad disabilities, and I really don't think I should talk about it publicly. So welfare facilities within the building are essential. Without them, I will not be able to go there. I have to have somewhere where I can sleep, because I get problems when I get that, I have to sleep. And sometimes that can last 14 hours. I've been taken to hospital already from the location and had several ambulances out. And I've also, over the years, had family come. I've got a lot of family in the area, extended family, and they come out to support me when I'm unwell. There is a large building next door to us, and I think it was something about 20 metres by 10. I'm looking at Adrian.
I think I've referred to it in the report in the planning history on the adjoining site.
Yeah, and I think that's set a bit of a precedent. And our building is going to be smaller than that, approximately 50% smaller. The building next door is used for storing tractors. That's it, really. I don't think I've got anything else to say.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Members, any questions of Mr. Caldwell? Councillor Taylor?
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, it's difficult when you're not well, but I'm a retired farmer, and I've got concerns about visiting livestock every 5 or 6 days because of the welfare of the animals. Because if you get frosty conditions and if water freezes, they're without water. And that would be my biggest concern, because obviously you live in Weymouth, which is 2.5 hours or whatever you take to get down. So that would be my concern on this one, the welfare of the animals that you got on site, and the difficulty of looking after them.
Well, luckily, as I said, I have a large extended family who live in the area, and they pop up every so often to check the animals. And when I can't get there, they go and deal with everything, feeding, watering, the lot. So I'm quite lucky in that way.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for coming on to talk to us. My question relates to the point I raised before about the other buildings and landscaping. Do you have a view about the need for those other ancillary buildings, the small sheds on the right-hand side? Oh, as we flip through this, on the left-hand side, as we look at this, as you see on the screen, for staying on the site if we do approve this new shed? And do you have any views about putting some additional landscaping in? I see there's some trees planted, proposed to be planted in the plan. What about what Mr. Noon was saying about additional screening?
Yeah, we've already started that. We've planted a number of trees, and we've planted 200 yards of hedgerow. So, and the bottom half of the land we leave wild. We don't do anything with that. There's just trees planted at the bottom, and we leave the bottom wild. And oh, that picture's gone. Could you bring that picture back, please? Nope. The one with showing the picture of the land with the red line around it. That's it. Yeah, you can see there the squares which the previous owner dug out, and we have cleaned that all up, and we've planted crops in each one of these squares after removing carcasses and whatever else we've found. So we've done a lot of planting.
Thank you. Councillor
Sorry, sorry, Chair, if I may, you didn't give any reply to my question about the additional buildings, whether you would remove them or not. And in fact, in terms of screening, I think your answer was you're not going to do any more screening. But so I give you a chance to answer again, because I didn't hear you say that you would do that. Perhaps I missed it.
No, I didn't say it. It's work in progress. I can't do everything because I cannot work fast and I cannot work for long hours. So, and the buildings, every single building you see there will be gone. They're falling apart. We're using it at the moment for rearing and also for storing our solar panels, all solar batteries, etc. All that we want to move into the small barn.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Just going back to the animals again. So none of those structures are used for poultry other than rearing, you mentioned. Do you mean when they're...
We store our solar equipment in there, solar batteries, and the blue trailer for rearing the chicks.
For rearing. So
Yeah.
when the animals, the poultry are outside, there's no other structures. For example, if you're in Weymouth, there's heavy rain, all the poultry are outside all the time?
No, we've
There's
got,
no
plenty, we've
structures for
got
them?
plenty of coops.
You have
for
got
the
coops for
poultry.
them?
Yeah, we have coops.
Okay, oh, that's a much more useful thing.
And at
Right,
this
so the
moment in
coops are staying,
time,
obviously.
at this moment in time, they've got to be locked up anyway because of avian flu. So.
Oh, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Rake?
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon. Just on your use of the site and your comment about your need to sleep sometimes for 14 hours. I mean, that would constitute, therefore, an overnight stay, right? Okay. And so, and I like to myth bust as much as possible. So, I mean, is the officers right, and to an extent the parish councils are right, to say that your thinking is along the lines of storing a touring caravan inside this shed in order to assist with your welfare needs?
I'm actually not sure whether I'm going to do that. But it was suggested by someone, and I can't remember who. And for some reason, the architect kept putting on plans. But we haven't decided that's what we're going to do yet.
So an alternative would be, say, a bunk and little sort of insulated room within there or something. Yeah, okay. But in any event, this proposal doesn't include any foul water drainage, so you would have to have some sort of cassette toilet arrangement.
Something I'm looking at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Abbott.
Hi. When we walked down your site, there were about 40 poultry in the lower enclosure, and I think you mentioned 140. So are the rest?
About 130 in total.
Okay, thank you. So are they just not on site, or are they in the protected areas because of the bird flu at the moment?
Because of the weather, they get out of the rain and they go in the coops.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Mr. Caldwell, thank you very much.
Can I say something else, if you don't mind?
I don't think it's relevant. You've had the opportunity, but what point do you wish to cover?
I wanted to raise...
Microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise to cover the fact that I sometimes cannot leave the site. I would ask if some reasonable adjustment can be made with the amount of nights I'm allowed to stay.
That's not part of the
It's not.
application. That's not part of the application.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. We don't have a parish council to speak today, but we have the ward member, Councillor Brazil, who is online. Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you, Councillor Long. and sorry I can't be with you in person today. I suppose the concerns of the local communities are very well summed up by all three local parish councils objecting basically on the same about the same things, and that is that they see this as a way of ending up with basically a private caravan site in the middle of the open countryside. And I appreciate that the applicant has medical needs, but in the end, as long as we don't stray outside of disability discrimination, our policies don't actually take that into account. We don't allow people to have houses or build houses because they're disabled. I mean, the policies just don't really embrace that. So I think what you've got here is you've got a position where you're going to put a big building in. I mean, the applicant's been there for almost 2 years. At best, you could call it some poultry. The numbers vary within people. I mean, I'm very sceptical of the fact that somebody can live in Weymouth and have poultry this far away. I would have thought anyone that knows poultry knows that you need to lock them up every night because otherwise a fox will have them. And I can't see anything how that changes. I think there's no track record here of any agriculture, be it hobby or whatever. It's just a very small holding. Wants to put in. Personally, I haven't got a problem with the shed in itself, but I think that this is not it's not as it appears, and that's why all the parishes have objected. Can I just say the barn next door, that is owned by a local farmer who's an agriculture contractor. So the one you can say he's an agricultural contractor. So that's where he stores his farm machinery, and he uses it to both is on his own land and other people's land. And of course, when that came up, there was no objections from any of the parish councils because they see that as a genuine need and reason and good for the local agricultural economy. So I think what we've got here is what if you allow it, you can see there's lots of strips of land there. You're basically saying that everyone can have a touring caravan on their piece of land, and they can and use it as their sort of private caravan site. If you are minded to approve it, then I would suggest that there are incredibly strict conditions around any staying. I mean, the applicant didn't say where he stays when he comes down from Weymouth. Our conjecture from the local community is that he stays there. That is where he stays when he comes from Weymouth. So there needs to be a complete restriction, very strict restriction, no residential occupancy whatsoever. As you saw, it's in the middle of the open countryside. There needs to be an incredibly strict thing about outside lighting. I don't think there should be any outside lighting whatsoever. That is a dark sky area. And if you allow any lighting, it will be detrimental to both the biodiversity and the ecosystem. So, I mean, those were two of the really, I think it needs to be absolutely tight conditions on that. And it does surprise me that despite having the land for 2 years, there's no plan about how to remove all the other buildings before this one goes in. And I think that there should be a precondition that everything that's not meant to be there is removed before the shed goes up. And so that we don't have to worry that basically the shed goes up and then they keep all the other stuff there, which we've seen before. So I would say that those are a precondition. a pre-commencement condition around the removal of all non-allowed buildings, no outside light, and no residential. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Members, any questions of Councillor Brazil? If not, thank you, Councillor Brazil. We will now, that concludes the presentations on this. We'll now move into the debate on this. Does anybody wish to start off? I think that from my point of view, I'll start off, there are still concerns and questions on animal welfare in my mind here about it. And I think that the lack has been said of the strict conditions about staying on site. But members, any other views? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I mean, originally I felt very positive around this application. And I have to say, what I've heard today makes me quite worried. I'm not really seeing the issue about animal welfare, because this site's been running for 2 years, and if the animals, the birds and so on, are looked after properly, you know, I trust the applicant in their welfare. Whether this building is there or not, I'm not sure it's a real planning issue, but maybe other people will correct me on that. What I'm more concerned about, I think, is the purpose of this building. And it seems to me that at least part of the purpose is for the applicant to stay over from time to time and stay overnight there. And he seems to have requested that, even though that's not actually formally part of the application. He seems to desire that and maybe need that. That worries me, and I'd be much happier if there was a clean use of this as an agricultural building, and that there was a commitment to that use only, and that the other parts of the other sheds and so on were removed as part of the conditions. I wouldn't go quite so far as Councillor Brazil in saying they should be removed before this goes up, because they're used as a store, and so I think that's a little bit impractical, but certainly removed within a period of, say, 2 months after this new building is erected and operational. The other buildings should be taken down. But I still don't know the answer to the stay overnight. I'm not sure what to do there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of, you know, the title of this committee is Development Management, and I think there's a lot where I'm not convinced that, in this application, where I'm not convinced that things are actually being managed in an effective and clear way to the benefit either of the applicant or the wider community. I mean, I think it seems to be accepted by the officer that yes, there will be some occasional overnight stays, but one person's occasional is another person's regular. It seems that the implication of that and the use of it as a welfare unit, even without overnight stays, will require a toilet, and I'm with no answer as to, you know, other than saying, well, you'll have to take your waste off site with you. I mean, it doesn't feel like, I have no problem with the proposal, but it seems that there are, as you know, as it is there on the screen, but it seems that it risks opening several cans of worms, and I feel, from that point of view, I feel quite uncomfortable with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I think uncomfortable is just the right word. I mean, for someone who's not very well to have a effectively poultry farm 2.5 hours away, which means that if you're travelling up here, you might be taken ill, you might not be able to come. It sort of seems very onerous that you won't be able to stay overnight. So you'd be coming all the way up here, turning around and going all the way back again. That's a very onerous type of hobby farming, I would have thought. I am concerned about the welfare of the poultry, although obviously this isn't, it's semi-connected to the application. But I mean, we've owned chickens. You can't leave them for 5 days. I don't understand that. I do realise there's family around, but it's just confusing, to be quite honest with you. And when things are confusing in planning, I get cold feet. Why are they confusing? It should be very straightforward by this point. I've gone through all the planning applications. So yeah, it's difficult. I don't think we're getting the full picture, shall I say? Thank you.
Sorry, just to quickly nip back in, and to clarify in case I wasn't sufficiently clear, my concerns don't relate to the application and not the applicant. Obviously, the permission runs with the land, and I'm just concerned that irrespective of who owns this now or in the future, the permission, as we've seen to an extent with the previous the current mobile home, as I understand it, there was confusion about what its legitimate use was, and I really don't think this application kind of clears that up and makes things any clearer now or looking forward.
Members, any further comments? Councillor Abbott.
So here we are. Each of the contributors are addressing the nub of the problem, that this has been running presumably successfully for the welfare of the animals, but how has that been occurring? The parishes have been saying they're worried about occupation of the current mobile home, and it's, we're 2 years down the line and it's not been removed yet. The gentleman needs to have his rests to cope with whatever conditions he has. But that's not what's... If he can arrange that anywhere, fine. But the point is for it not to happen here. An occasional stay, and an increase in the illness and continued occupation. I go with your word uncomfortable, and I think I have to say that I recommend refusal against officer's recommendation.
Can I bring in Mr. Weimer here?
Apologies if I go off on a bit of a tangent, but I'll try not to, given the application in front of you is for an erection of an agricultural building, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. We haven't got. It's not an application for a mobile home. It's not an application for residential. It's an application for an agricultural building, and we're in danger of going down a little bit of a rabbit hole around whether it is or isn't going to be used for residential purposes. So what's basically in front of you is the size. Well, is there a building? Is a building justified full stop for how the land is being used? And if it is a building of this size justified for the land use that's taking place? And if it is justified, does it cause adverse landscape harm that outweighs that justification? I think that's the starting point. Mobile homes, caravans and agricultural use have always been a difficult area to grasp, because caravans and mobile homes are not buildings, they're a use of land. So if you site a caravan or a mobile home on agricultural land and it is only used for agricultural purposes, storage of tools, storage of feed, etc., there's no change of use there. It doesn't require consent. It becomes more of a grey area if they are then used for any residential accommodation. If it's just simply a welfare unit, somewhere to shelter from the rain, to make the occasional cup of tea, and it's literally just a small stove and a seat, then clearly there's no change of use from that building or that mobile home from an agricultural use to a residential use. One of the first jobs I had many years ago was on a stud, where there were 2 folding boxes, and in the middle of the folding boxes was where the staff slept when their folds were due. Was that a change of use? Absolutely not, because it was just one literally camp bed, and that was it. How often were they there? Very infrequently, but it was still. Was it a residential use in a building? No, it was sleeping in an agricultural building, or equestrian building, but it wasn't a residential use. So there is I absolutely agree with Odin. It's a matter of fact and degree. So I suppose the question is if the building is required, and there is a small area set aside for the applicant to lay down, it depends on how regularly that is used, I would suggest, as to whether there is then a change of use. If it does become very regular, lots of overnight stays, then I think we'd be looking at, well, actually, it's tantamount to living there, so therefore there's a change of use. But fundamentally what's in front of you is this building in itself justified? And I think how it's then used in the future would be a matter for planning enforcement if there is a breach. But I think what you need to ask yourself is that is the building okay for agriculture use, or is it artificially too large because of the residential element that's being proposed? And I think that's fundamentally the question in front of you. Sorry for the ramble.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor Abbott.
On that advice, on that continuation of the argument, I withdraw whatever it is I did.
Thank you. Councillor Panel first.
I was going to second the proposal, so I might have to propose it now. Purely on the grounds of size, I mean, a building of 9 by 4.5 metres is considerably, or no, it's a bit larger than the area marked out by these tables. I feel that's quite a large space, and I don't see that it's personally, and this is why I asked the question of the officer. Is it really justified? And we heard from the officer that there was an intention to bring a caravan inside. Now, that's more than a small space for someone to sit or lie down and make a cup of tea. I would propose refusal purely on the grounds of the size of the building. I've had no objection to a building. I'm sure that a building to store materials and the small tractor and to provide some small shelter is justified, but I don't feel a building of this size is justified, so I am prepared to propose refusal against officers' advice.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham, did you wish to come back?
Well, I was going to comment more generally. I don't know if you want to go to someone else regarding the seconder.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, yeah, I completely accept Mr. Wyman's point and approach to this, but I have heard, not this applicant and not today, but I've heard people say, you know, it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. And I think from our point of view as a council, we might also feel that prevention is better than cure. And I still come back to, because of course, in an ideal world, one would have enforcement that should any issues arise with the use of this site, as with any application, should any issues arise, we'd have swift and effective enforcement that would sort them out straight away. But I think we risk being guilty of propinquity here, you know, putting ourselves in the way of sin, and that remains my concern. I mean, but I do see that in pure planning terms, my only concern in pure planning terms is this phrase welfare provision. Mr. Wyman's described it as a seat and a stove. I think the lavatory issue remains, because my understanding of it as written is that that would also fall within the scope, and I think that, again, that's a whole other can of worms in terms of foul drainage and so on, and maybe we can get these worms back in the can if they escape once, should we accept this, but maybe it would have been better not to open the can.
Councillor, thank you for that, Councillor Ake. Do we have a seconder to Councillor Abbott's refusal? Councillor Panel's refusal, apologies. If we don't, I will. No. Okay. Then we don't have a seconder for your refusal, but I'll now take Councillor Bonham as you wish to come back in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Well, let's see if we can try and get the worm back in the can. Worms back in the can. Yeah, we need some worms back in the can. I mean, my worry, as I said before, originally I was quite comfortable with this. My worry started when Mr. Noon started saying, you know, there's a welfare provision which we may recognise, but we may also have to accept that this extends to some additional stay and maybe an overnight stay, and then, you know, in my view, that's sort of the thin end of a wedge. And it seems to me, despite what other people have said, that what we do not want is, and I take Councillor Brazil's guidance on this, what we do not want is an agricultural shed being used for overnight stays, which may or may not be needed for health reasons. I think that's, you know, sad to hear, but it starts to bend the preciseness of where we want our planning rules to take us to. So my view is that we need to insist, if we are going to approve this request, we need to insist that there is no overnight stay allowed, whether it's in a caravan or whatever, in this facility. And that while there might be some welfare provision, that is for daytime use only. And I also think we have an opportunity here with this application to tidy up a site that is, you know, not well managed perhaps at the moment, that is not regularised, with a caravan that's not authorised, because I think there's some enforcement action that should be going ahead already. I think we have the opportunity to draw a line under that and start again, but only if we're very tight in the way that we allow this. So my ask is that we insist on conditions for welfare provision but no overnight stay, for removal of the additional sheds within, say, 2 months after this new site is operational, for screening to be put in place, and that we allow a fresh start. I'm not so sure about the size. I think you could argue for and against that, but it's the use of this that worries me more. But I think if we can tighten that up, then I'm more comfortable, and maybe other committee members might be as well. So it's a question, I think, for officers to say, can we add some of those requests into the conditions?
Are there any other comments to be made?
Yeah, me.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, my concern on this is you got 130 chicken already, poultry of one description or another. This is quite a small shed. If you're going to put a tractor in there, a caravan, and rear some chicken in there, and all the rest of the building's going to disappear, where the chicken's going to go? Because you're not going to get them all in that one small area. That's for sure. Been there, tried that.
Whilst I am very much, I had the benefit of doing the site visit on Monday, and whilst I'm not trying to put words in Councillor Bonner's mouth, I think he's referring to the couple of buildings that are close to the existing mobile home at the moment, but not referring to the various coops, shelters and runs that are further down the field, which is where certainly we saw poultry on Monday.
Thank you. It's these buildings to the left of the picture I'm referring to.
Are there any other comments? If not, Mr. Weimer?
Can myself, the case officer, and the legal officer have a couple of minutes just to discuss the questions posed by Councillor Bonham, please? Be as quick as we can.
Okay, thank you. Just before we start, Councillor Hodgson has joined us, but she is taking no part or voting in this application. Mr. Weimer.
Okay, so further to Councillor Bonham's questions or concerns, I think there are four planning conditions that I think deal with my interpretation of what you said. So this is I think what you're looking for is a condition, and this is in no particular order, a condition saying within, I'm comfortable with this either 2 months or 3 months, within 2 months of the substantial completion of within 2 months of the building being brought into use, because I don't want to say completion, all it's got to do is leave a hinge, and it's just, so within 2 months of the building being brought into use, the buildings, and we'll have to do a plan saying shown a particular colour, but it's the two buildings, it's actually the two buildings in edged red to the north of the existing mobile home or north of the site shall be removed from the site. And I think I would want to say building stroke structures, or that's clear. That prior to the installation or construction, I think, prior to the installation of any welfare facilities within the building. Now, details of any welfare facilities within the building should be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority, so we can then ensure that they stay as a relatively small ancillary area and it's not bigger than that. And then your condition about no overnight stays, and I would suggest if we're looking for details of the, I don't know whether, if we're looking for details of the welfare facility, I don't think we need a condition saying no mobile homes because on the site, or no touring caravans on the site, because that'd be covered by the details of the, so I think 3 conditions: details of the welfare facility, no overnight stay, and removal of the sheds. Mr. Fairbairn.
Yeah, Chairman, I think I might want to have a further conversation with Mr. Wyman over the timing of the removal of the buildings, of the additional temporary structures. But so perhaps we can agree that the wording of those conditions is to be agreed between proposer, seconder, and chair, or delegated, please.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Was there going to be a condition about lighting as well? No outside lighting?
I think there's already a condition on the report for external lighting.
I think if it's the one I would normally use, it would say no external lighting unless it's been agreed with us. So I wouldn't say blanket no. I think there's always provision that something could be acceptable as long as we see the detail.
Okay. We have those recommendations and conditions. Do we have a proposer? Councillor Bonham?
Yes, I'm willing to propose in one moment, if I may, because I would ask actually that officers stipulate 3 buildings, because one of them is the caravan that's in place at the moment. And whatever wording you come up with, you know, buildings to be agreed, but there are 3 buildings, I think, on the plan dashed in red that I think are problematic. And one is the caravan that's there. So
happily add the mobile home to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Whilst, and I apologise for splitting hairs, technically the mobile home isn't a building, so we can't refer to it as 3 buildings, but I take your point. We'll cover the mobile home and 2 buildings.
Okay, thank you. Right, well, with that as amendments or conditions, I should say, I'm happy to propose acceptance of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Rake, thank you very much. Members, as long as you're happy with the conditions to be sort of finalised and agreed with the proposer, seconder and chairman, I'd like to take this to the vote. Mr. Weimer, are you okay that we take it to the vote at this point?
I am, but I didn't have a note of who the seconder was.
Proposer is Councillor Bonham, Councillor Rake. Thank you, members. Subject to those conditions and the conditions being applied to this, could I have a show of hands for the officer's recommendation of approval, conditional approval? Thank you, members. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, members. We have 6 for approval, 2 against, 1 abstention. Therefore, that application is approved, conditional approval. The morning meeting is now closed. We will reconvene at 10 minutes past 2. We'll start again at 10 minutes past 2. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Development Management Committee on the 11th of December. I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the Development Management Committee, and just some housekeeping before we start. In case of a fire alarm, please exit the doors in the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. A reminder, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind the council members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. And can I also ask all people in the room if you can please switch off or silence your mobile phones so that we don't have any disturbance. Thank you very much. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. The objector will then speak, followed by the supporter who will speak, followed by the parish council representative, and then the council ward member will speak. Members of the committee will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. If I can now ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
Good afternoon, I'm Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for the Council.
Claire Stewart, Principal Planning Officer and Case Officer for the first application this afternoon.
Thank you. And apologies, we have apologies from Councillor Bernard Taylor, who has had to leave for this afternoon's session. I will, yeah. And also for Councillor Hodgson, who joins us this afternoon, thank you. Your apologies were taken for this morning's session.
If I may add, Chairman, I need to declare an interest for this afternoon.
Get to that.
Thank you.
Yep. Basically, then now if we can ask any member whether they have any declarations of interest to make in any of the applications that we are hearing this afternoon. Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. County Councillor for the division that covers both the applications we are hearing this afternoon, although I have a dispensation to speak on both.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I need to declare an interest as the portfolio holder at County Council for Climate Change, Biodiversity and Public Transport, which includes active travel routes, and as such have been ACT conversations, which have looked at the second application, number 29229/23 full, but I remain open to this meeting to make my decision.
Any other declarations with Councillor Bonham?
Yes, just want to repeat the declaration that I made before lunch regarding the last application where I acquainted with one of the people who've written an email to members of this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Councillor Allen.
I'd also like to reiterate the declaration I made this morning. It refers to the application, the second application we're here today.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Penfold, you've signalled, but you don't need to. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 6E, which is 407322 FUL land at Bury Pomeroy, near Bury Pomeroy School. The case officer, planning case officer, is Claire Stewart. The recommendation is conditional approval subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement. Ms. Stewart, could we have your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So, application for the construction of 9 dwellings with associated access and works at a site at Bury Pomeroy, which some of you were able to visit earlier on this week. Aerial photograph. Application site, if you can see my cursor moving around, is up here, adjacent to the primary school at Bury Pomeroy. Totnes Road, Totnes being back in that direction to the southwest. Again, another plan just identifying the site outlined in red, and the yellow dots are the other address points of the nearest neighbouring residential properties to the south here, and then the primary school site is just there. And then the formal red line application site outlined in red. And a site survey plan, which indicates the existing access into the site and the area where we parked and stood for the site inspection on Monday. So as is outlined in the report, there was a previous outline consent that was granted for residential development on this site just shortly after the adoption of the joint local plan, but when further details were submitted later on, it couldn't be proceeded with as a reserved matters application pursuant to that previous consent because the access arrangement had changed. Just for information, this was the access detail that was shown on the previous consent, which was approved in outline with matters reserved except for access, which was approved in detail, and that's what the access shows. So it was two access routes around the site, which is different to what's now shown. This is the general arrangement and hard landscaping plan that's approved under the current application. So we've got the loop access proposal around the site with parking area, which will also be to the benefit of the adjacent primary school site, and then the residential properties arranged around here with landscaping details agreed. As has been outlined in the office report, the council's had this application for quite some time. There's been a bit of toing and froing before I was involved in the application in terms of the details and the landscaping that's been agreed. But the landscaping details have been agreed in discussion with the council's landscape officer, as set out in the report. Just as a point to note, because I think the question was raised when we were at the site inspection, but we can come back to this in questions as you need to. That's the existing site survey drawing the access. So you've got the parking area that was behind the boundary treatment, immediately adjacent to the school, and then the hard standing area where we were just meeting to discuss the application, see the site, and that's then the looped access arrangement that's proposed. I will just move you through the application drawings of the dwellings themselves fairly briefly. We can always come back to them if anybody's got any specific questions. So we've got the floor layouts for plots 1 to 3 and elevational treatments. Pair of semi-detached properties on plots 4 and 5. Floor layouts for plot 6. Plot 7. And the last one, which is plot 9. This is the proposed site levels drawing. I have taken a few measurements off the plan because I understand after I had to leave the site visit there were a few questions about cut and fill and sort of changes in levels across the site. So I measured it in a few different points, and broadly speaking the change in levels is between sort of 1.6 and 2 meters difference in terms of the cut and fill across the various points of the site, but we can come back to that in questions if you'd like to a bit later on. This plan, which as I said has been agreed by the council's landscape officer, is the soft landscaping proposals across the site. So you've got the main sort of more kind of strategic open space areas here, and then the private amenity gardens for the dwellings around here. Details of the boundary treatments as proposed. And so to move on to sort of the key issues, as I briefly mentioned and as is set out in the report, there was a previous consent for residential development on this site, which has technically now lapsed because the time limit for submission of a reserve matters has expired. However, it is worth mentioning that that consent was granted when, just after the adoption of the joint local plan, when the council had a 5-year housing land supply following the adoption of the joint local plan. That position has obviously now changed, even since this application was originally submitted. In principal terms, I think it would be very difficult to justify refusal of housing on this site in principal terms. It all comes down to the details of what exactly it would look like and sort of how the development itself would be managed, I think would be the key things to focus on today. As I said, the design and the landscape was sort of being worked through with colleagues before I was involved in the application, and the landscaping details have been agreed. The concerns in terms of why the application was brought to committee by the ward member, as we kind of discussed at the site inspection, is to do with sort of the construction side issues, I think, around sort of building works next to a primary school. And it's, as you saw on site, it is very much right next to the primary school, and also concerns about the drainage situation. So just to go through some photographs. So that's the existing site access. And then the view looking towards the north. And then south back towards the Totnes Road. Just views looking across the site to the southeast. You can see at the moment sort of the area where we stood is sort of largely level at the moment, but then the site starts to drop away. So in terms of sort of creating a level site to build, and that's sort of where the cut and fill aspect comes into it. And you can just see in the background some of the buildings within the boundary of the primary school site. Looking south towards the school buildings. And then the next one you can just see here, these are the nearest neighbouring residential properties. You're looking a bit further along towards the main road to the south. And then the existing roundabout junction with the main road. And then that's the main road view looking up. So the boundary wall of the primary school site is on the left side of the picture. And then that's the view looking back the other way. And then just the view looking from the main road towards the southwest back towards the direction of Totnes. So as is set out in the report, and as is quite often the case on even quite large scale developments, it is very typical to have a construction management plan dealt with by condition on any planning permission given, with the details to be sort of submitted and agreed once there's certainty that the development is gaining permission, subject to those final technical details coming forward. In this instance, I have agreed in discussion with the planning agent a slight change to the sort of the more standard wording that we get from the Highways Authority for this type of condition, to include a requirement for specific measures to be included around the mitigation of impacts to do with construction traffic at peak times when the primary school is open. And from officer's perspective, we're comfortable that that is a a reasonable approach in this instance. As you will have seen from the photos and from the site visit, we are right next to the primary school, and there isn't an alternative vehicle access to the school. It is that same one that's right next to where the construction vehicles will be going in as well. So in terms of why it's a particular concern, it is sort of quite a slightly unusual situation insofar as that proximity is very close on this occasion, but it is something that is capable of being dealt with by planning condition rather than having to have further details coming forward at this time. But that's something for members to consider. And then the other sort of key concern that's been raised in representations and by the one member is the drainage strategy. So we have had a drainage strategy submitted, which has been reviewed by the council's drainage officer, who is happy, subject to condition for the final details as set out in the report, that there is an acceptable drainage strategy that can be achieved. I think there's a particular concern with this site in terms of the foul drainage proposals, because it's been considered it's not possible to connect to the Southwest Water sewage network, so it's going to be a private sewage system with an off-site discharge. We have recommended, and as is set out in the report, a condition for final details of that system to be submitted and agreed prior to development going further than slab level on site, with the approved system to be installed prior to occupation of the dwellings. So none of the dwellings could actually be lived in until all the drainage has been actually installed in accordance with the approved details. And on that basis, officers are comfortable that we are in a suitable position to grant a permission subject to completion of the 106 and those details being dealt with by condition. But whether there is enough information at this point in time is something that members may want to consider. And just as a point of clarity, this additional plan was submitted at a later stage in the application just to show the discharge to the watercourse that's proposed. The blue line indicates that the land is within the ownership of the applicant, and it is sort of within their gift because it's their land, to ensure that that discharge actually can happen. So just to sum up, residential development on this site is acceptable to officers in principal terms. The technical matters have largely been addressed within the life of the application, and the remaining matters are capable and can appropriately be dealt with by condition, as is set out in the report. And the recommendation is for conditional approval subject to completion of the 106 agreement, the terms of which are set out in the report. But I'm happy to take any questions through you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Councillor Nix.
Thank you for that. Wondering about affordable housing provision. Is there any?
Yes. Is the short answer. So because this is a scheme for 9 units, it is under the policies of the Joint Local Plan, it is an off-site financial contribution to affordable housing is the normal course of things. So in this case, it's a contribution of £205,701 is to be agreed through the Section 106 agreement, unless in this particular case there is potentially scope for it to be delivered on site as an alternative, and that's being written into the Section 106 agreement. But it will either be the financial contribution or being delivered on site, and either way it would be policy compliant, and the affordable housing officer was happy with it on that basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Rake.
Just to clarify, because I heard mention of this on site, but I only overheard it. This is a sort of, the proposal is that this be gated, as in for road access at the very least. There's a pair of gates onto the bit where you get into the sort of housing courtyard.
Yes, essentially, if I just zoom into this bit, this is the boundary treatment plan, which probably helps to show it. If I can just remind myself where to zoom. Well, yeah, you can just about see there the blue line and the lines of the gates. So it's essentially the intention is that this parking would be made available for the parents and children attending the primary school. So there is sort of minibus drop-off parking points, but obviously the people going to the school don't need to go into the housing development itself.
And indeed would be excluded from it. And just so at the bottom of that picture, on the south side there, there's a sort of blank area. That's where sort of arrangements stay the same as they are now.
So that area down the bottom, that I think on the soft landscaping plan is just intended to be grassed. Bear with me for a second. I've got a paper copy where I can read the writing a bit more clearly. Yeah, that's just going to be meadow and grassland.
Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. On the construction management plan, it seems to be an overly complicated set of awarding times when they can deliver and restriction of times when they cannot deliver, which would be more easily settled by no deliveries on site before 9:30, say, as opposed to opening it up from 8 o'clock and then saying you can't come when there's drop-off time.
The initial wording for the condition comes from the Highways Authority, and we've had to tweak it a bit in this instance because of the issue with the proximity to the primary school. The applicant is registered to speak, so if you'd like to ask them any specific questions about that point as well, you will have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, if I can have a second one. I missed your overview of the relationship of the site to where we were looking the other day. And what might seem to me to be the greatest change in level would be from, I don't know, the southern, oh no, could you just go back a sec while I talk this through, please? From the southern entrance to the, or that might be the exit to the around the roundabout for the parking, and then going on through the gates and going down that way, that might be the greatest drop off in levels. Can you address that? There appears to be a red line running exactly along that place I'm interested in.
Apologies, the section line EE is that one.
Show me again, move your cursor.
It's the bottom one, Councillor.
Apologies if I find the laser pointer. There we go. So that's the line, the section line EE, which then corresponds with the bottom one there.
And so there's a, that's where the cut is on the right hand side compared to the current levels, is it? So that the housing, car parking is on the very right hand edge, and then it drops down on steps or a slope, and then all of the houses are much on the same level. Is that right?
Yes, you're right, Councillor. So you've got, as you go across, you've got the through the car parking area. Then you've got the end of the first block of 3, which is at a similar sort of area, similar sort of level. Then it then goes through plot 8, which is then about 1.5 meters lower on the far, so the one at the far right hand side. So you've got the plot 2, the garages, and then plot 8.
Grand, thanks. Prefer that one.
Does that answer the question?
Sorry, yes, that supplementary. What's that? What's the cut there, please?
The just in front of plot 8, so just to the left of the far right hand, as you're looking at it's 1.6 meters.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Claire, for your introduction. Like my colleagues, I'm concerned about a couple of things. Firstly, parking. So, and also orientation. So, maybe you could go back to the beginning and have a look at the site layout, because I'm still struggling to work out where we were standing and what's going to happen to the car park that the school uses. Perhaps we can look at that first of all, please. Because there appears to be a lot of cars parked in front or alongside the school. Is that land still going to be available for the school, or is that the land at the bottom of this picture here that's going to be now grass?
Thank you. I think the best plan to look at it on is actually the drainage plan, because it's got the outline of the site as existing behind it, and also the proposal on top, if I can work out how to zoom in again. Apologies. Yeah. Well, I don't know how, if I go back to the pointer a sec, I might just about be able to do it. So, if you can see where the laser pointer is moving around at the moment. So where you come into the site at the moment is down here. That boundary treatment there is the one that we saw. So at the moment, there is a separation between sort of the parking that's more clearly kind of demarcated for the school and the area that we stood on when we were on the site visit. That is that line there. We were stood approximately in this sort of area, which is the current hard standing when we were on the site. The parking spaces numbered 1 to 27 on the plans, and I'll go back to the plan in a second, and the minibus drop off and pick up points will be required to be hard surfaced and kept available in perpetuity for parking in association with and use of Barry Pomeroy Primary School. So if I go back to the plan that shows that more clearly. So parking spaces 1 to 27 are these spaces here, and then those spaces there, and the ones there as well. So yeah, all of that parking would ultimately be available.
So how many Well, that's helpful, but how many parking spaces does the school have or typically use at the moment? I never counted, but I mean, there could easily have been more than 20 cars there when we visited. Do you know how many they want or use?
I don't know that, unfortunately.
Okay, because I mean, without getting into the detail of this, it seems to me that residents might want to use some of that parking from time to time. I'll come back to that point later. But we don't know the answer of what the school is using.
I suspect the actual official school car park is the hard surfaced area outside of where we were standing. And I suspect the rest of it is possibly an informal use rather than owned or has any control by the school.
Yeah, that sort of makes sense, but it still doesn't, I'm not doubting that, but it doesn't say how many they had, because what I'm seeing now is that what they have at the moment is going to be turned into grass, and they'll have the 27, which may be fine, but just to be clear. So my second point then is around the construction traffic. I like my colleague, I'm a bit worried about the times of construction traffic. I think we had a lot of debate in previous applications where there was traffic near a school site, and we made some additional conditions around that in that particular case. Given that this is right next to the school, and the school parking is going to be part of the new site, how do we make sure that the construction timing is suitable in relation to the drop-off of school children to the primary school?
So, as is included in the proposed wording of the construction management plan condition, details of that would need to be provided as part of any application to seek to discharge the construction management plan. And that's a pre-commencement condition, so those details would have to be agreed prior to any works commencing on site.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that if I may, Chair, later on. The affordable housing provision, is that agreed at £205,000 for these 9 houses? Is that the figure that we've got?
Yes, that's the agreed off-site financial contribution.
And lastly, if you don't mind going back to the section plan so we can see the sloping, because there was an enormous slope at the edge of this site, but luckily we didn't slide down on that one. Oh, okay, doesn't matter. Whatever one. The one, so what's going to be, my question is, how are they going to protect the site from erosion or landslip at the top edge where there's a massive slope, and you can see that in some of the sections here? What's going to be put in place to avoid that house? Say the second one down, make sure its left-hand wall doesn't cave in at some point in time. How are they going to stop that?
With respect, I think that's probably more of a question for building regs rather than, because it's a construction detail rather than the matter of the planning application. It may well be a question that the agent can answer.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Could you go back to the picture that shows the green spaces more clearly? The greenest picture you've got up here. That one, yeah. So, to my understanding, and the whole way that the car parks work is quite confusing. And we were confused when we were standing there, so it's even more confusing at a distance. But so, from my understanding, at the bottom of the picture where the green space is, there's that dogleg green space above that. That's the existing drive into where the primary school has parking. Is that correct? So it's going to be green on the other side of that. So the parking of the new builds are going to sort of encroach into the land which used to be just parking for the school, and they'll be able to use that. Yeah. Right. So the green patch in the middle, which is now just basically sort of rubble, sort of a large pile of rubble. Is that going to be landscaped? Are we going to have a nice green utility space there, or what's going to happen to that bit there?
Yeah, that is part of the open space provision, and sort of the ongoing maintenance of that is included within the would be included within the Section 106 agreement as part of the open space contribution.
What does that look like though? Because it's quite a small space. Does that mean all the rubble's going to be cleared off? It's going to have a swing on it. What does that look like?
Well, it needs to be grassed grassed over, and there's going to be a rail around the bottom, sort of on the request of the open space officer, just because if potentially if children are using that space before they get taken into the school site. And there is a bench there as well, but not any sort of play equipment as such, no.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to talk about drainage, if I may. I've looked at the drainage strategy, and on page 4 of the drainage strategy, it talks about the infiltration tests and the percolation tests, neither of which, to what I can read there, seem to have been satisfactory. And the area that you were just talking about as being the a play area is actually possibly going to be a swimming pool, because that's the attenuation basin, which allows for a 1.25 depth, which could potentially be very dangerous if it's got a bench for people to be encouraged to go to. And if the drainage is unsatisfactory on the sites, and the as far as I can see it, the advice within the planning authority has been to, well, before you actually go ahead, it has to have a proper detailed drainage strategy. If you don't get percolation or infiltration, I mean, you can't make these things happen, because apparently, according to the testing, they failed to complete or reach 75% of the effective depth that they were trying to achieve. Now, if they can't reach that, and I don't think they're terribly deep, those percolation or infiltration testing sites, then how is the attenuation basin going to be constructed satisfactorily? And also, the location of that attenuation basin is right next to the public highway. And as any of us, especially those of us involved in county matters, know, you're not allowed to drain onto the public highway for obvious reasons. So, and looking at the photographs that were taken, which I assume may have been on Monday or Sunday when it was raining, it's a very boggy site. So why have we not, those drainage strategies were done in May, that's 6 months ago. Why have we not asked for the detailed drainage strategy before it comes to committee here, so that we can understand whether what is proposed is in our view, as much as we'd have to obviously take proper advice, actually not only acceptable but also safe, because as we know, we are getting extreme weather these days, and drainage is a really important matter, not least of which because you've got the school in close proximity, there's other housing in close proximity, and the road there potentially is very narrow and could be flooded. So
always flooding.
Always flooding.
Councillor
So yeah,
Hodgson,
and
can you have
so
a question?
I'm asking as a question, why have we not asked for the detailed drainage readings to be carried out? I know it probably costs money, but this has been kicking around for a long time, this application. I would have thought, it's given the fact that those tests were not satisfactory, we should have at least gone for that.
The advice from the council's drainage officer is that the remaining details can be appropriately dealt with by condition. The proposed wording of the condition, following the advice of the technical officer, is included in your committee report. It is a pre-commencement condition, and it is talking about doing groundwater monitoring, as well as getting the final details of the drainage scheme put together as a pre-commencement condition before any works can commence on site. And that's the advice that we've received from a technical perspective, that is acceptable.
Can I just come back? So the letter that came from the who sent this? Yeah, so this is our internal observation, and it says the attenuation should be designed for a 1 to 100 year return period plus an allowance for climate change, currently 50%. And then it says, please note a pumping system for surface water drainage cannot be accepted. Therefore, the scheme should rely solely on gravity. Now, the contours on that site are a bit all over the place, so it can't actually be that controlled. I'm just reading into this that there's a lot of unknowns, and that's why I'm thinking we should have perhaps had something much more detailed to reassure us that we're not putting a problem in the middle of Berry Pomeroy.
Councillor Hodgson, that really wasn't a question, that was more of a statement. Thank you for that.
Question, sir.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Abbott? Sorry. Councillor Rake, did you have a...
Yeah, I just wanted to, we had a bit of discussion of parking a moment ago. Am I correct in thinking that the red line is the entirety of the land within the red line is in the applicant's ownership, and therefore the parking is almost by definition a sort of grace and favour arrangement, rather the existing parking is something that is permissive rather than established in any other way?
Yes, you can take that it's in the same ownership, the red line, because as far as I'm aware, there wasn't a certificate B served. I don't think categorically we could answer whether it is grace and favour or if there is a formal agreement with the primary school. That may be able to be addressed by the applicant, but it's not something it's not a private agreement, it's not something we'd normally get involved in.
Councillor Abbott.
I'll leave mine for the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I should have asked this earlier. How many parking spaces are there beyond the gate? In other words, part of the houses, or how many garages? Because there seem to be one row of parking spaces which have numbers 1 to 5 and then 1 to 5. Are they all parking spaces? And what about the gate? It's not unclear to me, sorry.
There's sort of outside parking spaces and garages as well within the residential area of the proposal.
We'll find that figure for you. Any further questions while we're looking for that? If not, we'll wait for that response to come back.
I think there's 8 parking spaces, 5 garages, and then there's another 3 sort of tandem spaces next to plots 6, 7, and 8. So there are parking spaces beside 7 and 8 and in front of 6.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Back to the parking again. So the parking in the parking in green, or the spaces which are outlined there in green. How can we sort of guarantee that they'll be left empty for the school or for residents' use? Because I mean, imagine if all the parents arrived as they did when we were standing there, and these places were filled with the cars of the residents. How does drop off and pick up happen if all those spaces are already full? It could be absolute chaos there, I would have thought.
So recommended condition around sort of ensuring that those spaces are sort of made available for use by the school. I think drop off and pick up time at any primary school is normally fairly chaotic. I think even on a good day. I'm not, I'm not sure it's sort of within the gift of this application necessarily resolve all of those sorts of issues. But I suppose that the purpose of this is to ensure that there is at least an amount of sort of sensible parking available for the school as part of this development. That doesn't answer your question.
Doesn't answer my question. Sorry,
No.
it doesn't, because I mean I've worked in primary schools, and as you say, it's chaos, but there's always a big space for the cars to park in. Even when there is chaos, they can mill around. They don't stack up on the little road coming in. So what I can imagine here is if those spaces are filled with residents because they're keeping their own pieces of furniture, or whatever, in their garages, we then have blockage the whole way along that road, which could be very dangerous in my view, and also it would make the turning out at the other end.
Well,
It just feels like a problem waiting to happen. Is there any way we can resolve that in any way?
The residents should be using their parking spaces within the residential area of the development site and not using the school car parking spaces.
It's not within the gift of this planning application to enforce that. Councillor Nix.
Yeah, can I say, in the thingy it says further parking served by the looped access is provided for up to 27 cars. Separate minibus drop-off and parking spaces also shown on the layout. Each dwelling has 2 car spaces, with the 4-bed units having 3. So there's quite a lot of parking within the.
No, but the point is that most people don't necessarily use their garages for their cars. They can use them for other things. I was just wondering if that did happen and they were parking or they had guests. How can we guarantee that those places?
Councillor Allen, we're hearing questions, not to debate this. You can bring that up during the debate, but that's not within our control within planning. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, on a different subject, one that was touched on earlier today, plot 9 is the biggest, I think, with 4 bedrooms. I've now found it's got the garage space. But what about its outside space in its garden? Looking at the plan, it looks small, even smaller than small. Do we know how big the external garden space is for number 9, please? It's the long one on the sort of lower right-hand side. It's one whole house. It's just one house there. Does it?
We haven't got the figure to hand, unfortunately.
Sorry, I've got my microphone. Well, I mean, it'd be quite useful to know that it complies with our recommendations. It looks like it's a very long, thin strip at the back, but can't tell its size from just the plan that we've been given. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to keep picking on the parking, but in terms of the minibus, I can't see where there's anywhere for it to turn around. Has there been any requirement, and I can't see it on any of the documentation that's been received so far, to show how the minibus will turn around, given that the parking there, it's where it's sitting, is where there's a lot of youngsters being picked up and dropped off and people walking around when the minibus will be trying to turn around.
I would suggest it would drive in at the bottom and drive out at the top. It wouldn't need to turn around. There's an in and out.
Oh, can it get through?
Yes.
Just go straight out, can it?
The top.
Okay, it can go straight out there. Sorry, I didn't realise there was an exit there as well. Thank you.
Any further questions, members? And we'll get back if we find it on the size of the amenity space and plot. If that is all of the questions, we'll now move on to the speakers today. We don't have an objector, but we do have a supporter, Mr. Richard May. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. Mr. Chairman, thank you, members, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today in support of the application for construction of these 9 dwellings, access parking and additional parking for Bury Pomeroy School, on which I can answer questions at the end if you want. I'll keep my statement brief in the light of the officer's recommendation to grant the application, and I'd like to start with addressing Councillor Penfield's concerns on drainage and construction management plan. I understand the concerns regarding the impermeable nature of the land and the potential impact of foul water infrastructure and flooding. I want to reassure the committee that these issues have been carefully considered, and the application includes detailed drainage strategy featuring attenuation basin to manage the surface water runoff and foul water treatment plant to ensure the proper disposal of wastewater. The applicant has committed to implementing these measures before the occupation of any dwellings, with conditions in place to ensure that the ongoing maintenance and compliance with the environmental regulations. These steps will mitigate the risk of flooding and water contamination, addressing the concerns that have been raised. It's important to note that the earlier outline permission also was subject to a similar condition, drainage, which was approved, and obviously draw your attention to paragraph 10.4, highlighting the acceptability of an appropriately worded condition. Secondly, the proximity of the site to Berry Pomeroy Primary School and the potential impact of construction traffic on parking and safety has been thoroughly reviewed. The applicant has worked closely with the case officer to revise plans and ensure that safe access for the traffic management. And the construction management plan will be implemented and include restrictions on vehicle movements during the school drop-off and pick-up times to minimise disruption and ensure the safety of children and parents. Additionally, as you've seen and discussed, the development includes 27 car parking spaces, which will be for the benefit purely of the school, and the leasehold arrangements that we have with the school will incorporate that. And there's a dedicated minibus drop-off, which will use the loop, as you've just discussed. In conclusion, the application has been carefully designed over quite a long period, with a lot of interface with the school, the governors, the teachers and the parents. And the parking is a critical problem now, and we hope and trust that this scheme will substantially improve the safety of the drop-off and pick-up for the school. It hopefully will prove much needed housing for the area, and that the robust measures to mitigate the environmental and infrastructure impacts. I believe it is a positive step towards providing some new housing in Berry Pomeroy, and I would urge the committee to grant approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. May. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Allen?
Hello. So it's very good to hear there's 27 dedicated spaces for the primary school. So that's throughout the day. It's entirely for the primary school. The residents can't park in them. Is that accurate?
That's quite correct. There's no access for residents to park. That will be clearly signed and be part of the agreement. It's split between the spaces which are close to the school, which is primarily designed for staff parking, and the loop with the drop-off for the parents on pick-up and in the morning.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. You heard questions earlier on the construction management plan and on access hours. Would it not be better to do 9:30 to 2:30 and 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock to obviate the clash with arrivals for the school pickup?
It's a difficult one because it's going to be a challenging site, and the materials drop-off is a really important thing, particularly the way that builders work. Often things get dropped off very early in the morning prior to the day's work ahead. I think we've obviously, in liaison with the case officer, decided to go further than the normal condition and to make this even more restrictive. And I think we're happy with that. It's a difficult one for me to particularly advise on because I'm not necessarily a construction person, but we felt that by adding the extra restriction, it was moving towards making it a safer site. It's a difficult one to debate when I think your suggestion was between.
Well, whatever the detail, I mean, the wording says already not to clash with pickup times.
Correct.
And yet the slots of time so stated do that very thing. Why do that? 8 till 8:30 to drop off an early delivery and then get out of the way.
Well, I think the, remind me the times that it actually says. Because it's changed. I think the school has quite strict rules about parents turning up before, I think it's 8 o'clock. They're not allowed to turn up and drop off before then, which I think is why we discussed.
That will coincide with the start of the deliveries, 8 o'clock. And
Its vehicle movements will be restricted between 8 and 6, so that means that they won't be allowed to.
I am a fool. And if it's restricted between 8 and 6.
Yes, because that's when there's danger with potential conflict.
Oh, hang on. Am I reading negatives or?
Restricted to 3.
You start at 8 and finish at 6
Right.
p.m.
So the stated restricted times on when deliveries may be.
Yeah, that's a good point. I must have, I hadn't seen, I mean, the intention is very clear that they mustn't conflict with drop-off and pick-up times. That's the principle.
Fine, you'll be changing those times then to something more sensible.
We can certainly,
This, can I just clarify my understanding of lots of construction management plans? The details would have to be agreed anyway, and it is a pre-commencement agreement. So I'm assuming that, you know, once builders start to get involved in it as well, they may make some adjustments.
the developers and the builders who are doing it will be doing the construction management plan as opposed to us. But I think it's as highlighting the issue that's important to debate at that time is reasonable.
I'll bring in Mr. Weimer here.
I think you're both right, because this isn't the final construction management plan. This is a condition saying you must deliver to us for approval construction management plan. And what it's saying is that whether the school is there, whether the school is in term time or not, you shouldn't have because of other residential properties. You shouldn't have any deliveries before 8 or after 6. Monday to Friday, or before 9 or after 1 on Saturdays. So that sets your overall parameters. Then a second part of that is the construction management plan should also take measures to mitigate the impact of delivery during school drop-off, pick-up and drop-off. So the actual construction management plan, I would suggest, would say during term time, there will be no deliveries between the hours of X and Y, because this just sets the broad skeleton that the construction management plan will put the details on.
Fine, very sensible. I don't like that.
Perhaps one. Are we still in perhaps one to come back to one of debate rather than question.
Any further questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Returning to, staying on parking. Was I right in my supposition that the current parking arrangements are an informal agreement across the entire site? So what appears to be the school car park is on your land, and what appears to be the muddy car park, although the school car park's not muddy, but is also your land, and that's an informal arrangement at the moment?
That's basically correct. It's all belongs to the estate. The school itself belongs to the estate, and the lease of the school is actually two leases. It's quite complicated, but it doesn't really allow for that parking. That's just allowed to use because it helps parents drop off and pick up, and the estate has allowed that since the school was there. But it's an informal arrangement, and the intention is to formalise this so that it's a much better, safer, and clearer car park for the parents to use and the staff.
And in perpetuity. So that's one step forward. A possible step back is what I realise that this too shall pass, but there is a period when construction is going on, kids are coming to school, and you've started construction, but you haven't yet delivered the 27 parking spaces, but you have. That, unless you work very, very fast over a summer holiday, that seems like a recipe for A, chaos, and B, potentially danger.
The intention is very much that the car parking is delivered early and first, so that will be usable. And they are saying that their intention will be to try and do it over the long summer holidays. That's going to be when most of the disruption is to create that car park. Once that's done, the school can broadly operate in a safe way.
Any other questions, Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you. In terms of the potential for solar PV on all these new homes, which obviously is a desire as set out in DEV 2032 in our local plan, I'm quite disappointed really that you're only looking at one garage roof or garage roofs for solar. Why have you not put them on the house roofs? Given, I mean, I recognise that in the planning case officer's report, it talks about as and when the application came in, and it was pre some of these things. But given the responsibility on all of us to sort of do something about what's happening, and the fact that we've got extra flooding and things like this coming forward, is there some way that a condition could be acceptable to actually review that as to increase that solar PV potential?
Forgive me, I'm not particularly clear on what DEV 32 says, and obviously we had a particular consultant report on what to do. I think out of that, we were also aware of the conservation issues in Berry Pomeroy are very sensitive in terms of what we do, and because the estate has a secondary level of conservation, I think that might have impacted on how many solar panels we were suggesting putting on there, but I'm afraid I don't have the complete answer as to why there aren't more.
To be frank, I don't think there is that kind of constraint right in the middle of Berry Pomeroy. I mean, the other option, of course, is air source heat pumps, which aren't so visible. You haven't considered that, or trying to do something about water capture, SUDs, sustainable urban water, grass gardens, to try and reduce the amount of water coming onto the land, because it's quite a constrained site, and I think there's a lot of concerns around how everything's going to be fitted in, and certainly reducing the impact on the the environment through the water that's coming in and capturing sort of solar. I'm surprised at the low consideration that's, I would say, been given, and I just wonder if we could condition something a bit tougher.
I'm aware very much of the designers, the architects, when they were looking at how they orientated buildings to deal with some of those issues, and so quite a lot of thought has gone into that. But it's probably an area beyond my expertise to give you what you seem to want to have further conditions. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. May, for spending time with us. So maybe you can help answer the question I raised earlier about the garden size in Plot 9. Plot 9 is a pretty sizable 4-bedroom house. What's the size of the garden, or how can we find that, please?
Apologies, I don't know the exact size of the garden. Plot 9 is a slightly unusual one because it's an important building as this interface between the school and the housing. It's the building that, so the design is quite unusual with a number of car parking spaces underneath. But it is intended to be a 4-bedroom house, and the garden is, as far as I'm aware, is the direct linear garden behind the house. I think with all of the units, the garden sizes are not huge. This is a site where we're looking to make best use of the land for housing and become quite aware of the landscape impact. Hence, a lot of the surrounding green space in the landscaping plan is communal green space, but not private gardens. So the intention is those slightly darker and the striped areas, squares, is communal green space, and then the private gardens are attached to each of the dwellings.
So just for my understanding, based on what you just said, the dark green to the sort of right, Plot 9 is the lower right-hand one. Yeah. The dark green space, both to the side of it and sort of below it, are not its garden. Its garden is the white space and the sort of dotted light green space.
I think that's the intention, that the plots will be, well, in fact, they won't be sold because this estate has to retain the freehold, but the private area, and then the other green space is available for each of the residents to use as garden and amenity space.
Okay, maybe I could
That's
just move on
managed.
okay, thank you. If we don't know the size, we can't get a clear answer on that, but maybe I'll just move on with regard to the parking for the school. I think 27 places sounds good, but how many parking spaces are available in the existing square that's immediately next to the school, and how many are they typically using in the secondary space where we parked? Well, you won't know where that was, but the secondary space which is close to that circle. Do you have any idea, please?
What I can tell you is that the parking has been a significant issue since we started this project 9 years ago, and that was very much the focus of how getting it right. So we did an analysis with the school of how many people were parking generally in that area, and it was 27. And we said what we'll try and do is design the scheme so we can actually re-provide you with the number that you've got, but in a much more formalised and safe way.
So they're after 20. They asked for 27.
They asked for 27, and that's what we did.
Okay, thank you. Just one other, if I may, the gate. Is it like? Why is, just explain? I mean, maybe it's a good thing. Why is there a gated community there? What's the benefit of that?
I don't think we wanted. Sorry, I don't think we intended to make a gated community. The reason it was there is it's important for that access to be kept clear and not blocked for emergency vehicles. And there was a concern that if the school people, when they come and pick up and drop off, if they can't find a space, short term, will just abandon their car and go and get their child, particularly from a primary school. And I think it was important that people didn't drive up there and just park. So it was to create a separation in the same way that the residents will be told there is no parking on the school spaces. There'll be some sort of signage that says there's no school parking beyond here. I don't know whether the gates will actually either be there or be opened or closed, but the intention is that's to demonstrate the difference between the residential area and the school area.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Looking at drainage, obviously the soil there is clay, and there've been issues with drainage and flooding for as long as anybody can remember. I think the particularly bad spot, as you're probably aware, is the dip in the road, which is sort of past these buildings, following the road around. You can't really see it here, but I'm sure you're aware where it can go up to your knees. I had to carry my dog through there the other day. Just wanted to sort of absolutely sort of clarify the fact that whatever it is, the drainage system that you're working out won't make that worse, because obviously that's a serious point where traffic can't pass at some times of the year when there's been particularly bad rain. So the drainage that this site will be building won't have any impact. All this talk about gravity is a bit concerning as well. So if it's just going by gravity, it will end up at that point in the road. So it would just be good to have some sort of clarification and reassurance that it won't make that particular spot any worse. Thank you.
Well, I'm not a drainage engineer, so I'm afraid that the technical side is not something I can answer. Obviously, our drainage engineers have analysed it. They've produced the strategy, and they will have to. That's been shown to the drainage officer at the council, and that will have to be agreed that it isn't going to have that impact. That is part of the responsibility of the drainage officer to ensure. So I can't give you an assurance because I'm not going to be doing it, but I can give you the assurance that the drainage officer wouldn't accept a strategy that would allow it to be worse.
Thank you, Mr. May. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Any other questions, members? If not, Mr. May, thank you very much. Now move on to speakers. We don't have a speaker from Berry Pomeroy Parish Council, but we'll move on to the ward member, Councillor Penfold.
Okay, I'm going to start by saying that you've asked some really good questions. Great. It's important to begin by making it clear that Berry Pomeroy residents are not adverse to this development. In fact, many have shared with me how they recognise they live in an idyllic village, untouched by the development that's encased other such villages. yet they are positively anticipating the energy and talents the new residents will contribute to the village. So they're not NIMBYs. They know people need homes and they want to make it work for newcomers and old-timers. This has compelled them not to object, along with that it's a small village and they don't want to upset the apple cart. Therefore, you will note there are no speakers here objecting to this application. However, residents have informed me of two overriding areas of concerns that have been consistently raised but have not, they feel, not been adequately addressed to the satisfaction of the residents, the parish and the environmental health officer. Right, first it's important to note the school, the hall, the church and every home in the village is on a septic or a mini water treatment plant. We know that while the crappy stuff might be carried away, however much liquid goes into the system, the same quantity comes out and has to go somewhere. So with the addition of 9 new homes with 26 bedrooms, that is a potential for at least 26 new people with all the associated washing machines, dishwashers, baths, showers, toilets, washing cars, etc., to add to the existing homes that are producing their own quantity of liquid. And whilst the land is not supposedly in a flood zone or a critical drainage area, there have been a significant number of residents and the parish council who have repeatedly raised the issue of current flooding near the proposed development. So it is with this understanding that the parish council commented that there appears to be no details regarding water dispersal from the houses or landscaped areas, and there is a stream that goes through the designated field, so the area should be marked as within 20 metres of a watercourse. And a resident who lives next to the proposed site that you saw in one of the photographs stated that we and others have experienced significant problems with drainage, and a number of us have had to invest in necessary upgrades, installing independent wastewater treatment plant systems. They have all asked for assurances that any new homes will have the necessary drainage systems in place in order to mitigate for any potential draining problems, especially as they were aware that the area close to and downhill from the proposed houses, i.e. the field and the adjacent road, is prone to flooding. These comments were supported by the practices of a farmer who only grazed livestock on the proposed site, never ploughing, because of his concerns of exacerbating the flooding on the road and the home's downside to the watercourse below the proposed development. What you didn't see from the photographs is lower from the field. There's a couple of houses down there over the other side of the road, and they do occasionally get flooded. In addition, we all know Devon has a lot of water falling from the sky and patches of clay and rocky land which exacerbate the water flow. And bingo, this site happens to be on one of those clay rocky areas. These issues are such that recently the village residents collectively discussed connecting to the local main foul water system, but with the nearest pipe being 1.5 kilometres away, without financial support, the cost was considered prohibitive. Whilst I understand the submitted drainage strategy includes, I'm never going to say this right, attenuation basin, I think that's got it right, that discharges to the nearby watercourse over which the Duke of Somerset's estate owns and controls, the comments provided by residents about flooding that already occurs should be taken seriously, and it is a concern that the management of ground and surface water to enable this project would just displace water, which would then cause problems elsewhere. As paragraph 167 of the NPPF requires that LPAs ensure that development does not increase flood risk elsewhere, and the JLP policy DEV 35 requires all developments to incorporate sustainable water management measures, I would ask that in order to tackle unforeseen problems and give security to the present homeowners and to the future owners, that the planning proposal is deferred until the EHO suggests, as the EHO suggests, 1, right? As the proposed discharge is via a third-party field into a ditch some distance away, the EA should be consulted regarding this to confirm whether that would be acceptable, because it doesn't meet the requirements in the general binding rules. As the committee may know, this is a set of requirements for private foul drainage which owners stroke installers have to follow, and specifically the one that requires the outfall from a cistern to discharge into a drainage field or a running course that excludes a dry ditch to avoid potential flooding or environmental contamination in the event the system isn't working properly. 2. As there are long-standing third-party discharges, including the school, which appear to drain onto the land, and consequently the field tends to be wet in places all year, flooding on the road, and the farmer has been unable to work the land, the applicant should investigate this and propose how it will be dealt with. 3. that the applicant carry out a full investigation of the various water inputs onto the land, including natural and third-party sources, how these will be managed, and if that's actually possible. This report should also include an EA comment on the proposed discharge arrangements for the new mini-work treatments. Well, this is to avoid a situation I was informed that happened in Rangerton, Devon, similar to where a similar condition was put in place, but there were problems with the ditch, and bad smells, and sewage had to be tanked away, and the mini treatment never worked. So that's the very reason why we try to make sure there's a compliant arrangement from the onset, okay, and that we do our due diligence. To do what is suggested above may avoid unnecessary future litigation and unforeseen consequences. So now to the second concern, and hopefully an easier one to deal with, the construction management plan. I was pleased to hear that the planning officer and the applicant is working on this. However, the residents have strong concerns. To briefly reiterate, the site is adjacent to the local school in the heart of the village, as you've seen. The road leading to the school is a busy rat run from Totnes, I don't think that's been mentioned, from Totnes to Paignton and Torbay. Whilst at times, and you saw from the photographs it looked like a medieval village, while at times it can be so quiet and old worldly, it feels like Turner's hay wagon may amble round the corner. During commuting times, especially during drop-off and pick-up times, it's like the M25, but with cars parked along the street, narrowing the road to a single track. Even with the proposed development site being an unofficial car park at the moment, there is insufficient parking as it is. Parents park everywhere. If you add the site construction workers' vehicles and heavy construction vehicles, it's going to become hazardous and chaotic. So the CMP needs to be considered very carefully. So I understand that will be. However, it has been suggested that some temporary land provision could be offered by the landowner for a temporary car park for construction employees while the house building is going on. And as mentioned by the planning office, and you've discussed it, specific consideration needs to be given to school drop-off times and pick-up times for the safety of the children and others. So in order to make this development successful, I would ask the committee to consider a deferment to the approval until the two main concerns are sorted to the committee's satisfaction. This will give peace of mind to the current residents and those new residents who are to be actively welcomed into the village community.
Thank you, Councillor Penfold. Members, any questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Councillor Penfold. I'm a little puzzled. I know Berry Pomeroy is not the biggest of villages, but there's, as far as I can make out, not been a single representation in either direction.
Okay.
Which sort of, and people aren't generally that backward in coming forward, as we can tell. So I just wonder, I mean, it seems bizarre that you represent or present a strength of feeling that isn't otherwise at all visible. Is there some kind of omerta or?
Okay, so most of these are Little Hempstead and Totnes people. What I'm talking
No, I was giving them as an example of people not being backward in coming forward.
We're talking a different setup in Little Hempstead and Totnes as opposed to Berry Pomeroy. So if you think about who owns the land in Berry Pomeroy, yeah, who owns the leases, who works who are tenant farmers there, who are renters of houses that the land is owned and the houses are owned by an estate. It's a very different setup. So people tend not, they might grumble, and they grumble to me and they grumble at the parish council, but they tend not to do things like make objections.
Councillor Penfold, any further questions? Councillor Allen.
I'm going to try and turn this into a question, but basically I'm just backing up your point. Turn this into a question. Would you agree that that Berry Pomeroy people are dependent on the Duke? As you said, they're mostly tenants. There's lots of tenant farmers. I know that from attending Berry Pomeroy council meetings, or there were a couple of people on site who came to talk to us at the site visit we did on Monday, who were very clear with their concerns. They weren't antagonistic towards the development at all, but they had very, very strong concerns about drainage, and they came forward to talk to us. They didn't do it in forms of an objecting letter, because that's a step too far potentially, but they were there and they were concerned. So, yeah, I understand Councillor Penfold's.
Councillors, any further questions? If not, thank you. Members, that concludes the speakers on this application. We'll now move into the debate. Does anybody wish to commence the discussions on this? Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by putting forward two very simple amendments or changes to the conditions. If we can have a look at the traffic management slide, could we please? I'd like to change the wording there where it says that traffic movements when the school, yeah, that page there. Measures shall also be included to mitigate the impact of delivering construction. I'd like to change mitigate to avoid. So measures should also be included to avoid the impact of construction, delivery, traffic, blah, 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 during school times. That's the first change that I'd like to put forward and see if officers might accept that. Secondly, with regards...
Councillor Bonham, we haven't as yet agreed the principle of this
I'm so
application.
sorry.
You're going into the detail of the conditions. So if we can move, if you can hold those points, if you can.
Well, I'm just trying to get us moving because there's a lot of people waiting.
And do you have any other sort of points to make on it? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really concerned about this application. I think it's, if we're not careful, it's an opportunity that will be missed, and we'll be, you know, going away, you know, sort of beating ourselves up, saying, "Oh, if only we'd done this." Well, I'm doing it now, and I think that we should defer this. I think Councillor Penfold has given very good reasons why we should go away and actually require the detailed drainage strategy. As you were aware, Chair, I did actually ask the agent about the strategy, and his response was that the detail was there. It's not. It's actually referred to as being required. So we cannot really judge this or make sure that whatever is put in place to attenuate and prevent any potential flood damage, which could be, you know, quite far-reaching. We don't want to see the school closed down every term because there's a heavy rainfall, which we know are going to be coming with the, you know, the more dangerous weather conditions that we face into, not least of which this week when people couldn't, well, including myself, couldn't get out of Townless on Monday morning to something. So I just feel that it's an opportunity to just defer it, ask for that detailed drainage assessment to be carried out that our case officer is happy with. And also, I'm quite disappointed that this, because it's, as it's been said, it's been around for about 9 years, but because it's come in late, it doesn't have to comply with our development plan. Our development plan's been kicking around since 2017. Okay, it was only approved in 2019. But nevertheless, applications coming in now, coming to this committee in 2025, I see no reason why we can't insist on something to do with reducing the carbon footprint. And there's plenty of opportunity with new roofs. We've said it time and time again at this committee and at other times. We need to insist on PV panels on the roofs. It's very simple. It's not overly expensive. It's very productive. But also heat pumps, and also given the situation with the drainage, we should be looking for proper detail of SUDs, so proper drainage gardens, for example. It's, you know, there's a lot of things that could be really visibly very acceptable, but actually really supportive to reducing the carbon impact of this development. And I think in this day and age, we have a duty to require that. So the deferral would give the opportunity for those things, which is in keeping with what we normally expect for that validation of new applications at this stage, to be required.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other comments from members? Councillor Pannell.
Well, I'm just going to quote what the Environmental Health Officer says, which is that it would be clearer for all, particularly decision makers, if the applicant were to produce a separate document describing the FEL system to be installed, including the arrangements for ongoing maintenance and management, and the route for disposal of the clean water should be included, etc., and confirmation from the Environment Agency that discharge into the occasionally running water course will be permissible. So what the Environmental Health Officer is saying is that we should have these documents before us before we make a decision. Whereas officers have said they think that this can be addressed after consent by negotiation and condition. So there's a conflict there between two arms of the council, if you like, and I think that possibly gives strength to the argument that we need more details.
Mr. Weimer, can I bring you in?
With respect, Councillor Pan, I'm going to slightly disagree with that, because if you then read the following paragraph that sets out why the officer doesn't consider that's necessary, I don't think there is a conflict. We believe that it's an appropriate comment, but it's then covered by building regulations. You wouldn't normally have planning dabbling within issues that are covered by building regulations, which was the commentary on that comment. So I don't think there's any dispute in that information is going to be necessary. It's a matter of when it's submitted and whether it's submitted to planning or building control.
Members, further comment? There has been a request. Councillor Allen?
I'd like to support Councillor Hodgson's suggestion of a deferral.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. So we have Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Allen requesting a deferment. If one of the things I would raise, and I'll ask Mr. Weimer to comment, we have been caught out in the past where we have deferred planning applications and had just 2-3 matters dealt with, which basically meant that we were accepting everything else. And I think we've got to be very careful when we defer that we're actually covering everything that we need to cover, not just particularly one particular area.
I raised two actually: drainage and climate mitigation. But the other one, of course, would be the construction management plan. Those hours that are cited there, conflicting with children arriving for school and going home, that needs to be tied down much more in keeping with what's acceptable and safe for the school children.
If I may, one of the things that sort of does concern me, obviously, is the parking provision during the construction. And is there a need to replace, because we were there on Monday, we saw how busy it was. Yes, there can be the intention of delivering the parking area at the first stage, but it's that disruption period. And I wonder whether, another area for temporary parking during that could assist. Mr. Weimer.
Okay, I'll take the points one by one. I understand in terms of the 3 points Councillor Hodgson made. I understand about the drainage strategy and the assessment. I understand about the Depth 32 point. I'm very nervous about deferring it, insisting they provide SUDs and drainable gardens, because it's on clay, and I don't think a SUD system would work on this site, because I think half the problems with the flooding here is the nature of the soil and the fact that water just doesn't infiltrate. So I think that's why they haven't done a SUD scheme, because of the soil conditions. And I think that was also kind of set out with the percolation tests that demonstrated that it doesn't drain very well. So I'm a little bit nervous about the SUDs point, but I'm comfortable with the other two. So I'm comfortable about detailed drainage strategy and carbon footprint. I think that if we're going for detailed drainage strategy, I think it would be useful to see if they can address the comments that the EH made, because I think that's pretty much, we're talking about the same thing. Clarification of the hours of operation. I think the applicant's agent has heard the concerns of members, and Councillor Bonham's certainly one change. I think there was probably another wording change coming to the CMP. So I think there's a need to go the next step to set out to members exactly when deliveries will and will not take place during term time. I think obviously if it's outside of term time, I think there's less issues. I may be talking out of turn here, but I'm nervous about unintended consequences of good ideas. So I absolutely see where you're coming from, Chairman, in terms of, well, if the existing parking area if I can call it the overflow parking area, that probably is, isn't going to be available during the construction period, then the applicant is going to have to find somewhere else. The applicant is quite entitled just to fence or gate that off and say, do you know what, from now on in, you're not going to use it anyway. So I'm a little bit nervous about saying you must do this, that and the other. If the consequences are, well, to overcome that, we'll just put 2 gates across it. The school will just have the half dozen spaces they've got, and school drop-off is then on the road from now on in. So I think I'm a little bit nervous. I think we can certainly
I think it's a
investigate.
suggestion.
Yes.
I think it's a suggestion.
I think we can certainly ask the question, well, what would you do if you didn't get the car park up and running before the term? But we've got to be mindful that this isn't actually the official school car park. It's an informal arrangement. And how many times in the past have we seen, well, the way around that is I'll just stop that informal arrangement. So I'm just a little bit nervous about about the consequences of that. Now, your other point is, and you've heard me say this before, my absolute preference, if we're going to defer an application on the basis we need more information on these points, I would like the applicants to be quite clear that for the rest of the points, actually members are happy. They're not going to bring it back and then you're going to refuse it on design or refuse it because it's size gardens. Because I just don't think that's, I think that's unreasonable. So if this was going to be refused on other issues in any event, then you should make that decision. And then as part of those reasons refusal, say it hasn't been demonstrated that sufficient information has been provided for us to be happy with the drainage. But I think it would be unreasonable to say, go away and do a lot more work. They come back in and then refuse it in principle for other reasons. So I think if there needs to be a further debate around, are you happy with all the other elements of the application, then I think that ought to take place to be fair and reasonable to the applicant if you're then going to defer it for those reasons. Sorry for the ramble, but I think...
No, that's perhaps more clear than what I was putting, but that was my concern. And really, members, you need to decide, are these key points that we're deferring are the main points, but the rest of the development and the proposals there are acceptable? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I take the point that we now need to raise any other issues, so I'd like to make sure on the table is the garden size on plot 9, which we haven't had an answer from, and I want to make sure it's both within the guidelines and suitable for a house with 4 bedrooms. And regarding the parking for the school, the sort of wording that I would like to see is that the developer commits to maintaining availability of 27 parking places while the school is open. Because I think that by a combination of using the site that's already there and making new sites available over the course of time, we could possibly achieve that. Whether it's a condition or not, I don't know. But that's sort of what I'm hoping we'll head towards. Thank you.
When you say confirmation that 27 spaces will be provided, are we talking about 27 spaces will be provided in accordance with approved plans and therefore in perpetuity, or are we talking about 27 spaces will be provided from now all the way through the construction?
The latter, that you know, what we're not going to see is some of the existing parking taken away before new one comes on, and it could be a combination of some of what's there and some new.
Do you accept that the landowner could close the
Yes,
gates
I
on
do.
the car park now?
But yes, totally.
I personally don't think it's a reasonable.
Okay,
request,
but that's
we'll
what
take it
I
forward.
would see as a reasonable request. I mean, we may differ.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, just with respect to what was the comment about SUDs, I mean, a lot of the SUDs now, the more modern versions of it, do look at natural flood management. And so that some of that can be achieved through sort of planting, careful planting, which over a period of time improves the sort of permeability of, albeit very clay, heavy soils, etc. So I think that's something that if we make sure it's in there, then that at least can be explored. And the other thing I was going to say, Chair, you actually mentioned about delivery times. It should be delivery and construction vehicles arriving, because sometimes, you know, a digger arrives, that's not delivering anything, but it's it's a big thing suddenly coming through the gate. And, you know, it's a primary school, so the children are quite small. So just make sure that's added in.
Councillor Rake.
So I agree and disagree with Councillor Bonham. I agree with him on the sizes of the amenity space for the dwellings. I think not just plot 9, plot 4. In fact, all of them seem to have. We had a discussion earlier on a separate application about. I appreciate it is largely guidelines, but the amenity space for those dwellings looks pitifully small, and it sort of surprises me that we don't have the figures to hand, because I would have assumed that those figures would have been calculated in assessing whether those spaces met our recommendation. I disagree with Councillor Bonham on the matter of parking, because I mean, I don't think anybody can guarantee that those spaces will be. I mean, we can eliminate the residents. I mean, sort of from parking in those spaces. I have plans. We can perhaps prevent the residents from parking in the 27 spaces. But what you can't prevent is passers-by, people going for a walk from Berry Pomeroy, people, whatever it might be, unless you're turning the school into a car park operator or the applicant into a car park operator. I think to say you must guarantee that those 27 spaces will be available for the school in all circumstances, under all conditions, is pretty bonkers.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I think we had reassurances from Richard May that it would be written into the contract of the new residents that they would not park in those spaces. Am I correct? You don't have to respond. You can indicate. As far as I understand, that was the indication he gave. So that's good. Following on from what Patrick Weimer said regarding being happy with all other aspects of the build. So I personally am most concerned about drainage. So if we are going to defer, we get the relevant and useful reports coming back. I would be happy with the rest of it at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, perhaps I should explain what I was meaning before. I wasn't saying that we must mandate 27 places in perpetuity. What I was trying to say was that during the construction, the site owner does his best to make sure there's enough parking for the school, whether that's a combination of some of the existing spaces and some new spaces as they come online. That will be fine, but I think shutting the existing car park before building the new one wouldn't be acceptable. And that's really, it's during the construction period, because I accept once the site is ready, we have enough parking spaces. So it's the interim that I'm most concerned about.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Any further comments from any councillor? We have a proposer and a seconder for deferment. Mr. Wyman, would you like to come in?
Would it be helpful if I just go through the points that we're seeking deferment for more information for, in no particular order? Detailed drainage strategy or assessment, measures for reduction in carbon footprint, either solar panels, air source heat pumps, or the like, for want of a better phrase. The EH comments that are set out in the report, clarification in the construction management plan in terms of hours of operation, particularly relating to the school pick-up and drop-off, parking availability during construction period, all garden sizes, just clarify, just the schedule of garden sizes would probably help, and Councillor Hodgson's point about at least look at whether there's anything can be done in terms of a more modern approach to SUDS than perhaps was available when the plans were first drawn up.
Members, are you happy with that, those reasons, particularly Councillor Hodgson and Allen as a proposer and seconder? If that's the case, I'm going to take it to the vote. That we can have, please have a show of hands for those councillors who wish to defer this application. Those against? Thank you. Those abstentions? Thank you. So that is 6 for deferment, 2 against and 1 abstention. So therefore that application is deferred. Thank you. Thank you, members. We now have a officer changeover. So we have 5 minutes, please, while the officers change over, ready for the next application.
Yeah, me too.
Councillors, we've now reconvened and we will take agenda item 6F, which is application number 292323 FUL, Land at Hempston Water Treatment Works. The case officer is Peter Whitehead. The recommendation is conditional approval. Mr. Whitehead, when you are ready with your presentation, thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. So this is application 292923 full, Land at Little Hempston Water Treatment Works. So this is the application then in a nutshell. Application proposes the installation of photovoltaic solar arrays and associated equipment. The arrays are proposed on farmland owned by South West Water and within the plant itself. The development is to help power the water treatment works and assist in transitioning from reliance upon fossil fuel to use of renewable green energy. Application seeks a temporary permission for 40 years. The development itself is temporary and reversible. The solar arrays are effectively pile driven into the ground and can be removed, and conditions are proposed as set out in my report to decommission the site and return it to its former use and condition at the end of that period. So this is the location plan. You can see that the red line accommodates a number of parcels of land and also includes part of Hampstead Farm Lane all the way down from Grattan's farm to the sort of top right corner of that map. That section of Hampstead Farm Lane is a private lane owned by South West Water. 6 parcels of land, parcels 1, 2, 5 and 6 are all parcels of farmland, all currently laid to pasture. When the application was first submitted, all 4 parcels of land were to have solar arrays on them. As I will discuss further perhaps in the presentation or through questions, during the discussion with consultees and with the applicant, it was determined that officers had serious concerns with regard to the inclusions of PV arrays on parcel 1 due to the impact upon the registered park and garden of Dartington Hall, which lies on the west side of the Dart to the left there, and also with regard to PV arrays on the southern part of Field 6 to the bottom there, principally due to views into parcel 6 from the pathway along the River Dart, which we felt were cherished views of people walking out of Totnes, and we were not happy with the inclusion of PV arrays on those parcels of land due to the significant adverse effect upon landscape character. So consequently, revised plans were subsequently received, which removed the arrays from 1 and 6. 3 and 4 are both within the plant itself. We didn't visit that during the site visit on Monday, but they are basically within the plant, and PV arrays are proposed on covered reservoirs within the plant complex. Oh, wrong one. There we go. That's better. Right. So this is the site layout. As they say, we've now got PV arrays on parcel 2, which is to the north. That's the field we visited during the site visit. 3 and 4 are the covered reservoirs within the plant itself, and we also have PV arrays on field 5 and the top end of field 6, which are shown there. In terms of detail, then, so this is typical. This is a typical layout. So effectively, the panels are fixed to metal frames, 2.4 metres at the back, down sloping down to 800 mil off the ground at the front, and there will be 3 metres between rows for maintenance purposes. Ground beneath them will be retained as pasture. In terms of other bits of kit, on a number of the fields there are inverters which are effectively containerised. You can see the details there, 6 metres long, 2.5 metres high roughly, and about 2.5 metres wide. All of the PV arrays are effectively enclosed by deer fencing, which is 1.9 metres tall. You can see it basically on the arrays, the layouts there, wrapping around the blue arrays. You'll see a red line, which is effectively the fencing. And then between the fencing and the hedge boundaries to each field, there is a buffer strip of about 5 or more metres, again for maintenance purposes. Whoops. So field 2, as we saw on the site visit, is sloping quite significantly. Consequently, on that field, there is the requirement to provide some form of surface water drainage to attenuate runoff, and that's been agreed with LLFA to be a series of swales on the bottom edge, if you like, of the solar arrays. You can see them in green there. All of the other fields, I'll show you photographs in a minute, all of the other fields are effectively flat. Therefore, it's been agreed that there is no requirement for any attenuation or drainage. Water will simply fall onto the panels and be absorbed into the ground. So we've got landscaping, mitigation for the proposals as well, which takes the form of enhanced hedgerows. As we saw, parcel 2 already has hedges around the outside. They will be allowed to grow taller. Currently they're about 2 metres, just over 2 metres maybe. They will be allowed to grow up to 4 metres tall. And they wrap around the road boundary with Hampstead Farm Lane, as you can see, and also around the side boundaries. Same is true of the other parcels. The purple hedges there are pretty gappy at the moment. Again, you'll see this on photographs. So the proposals include infilling the gaps, planting new hedging effectively to make them continuous hedges, and they too will then all be allowed to grow taller. The brown hedge, which runs almost sort of left to right there, is quite a thick hedge at the moment. Again, that will be allowed to grow taller as well, which will prevent views into the site, particularly from the sort of Totnes direction and from the riverbank, although I think you'll see from photographs it's already pretty discreet in views from the west, given existing trees and scrub. So a lot of key issues in the officer's report. Hopefully I've given those a pretty full debate. I think the issues I'd like to sort of bring to attention today are those which were picked up by Councillor Penfold in referring the application to committee, and the ones I think which go to the sort of planning balance itself. So we've got the provision of renewable energy itself, landscape impact, and the use of best and most versatile farmland as part of the scheme. So provision of renewable energy. So effectively, as I say, the intention is that the solar farm provides green energy to help power the sewage treatment works. Solar array proposed has an installed capacity of just over 2.5 megawatts, which equates to an emissions avoidance of 567 tonnes of CO2 per year. In our view, quite a significant contribution then to reducing CO2 emissions. Government obviously produced the new NPPF, and I think it's worth highlighting paragraphs 168, which clearly sets out when determining planning applications for all forms of renewable and low carbon energy developments, local planning authorities should give significant weight to the benefits associated with renewable and low carbon energy generation and the proposal's contribution to a net zero future. So officers in reaching our recommendation are mindful of the weight we should be giving to the contribution to low carbon and the fact that it is a renewable form of energy. The importance the council attaches to low carbon and renewables is also set out clearly in our own local plan, DEV 32. Members will be very familiar with that. Council has also declared a climate emergency, and on the back of that, we produced and published our own climate emergency planning statement. Strategic Objection CES 01 specifically seeks to deliver development that mitigates the impact of climate change, including increasing renewable energy generation and reducing reliance upon fossil fuels. In my view, the application squarely meets the objectives of all of those, and indeed, as I say, we should be giving significant weight to the proposal mindful of the NPPF too. So landscape impact. We go into this in some detail, and my colleague Amanda is here as well to provide any sort of reinforcement or answer any questions if you have them. So I think the first thing to note is that the site is not a protected landscape, and the development proposed does not affect the setting of such either. In terms of visual impact, there was a discussion on site about the presence of the site in the landscape, where you can see it from, and what weight we attach to those kind of views. So the application is accompanied by a landscape and visual impact assessment, which I shall go through in a little bit of detail in a minute. When we're assessing impact upon landscape, we make the distinction between public and private views, much as we do with views in general. Members will be aware you don't have a right to a view as such. The views that we give more weight to are those gained from public land. So from public footpaths, from roads, from other public land. We attribute less value in terms of visual impact, if you like, in terms of views gained from private property and buildings. I've already mentioned the fact that the most sensitive parcels, 1 and 6, were removed from the site, removed from the application. And I've also mentioned the landscape mitigation that's already proposed, so I won't go further into that at this point. So in terms of visual impact then, some photographs just to give some context. So this is where we were standing on Tuesday or Monday, looking south from parcel 2 towards the town. This is looking east from parcel 2. And there was a point during the conversation when it was noted to me that there is actually a public right-of-way which looks towards this site. And I'll come back to that, but it has been accounted for in our consideration of the application, and I'll explain more about that in a minute. Parcel 6 is at the bottom of the site. As I noted, parcel 6 and parcel 5 are effectively flat and enclosed by hedges. So they already offer some considerable screening to the PV arrays, which, as I say, are 2.4 metres high max. Existing hedges are pretty much that height, but as I say, the landscape mitigation allows them to grow to a maximum of 4 metres. This is another view into field 5. If you can see the trees in the background, they are effectively along the perimeter with the River Dart. There is a walkway along the far side of the Darts. Members will recall that there is really no visual impact or view of the panels, or won't be any view of the panels from the west side of the Dart, given the existing screening. This is another view of field 5. The road here is a private road, so again, in terms of receptors, it's not currently walked by the public. They have no right to walk it. It's not a public right of way. It's owned by South West Water. But either side of that, there are proposed hedges where you can see the brambles in the foreground. All of these gaps will be filled in, so there will be high hedges to both sides of that private lane. this is the steam railway, which runs obviously runs north through the site effectively. The left-hand side is Field 5. At this point, and indeed through certainly through Field 5, where the panels are proposed, the railway runs in a cutting, and again, given that, plus the height of the hedge, plus the intention to allow it to grow taller, there will be no visual impact or no views of the solar panels from the railway. This is taken from Hampstead Bridge, which I'll return to with regard to another matter in a bit. So public rights of way. So yeah, it was mentioned at the site visit that there is actually a public right of way to the west of the site, east of the site, sorry, and that is footpath number 3, which runs off the A381. The public highways, roads are shown in brown here, and public rights of way are shown in pink. And I think what struck Amanda and I when we were driving around initially, and this was nearly 2 years ago now, I think, is the fact that there are very few public rights of way in the vicinity of the site, and that although Field 2 feels rather exposed when you're standing on it, there are actually very few public vantage points where any meaningful view into the field can be gained from. There are a few houses, and obviously you view the site from the town to the south, but there are very few vantage points, certainly at close range, where any meaningful view or harmful view of the solar panels could be gained. This is the landscape and visual impact assessment. So a number of vantage points here. We visited all these. We visited others too. One of the points I think raised at the site visit earlier in the week was whether you can see into the site from Bourneton Lane or from the John Musgrave Heritage Trail, which effectively follows that lane. And the reality is you can't. There are no views from the John Musgrave Heritage Trail or Bourneton Lane. I'll go through some of the other views and photographs which show the site in the wider landscape. So this is from footpath 3. So this is the footpath that was mentioned at the site visit. It's within the visual impact assessment. You can see it it's VP2, which is to the top of the site there. On a bend, there is a footway though. I discussed it with Sam Penfold, Councillor Sam Penfold. Footway drops down to Little Hempston. Effectively, where this photograph is taken from is about 50 metres of public footpath where there is a view into parcel 2. It drops down from the A381 and then disappears into the woods and all view is lost. So it is a glimpse for a few seconds for walkers. And we've taken it into account, and ultimately we don't think it's that harmful in itself. It's one of the many factors we weigh up, but it's a momentary view of the solar farm walking along that footpath. This is parcel 2 then, looking back towards that footpath. You can see it on the horizon there, more or less, just to the left of that white house. This is viewpoint 5, which is also to the east of the site. Again, a very, very small sliver of field 2 is just about visible, and this is from the A381. So from the town, there were comments about the visibility from the town. This is taken from the south of the town, from the A381. You can just about see parcel 2. I'm not sure my mouse is working, but parcel 2 is visible. Hopefully you can see the read parcel 2, but you can just about see parcel 2 just beyond the edge of the town. This is 1.2 kilometres or 0.7, 3/4 of a mile away. And then again, even further, this is 1.2 miles to the south of the site. You can see the town, and again, beyond the town, you can just about make out parcel 2. I think the point I'd make in this regard is that it will be experienced as a small component in a much wider view. So landscape impact then, just to kind of conclude our considerations. As I say, this is not a protected landscape. The site is not the subject of any specific landscape designations. So we're weighing up the impact against Dev 23 really. Landscape mitigation is proposed to limit short range views. There's the enhancement of hedges, and all hedges around the periphery of the sites will be maintained at heights of between 3 and 4 metres high. So that will limit any views from short range. Views in the wider landscape, in our view, are limited to glimpses from cars, trains, walkers or cyclists. And or, as I say, the PV arrays will form a small component in a much wider view. Amanda's conclusion, which I concur with really, is that it is inevitable that large-scale solar farms will result in adverse landscape character. We acknowledge there is some harm and visual impacts. However, through a combination of topography, existing vegetation and the proposed landscape mitigation measures, the adverse effects are now considered to be limited and localised rather than significant due to revised scheme layout. And that is my conclusion too. Moving on then, so agricultural land grade. So I think this has come up in earlier discussions, so I won't go through it in significant detail. But land is graded into grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and grade 3 is subdivided into 3A and 3B. Best and most versatile land is 1, 2, and 3A. And there are policy issues in relation to the use of BMV land, which I'll discuss in a minute. So in this particular case, if we then remember the site layout, parcel 2, where we stood, is subgrade 3B. So that is not BNV land. The only land within the scheme now before you, which is 3A, is an area of field 5 and the top end of field 6. You'll recall that the PV arrays in the bottom southern end of field 6 have been removed, as have the PV arrays in field number 1, both of which were subgrade A. So we're left with a part of the site in 3A and part of it in 3B. So in policy terms then, so this is what the policies are that we are referring to. The NPPF is asking us, let me just find it, recognise the wider benefits from natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic and other benefits of best and most versatile agricultural land. So recognise the benefits of it. TTV 26 is perhaps the most useful, or the most, well, there are 3 policies that refer to BMV land. It's probably worth going through them all. The TTV 26 development proposals should, where appropriate, avoid the use of best and most versatile land. Insofar as the development is proposed on BNV land, there is a policy conflict with that policy. SPT1 seeks a sustainable environment where best and most versatile agricultural land is protected for agricultural use. In that regard, in my view, the matter is not clear-cut because, as I will say, the proposal does not prevent the continued use of the land for agricultural purposes. And Dev 2.6 protects soils. The development will not have any impact upon the long-term value of the soil. So in terms of my assessment, yes, part of the site is within grade 3A land, but in my view, there are a number of mitigating factors that need to be taken into consideration. Firstly, a large part of the farmland of the South Hams is grade 3. So on the face of it, that means that a reasonable proportion of our land is going to be BNV land. None of the site, though, is our best land. None of it is grade 1 and none of it is grade 2. I think it's also important to reflect upon the fact that this is not a permanent development. Permission is sought for a temporary period of 40 years. Beyond that, the development itself is impermanent and removable. It doesn't have bricks and mortar, it doesn't have foundations. The PV arrays are just hammered into the ground and can be removed at the end of the permission. The development itself will not affect land grade or soil quality. So in the longer term, the land will remain grade 3A land after the development is removed. It's also important, I think, to note that the fields are currently laid to pasture use for grazing purposes, and they will continue to be pasture with the PV panels in place. They can also continue to be used for agriculture, grazing with solar arrays in situ, perhaps with sheep grazing. And therefore, the land will not be permanently developed or lost to agriculture. In terms of the main considerations with the application, I think I've covered them. I'll obviously answer any questions members may have upon other planning considerations. The other matter that's been raised considerably in representations relates to a cycleway or proposed cycleway through the site, and this I'll go through in some detail as well. So this is a plan that's been provided by the applicants to show the indicative route of a cycleway, which runs along Hampstead Farm Lane as far as the Hampstead Bridge, over the bridge, and then runs down through fields 5 and 6. I would note and highlight that this is an indicative cycle route. There is no cycle route, there is no cycleway part of the current planning application, nor is there currently a separate planning application for a cycleway. And I would also emphasise the fact that this plan itself does not form part of the planning application and is merely indicative. So in terms of the representations that have been received relating to the cycleway, you'll note from my report a considerable number, 350, 360 plus representations in total. The vast majority reference the cycleway in some shape or form. So the level of interest in securing a cycleway through the site is fully acknowledged and understood. But from our perspective as planning officers, in our view, the application presented to us is for a solar farm. That is all. It doesn't include a cycleway. There is no cycleway as part of this planning application. In terms of the wider issues then, so a solar farm doesn't give rise to cycle movements. We all are aware of applications we have for residential development, and we seek footway connections and we seek cycle connections, and that is relevant and that is appropriate, having regard to policies that seek to secure active travel and sustainable travel. But in those kind of cases, the requirements for a cycleway or for footway connections are to make the development necessary because the development itself gives rise to cycle movements. That's different in this case. A solar farm does not give rise to cycle movements, or therefore, in our view, give rise to the need to provide a cycleway or footway connections. Beyond that, there is no policy requirement for a cycleway to serve a solar farm, and we are all aware that applications should be determined in accordance with the development plan as per section 38(6). The lack of a cycleway does not make this development unacceptable or cause harm in our view. So whilst acknowledging the public interest in securing a cycleway through the site, this application is not considered to offer the means to deliver it. We cannot secure it by condition or by legal agreement, and the lack of it does not, in our view, represent a reason for refusal. My view as case officer, and I've had various conversations with residents about this, is that a separate application can come forward for a cycleway through the site, and that would be considered on its merits. The layout of the solar arrays actually accommodates the future provision of a cycleway. So all things considered, in our view, the cycleway, notwithstanding the level of public interest in it, is not material to the consideration of this application or indeed to the decision that should be reached. Just to emphasise the fact that the cycleway can be accommodated, this is the section of fields 5 and 6. As I noted, the cycleway, or the indicative route of the cycleway, runs down Hampstead Lane, over Hampstead Bridge, which runs over the railway, and then if you can visualise the bottom two parcels, there is a gap between the solar panels, which has been left expressly for a possible cycleway in the future. I've got a couple of late representations. One is a letter from Totnes Town Council, which I believe has been shared with all members. That, as far as I can see, simply provides a composite of all of the views they've expressed earlier and asking for you to take account of those. It doesn't raise anything new. It just includes all of the early representations. There is also one further letter of representation, which is given as a letter of support. I am writing in support of the Totnes to Newton Abbot cycle route. As many of the letters of representation does, it supports the application, but only seemingly on the basis that it includes a cycleway. So the planning balance, been through the main issues, I believe. So in terms of adverse impacts, there is a landscape impact. We have to acknowledge that, and it is adverse, but it's mitigated by the landscaping that's been proposed. And I think, as we've discussed, any impact is localised and limited. So there is an impact, but it's moderate. It is limited. Impact upon BMV land. Yes, there is some BMV land included as part of the application, but again, in mitigation, it's a temporary permission. The land will not be lost permanently, and the scheme itself allows for the continued use of the fields for agricultural purposes. It's pasture now, and it will continue to be pasture, and the pasture will still be suitable for grazing purposes. In terms of benefits then, so we turn to the benefits. The key one here, I think, is the provision of renewable energy. The NPPF clearly sets out that we should be giving significant weight to developments that deliver renewable energy, which this one does. There will be some economic benefits too, modest ones perhaps during the construction process. There will be jobs created in providing the solar farm. There is also a benefit in terms of the BNG that's been proposed, which is beyond the required 10%. So having regard to the benefits and the significant weight we are supposed to give to renewable energy generation and proposals that deliver it, our view as officers is that the proposal is acceptable, and my recommendation, Chairman, is conditional approval. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Members, any questions on the presentation? Remember, we have Amanda Robertson, the Landscape Officer, who can also respond to any questions. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. If I ask, what's the deer fence for? I shall rephrase that. Are there a range of defences that the deer fence is intended to keep to protect that area? Is it just humans and deer, or are smaller animals allowed through?
I can show you, but the fence does have sort of hedgehog holes in it, if that was the question. It's to keep the sheep in, Councillor, but hedgehogs are certainly allowed through. Yeah, badger, fox, small mammal gates. Yeah, so it's not to prevent animals moving through the site.
How many?
Well, if you wish to, they can be conditioned, but we have a number of conditions which require further details on various points, which I believe already cover that. in terms of ecology, but points taken. Thank you.
Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Looking at the land or the potential cycle route, just as a, bear with me for a minute, is it possible that we can put in a condition to the fund application that that land, if it's going to be used for anything else by South West Water, would need a full planning application, which would include also the use of gates? Is that something that we can look at? Maybe you could show on the map
Where are you thinking about, Councillor?
which goes over, so 5 and 6, the part
This
which
part?
goes over the land. Yeah, here.
Okay, so trusting the committee approves the application as submitted, there will be a condition that requires the development to be carried out in accordance with the approved plans, standard condition. Any further development on the site, certainly any further sort of PV arrays or anything else like that would require planning permission.
Would that include the potential of having gates at either end as well? Would gates need another planning application? Can we make it a condition?
What would the reason for the condition be?
Yeah, that's the sticking point, because obviously it would block the cycle route. So it's a way of getting around potential issues if the cycle route was to be blocked.
My concern, given that I don't think the cycleway is a material consideration, is that I couldn't recommend a condition that relates to the cycleway.
Okay, I'll leave that for later on. I was just putting it out there for the moment. Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Wright.
I'll give you first dibs on this one, Mr. Whitehead, but you assert that the solar farm will have no impact on the quality of, on the grade of the soil. You'll be aware that Councillor Penfold asserts otherwise. She cites a academic research paper. Are you bringing a knife to this gunfight, or have you? Well, on what do you base your assertion that it won't impact the quality of the soil?
In that no chemicals are to be used to clean the panels or anything like that. So I couldn't see any reason why there would be any impact upon it.
We will find out from Councillor Penfold. Thank you.
Very good.
Members, any further questions? If not, no. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Thank you, Ms. Ermson. We'll now move on to the speakers for this application. And the first person is Nikki Raska. When you're ready, you have 3 minutes. 5, apologies, 5.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Good afternoon. I'm Nikki Reisker, and I'm objecting today to the present alliteration of the application due to the lack of sufficient, positive and solid contributions to the community, which act as mitigation in the planning balance. This large-scale industrial development spanning some 28 acres on the banks of the River Dart will result in negative impacts. As summarised by one lovely parishioner, the last time something with such a huge impact on our community happened was when Brunel's railway was built through the middle of the village, literally cutting it in two. I'd like to use my time to draw the members' attention to the near 400 letters of representation. Please could I put the slide up? Thank you. When initially submitted 2 years ago, there was no reference to a cycleway. However, through the consultation process, the applicant had been made aware of it. As detailed in the planner's report, by far the vast majority have discussed the importance of providing the cycleway to safely link Totnes to Newton Abbot via Little Hempston. The planner's report points out the difficulty in arriving at clear views from the letters that unconditionally support to those that unconditionally object, and so on. Helpful, though, the public have been very detailed in their consultation comments. The wording and commentary in many letters of representation is key here. Through analysis of the words expressed, a clear picture emerges. This reveals that this is a complex proposal for the community, where many are hugely conflicted about a solar proposal, but are willing to consider accepting it based only on certain conditions. The main condition cited continuously is the inclusion of the cycle path. A total of 90%, 315 letters from individuals link any support to its conclusion. Committee, I do wonder how support for this application would look if the cycle path were not to be included. Next slide, please. Could we go to the Totnes vision diagram, please? Thank you. This is taken from the joint local plan. This is a Totnes vision diagram. It clearly shows an enhanced riverside access in green on the north side of the Dart. This is on land within the red planning development line for this application. Furthermore, Policy Dev 29 asks that new developments contribute to sustainable travel, ensuring developments promote choices like walking, cycling, etc. The NCN2 at the south of the map is marked on too. The cycle route that's being discussed would connect directly to that and become part of it. In a climate emergency, the cycle path delivers sustainable transport benefits. Every development the council approves must take all possible opportunities for a more sustainable future. Next slide, please. Local cycling and walking infrastructure plans. Thank you. Only to add to this slide is that the cycle path planning application is at the formal pre-application stage, slightly different to what was told earlier, and we're really grateful that the same planning officer has been assigned to it. Next slide, please. Indicative cycle route. Thank you. More recently, after years of limited progress, we are really grateful to South West Water for entering into discussions with DCC. These are early days in their negotiations. That has to be noted. South West Water have said that they're willing to make Hampstead to Farm Lane available as part of the cycle route and are expecting to hear back from Devon County Council's legal department on a formal response to their draft proposed agreement. This plan is attached to that agreement. However, as the route is only indicative and marked for information purposes only, it's hard to rely on it without it being an approved plan. Next slide, please. It is for the committee to reach a decision on the planning balance, weighing up positives and negatives, as well as ensuring that this development takes all possible opportunities to maximise its contribution to a net zero future for our community. The fact that the strategically identified cycle route goes through the application site means that the cycle path and the solar array are absolutely related issues. This is an opportunity for members to ensure that South West Water deliver on their promise given by their CEO to Caroline Voden MP to allow the NCN2 route to run through their land. Quite simply, without the cycle path, the impact, loss and harm caused by the solar installation will be absolutely unacceptable in planning terms. A planning condition is already being recommended by DCC Highways, which is referred to by the planning officer. That is only for part of the route. It is not the full route. Given the confusion around the application and the cycle path, it is really unfortunate that this application is brought before this particular committee today. when the planning application for the cycle path, a linked application in my view, is so imminent. So today, I believe options are available to the committee, and they are twofold. Should members be minded to conditionally approve the application, and if the applicant were to make a full commitment to the full route, the benefit of the cycle path will be brought into the planning balance.
Ms Rasker, can I ask you if you are able to wind up, because you've had your 5 minutes?
Thank you. And my second point is, should members be minded to defer the application, they could wait until the cycle path planning application had gone through, and then it would be a much clearer decision to make. And also the DCC negotiations that are going on with the agreement would also inform the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Rasker. Members, any questions? Members, any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. And thank you for all you've been doing to push for something so important. I just wonder, you gave two options at the end there. So which one do you think is the one that you'd like to see happen?
I would like committee to defer the application for 3 months until the end of March, when the planning for the solar, for the cycle path should be determined. Thank you.
Mr Fairbairn wants to come in, but I'll take you after. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chairman. At the risk of being extremely unpopular, I'm going to say that to be a material planning consideration, it has to be something that fairly and reasonably relates to the permitted development, and it has to have a real connection with the development rather than being trivial or remote. And Mr Whitehead explained all the reasons why this was not a material planning consideration. Therefore, as you are obliged, and as I've said to you on, I think, probably every occasion we've met over the last 12 months, you are required to determine the application in accordance with the development plan and have regard to the development plan and any material considerations. If it isn't a material consideration, then you must disregard it. It is not part of the planning balance. And I think, as the objector recognised, the application for the cycle path is something separate. It is not part of this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Fairbairn. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Could you please clarify exactly what you meant by NC2 routes? So, from my understanding, this is a sort of the missing link in the whole national cycle
we
path.
Go to the Totnes vision? Yes. So, referring to the map, looking at the south side, you'll see National Cycle Network Route 2, and there is a blue dotted line with large and then smaller dots, and that is on the south side of the dart. And if you follow the river, you will get to where the railway crosses the River Dart, and that is where that route currently stops. That route, if continued south, goes all the way to St Austell in Cornwall. Our route would pick up at that south point, would travel across the river, and would continue northwards through the application site.
Thank you, Ms Rasker, for that clarification. Members, any further questions? Councillor Abbott?
Yeah, I'll join in. You must, are you in any way satisfied that the route is being preserved through the solar panels so that it can be constructed at some later stage?
Thank you for your question. I am heartened that there is a section of the solar panel site that has been left open for the cycle route. That has only happened because I called the application into Active Travel England, and they asked DCC Highways to look at the situation, and then they imposed a condition, which then they made an adjustment to the site. So that was through hard work and graft that we achieved that. However, it is only a small section of the site, and so it is an incomplete route, and it serves no purpose, and it only fetters progress if it's just left like that. because it's only a small section. It doesn't continue all the way to the end of South West Water's ownership and the end of the planning red boundary line. So it's only a small section.
Are you saying that the proposed solar panels would interrupt that route further along?
If we could go to the map with the indicative route on, it might be helpful for councillors to have a look at. Thank you. Okay, so if we're following the yellow line, and if we look at where the railway line is, and we go south from that, and we see a bend in the yellow route. So we see the yellow route come up from the river, and then it bends slightly to the left, and then it turns slightly right. So at that junction there, and below is the only section that we have preserved space for the route. Beyond that bend and travelling all the way up the yellow line, we have no preserved route. So that is only a small section. So that preserved section sits within that field, doesn't even go down to the river. It's only within that field. And so it
Ms.
is
Rasker, the question was about the solar arrays. The rest of the route, there has been a section left open through the arrays for the indicative path to
That's
go.
it, but not the
What
rest
you're
of the route.
saying, what you're bringing up elements that are not part of this application.
They're still within the planning
But
red
it
boundary
is
line.
not part of this application. So, you know, if something came forward, there would be another planning application. What we're considering today is the area that we are discussing and that routes goes through. And it's quite clear that there is a route that South West Water have allowed through those solar arrays. Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? No? Ms. Rasker, thank you very much for your presentation.
You're
Thank you. We'll now move on to the supporter speaking, Nick Leaney. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Planning Committee and local residents. My name is Nick Leaney and I stand before you today, or sit before you today, to speak strongly in support of the planning application for the Little Hempston Solar Scheme on behalf of the applicant, South West Water. This proposal is not merely an application for a renewable energy site. It is an investment in our collective future, an essential step towards local energy resilience and a clear demonstration of sustainable development in action. There is an urgent national and local requirement for new renewable energy generation, and this project directly addresses that need. The most compelling argument for this development is its environmental benefit. The construction and operation of this solar farm is a tangible action in support of the UK's legally binding target to achieve net zero. Once operational, this array will generate an estimated 2,738 megawatt hours of clean energy per year, saving 567 tonnes of carbon compared with fossil fuels. For your district, this development is about local infrastructure and energy security. The solar scheme is located to directly supply clean energy to the adjacent water treatment works. This increase in South West Water's use of green energy enhances the company's business efficiency, reduces its own operational carbon footprint, and ultimately contributes to reducing costs and customer bills. This project is not just a commercial venture, but an investment in maintaining the public service of our water infrastructure. The proposed development has been planned to integrate sensitively into the landscape, working with statutory consultees to achieve a final acceptable design. The design allows for use of the reservoir covers within the treatment works, utilising available brownfield land, and South West Water has already installed solar on one of the main roofs in the works, and the second roof on the new building has the potential for a further 40 kilowatts, which is being looked at. It is proposed as a temporary installation with a 40-year lifespan. At the end of that period, all infrastructure will be removed and the land will be restored to its original agricultural use. The minimal ground intrusion ensures the facility is fully reversible. Moreover, the design allows for the continuation of agricultural use through low-intensity sheep grazing beneath and around the arrays. This represents a positive form of farm diversification, fully supported by national policy as a means to sustain the rural economy. We recognise that a proposal of this scale in the countryside raises concerns, and a balanced appraisal requires them to be addressed. The initial engagement with planning officers rightly identified a potential for effects on biodiversity, landscape and heritage assets. However, the accompanying environmental statement, ecological impact assessment and landscape and visual impact assessment confirm that these impacts have been thoroughly assessed and crucially mitigated within the scheme's design. The proposal is set to deliver a significant biodiversity net gain with a projected net increase of 41.2%. The scheme includes extensive proposed hedgerow, scrub and tree planting to enhance existing features and provide effective screening from local views. We are confident that potential impacts on landscape, heritage assets and residential amenity, including glint and glare, have been satisfactorily addressed and mitigated to be acceptable. To ensure construction is managed responsibly, the applicant is committed to submitting and adhering to a construction environmental management plan, as stipulated in the proposed conditions for approval. Likewise, a traffic management plan and landscape management plan will be submitted and agreed upon pre-commencement. These conditions ensure that potential impacts on landscape, biodiversity and amenity are managed from day one. In conclusion, the Littlehampton Solar Farm represents a clear form of sustainable development. It's entirely suitable to the site. It accords with national and local planning policy in line with the NPPF and Policy Dev 33 of the local plan, and it delivers compelling benefits: substantial carbon reduction, local energy security for critical infrastructure, and a significant measurable uplift in local biodiversity. I urge you to accept the case officer's recommendation for conditional approval today and approve this application. I'm happy to answer any further councillor questions or elaborate further on questions that were given to the officer earlier, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. Councillors, questions, please. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. You mentioned solar panels on roofs in your actual treatment plant. There aren't any on our planning application before us, except for on the reservoir covers. Could you please explain which other roofs are going to be used? Thank you.
So South West Water across its whole estate, not just this site, have been looking at all opportunities for roof-mounted solar, which is allowable under permitted development rights, subject to a certain number of conditions, and hence we don't need to include it in any previous application when proposing a new building. We do it. We've already demonstrated we've got it on one building. The new building is sufficiently structurally sound to accommodate new solar arrays, and so that has been identified as one to be done. The other roofs that are in are either facing the wrong direction and therefore not optimised, or a fibrous cement matter, which means they're not structurally sound enough to accommodate panels without having to re-roof the buildings. So the reservoirs give us the best opportunity within the treatment works, other than the new roof, to accommodate as much solar within the treatment works without unduly affecting the operational land and operation of the treatment works.
Thank you, members. Councillor Rake.
Has there been any formal or technical reason on South West Water's side, given the things that are happening elsewhere, why you haven't just said, let's give them what we want and link this in with the cycle path and do it all in one hit? Is there any particular reason why you've chosen to go down the route you have rather than alternative route?
The land that's, I won't rehearse the matters that have been dealt with by the council's solicitor in terms of being a material consideration, but in terms of accommodating it, this area represents, and the South West Water's ownership represents, only a small section of this proposed new cycle route. We don't have control over the whole route that's being proposed by the thing. So therefore, we only have the ability within land that's within South West Water to accommodate the ambitions and the future, and we have done that within the scheme. So we haven't stood in the way of it happening. We've actively accommodated it. As the council's planning officer has said, these are plans that have been put in there would be approved plans, which would have the spacing to allow the cycle route to go through the solar farm without impeding the solar farm or impeding the cycleway. And as we would have to, or South West Water would need to engage with Devon County in terms of a land agreement for the cycle path, I think that could cover off matters that Councillor Allen's concerns about whether we put up gates to stop the cycle path, is we actually would be in agreement with Devon County for it to be in place. So within that agreement, there would probably be a no obstruction clause, I'd imagine, in that agreement, but I'm not party to that. That's a legal matter that's been dealt with actively outside of this.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. hoping you're feeling generous today.
Councillor Hodgson, can you
so-
move your
I just-
microphone closer
oh,
to you?
Sorry. Perhaps I won't repeat that. Yeah, I just wanted to really think about the fact that it's a public utility. This is water that's, you know, in your duty is to produce clean water and deal with our sewage. And as we know, there's not been successful publicity in recent years on this, and a lot of people who swim in the Dart, for example, very close to this area, have suffered. They've not been swimming. There's bathing water stations. A lot of work going on to
Councillor
try
Hodgson,
and.
relevant to this
Yeah, I'm trying to
application,
just
please.
give a bit of context, if I may, because I recognise that usually with a public amenity, there wouldn't be any basis for asking for any community mitigation or benefit because of the nature of public amenities. You know, everything has to go into supporting that. But this is slightly different because water companies are actually private companies. And I was at a meeting in the Civic Hall a couple of years ago when it was acknowledged that 2/3 of the profit from Southport Water goes to its investors, which obviously causes a problem with all the rest of it. So giving a little bit of context to kind of giving something back, and this is a unique opportunity to maybe say we can do something a bit more than we have to. And I fully understand that you don't have to do anything apart from just get your planning permission today, and that's what you want to do. But it's a real opportunity to ensure that that cycle route, which is that important, it's a little tiny bit of the link between Totnes and Newton Abbot, the gap in the NC2. And active travel routes are often picked up by just doing a little bit at a time. I just wonder how much recognition could be given to actually making sure that this is actually going to be delivered. And on that basis, my rather cheeky request is to ask if, when you're putting in the pathways for the maintenance for all the solar panels, whether the pathway that goes across parcels 5 and 6, the indicative route on the map, the map that's got the pink background, whether that could be installed just to help the community to be able to use that route and get that moving along, and also whether you'd be willing to agree that there could be, subject to reasonable demands, that you would support the cycle route going through the legal processes that are going on at the moment with Devon County Council.
Councillor
to
Hodgson,
deliver.
before Mr. Leaney replies, it's not relevant to this application, unfortunately. You've made your point.
Yeah.
And I'd say that Mr. Leaney can take it away to be considered.
Or answer now, perhaps.
Thank you, Chair. Just two things. One is that the application doesn't propose any pathways within the solar area because we want to keep it in grassland and we don't need to actually have any formal trackways within the actual array area. So there's that point. I think South West Water have demonstrated by coming to the table and entering into the legal discussions with Devon County that their intention is to progress those talks and continue those talks to reach a position down the line. And we've tried this application, accommodate it as much as we can within the remit and the extent of this application that's before you today, which doesn't include the cycleway.
Councillors, any further questions? If not, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Littlehampton Parish Council, Councillor Morris. You have your 5 minutes.
As a parish council, we had a well-attended meeting where points were raised both for and against this development. A particular concern was the loss of productive farmland, which has been discussed today, and its implications for food security going forward. Concerns were also raised by the residents of Hampstead Lane. I noticed this has been omitted in the impacts that were mentioned previously and also the proposer. There's no mention of the local residents. There's a community who live down there, and they've been very badly affected by the continued expansion of the site and their ever decreasing access to green space. They allege that previous commitments in previous applications relating to the expansion of the site were not honoured, and that's something we want noted. Concerns are also raised by the environmental damage to the site, plus its visibility to nearby sites such as Dartington Hall. However, it was also noted, like others, the Parish Council has made a commitment to make the parish carbon neutral by 2030. And by far, the two biggest carbon emitters in the parish are South Devon Railway and South West Water. Decarbonising a steam railway is always going to be an uphill battle. They once put forward a proposal to electrify it. Unfortunately, there's an April Fool, but we're still working on that. However, the solar array goes a long way towards cutting carbon emissions from the second largest producer in our parish. However, we can't also ignore the huge number of residents who have now submitted letters of representation requesting the provisions made for Psychopath as part of the plans. There were 87 letters of representation from our parish alone, which is quite remarkable considering we are a small parish of just 97 households. We also have a large sustainability box to tick, as everybody does, with all new planning applications. This makes it almost impossible for us to consider any new development without a carbon-free transport link with Totnes. We still feel it's incredulous that the celebrated transition town of Totnes still doesn't have a carbon-free route to one of its nearest neighbours. I know that this position is also shared by the Totnes Town Council, as you can see in their latest letter of representation. So it's heartening to see that this route has been incorporated by DCC and Southampton District Council into the LC WIP. And we also feel that opening a route to the facilities and green spaces of Totnes and Dartington will go some way to mitigate the damage caused to the local residents of Hampstead Lane. So in light of this, we would make the following requests: that past promises to mitigate the impact of the expansion to the residents of Hampstead Lane are honoured, that the future solar array is designed to limit the visible disturbance to the local residents and have proper vehicle management on Hampstead Lane, that there are twice yearly meetings between the Parish Council of South West Water and the residents of Hampstead Lane to check that these obligations are being met. Finally, that provision is made in the South West Water plans for a cycle path linking Little Hampstead with Totnes. I managed to see the draft committee report yesterday, and it's quite ambiguous about our position. I want to make this very clear. We have never voted to support this scheme. We feel it's an eyesore, it takes away valuable farmland, and it makes the life of the local Hampstead Lane residents intolerable. The only reason we did not object to this outright is that it removes an awful lot of carbon, which we feel is important for the planet as a whole. However, as a local community, for local benefits, there are none. There's no 106 money. There's no, I think the argument that is local employment, I don't think that's valid. We have no benefits at all. There's only negatives to this scheme as a local community. We're asking for just one positive, a cycle path so that people can, a cycle path that so many people obviously want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Members, any questions of Councillor Morris? If not, thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, just one quick question. This is going in for 40 years. This is the application goes in for 40 years. During that 40 years, if there wasn't more mitigation in terms of transport, in other words, people still being caught in cars rather than having the opportunity to walk or cycle, do you think there's an increased opportunity for flooding, given where the proximity of the Dart to this area?
The site being flooded or the site causing flooding?
The site being flooded.
I think that's an unfair question.
It's an unfair question for me. I think using local knowledge, obviously we've had a lot of flooding recently. Whether or not that's big enough to affect the scheme, I don't know.
You don't have to answer it. It's an unfair question. It's a technical question that couldn't be answered. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we now continue with the speakers for the local ward member, Councillor Penfold?
Okay. Southwest Water solar array planning application isn't one of the largest solar array proposals that most of us know of, but it's significantly large for the tiny community that it's proposed to sit within, on a site that is exquisitely beautiful, on good quality agricultural land, grade 3A, and in an area filled with historical references. Most impactfully, the proposal will change the purpose of the land away from traditional farming that has happened there for generations, if not centuries, to a modern form of capturing energy that will be of benefit to Southwest Water and maybe to their customers. It's important that this application is transparently scrutinised, and I'm grateful for our democratic system that allows for this proposal to be openly deliberated by elected representatives, people who are close to their communities and understand how such changes can affect the residents directly. I consciously say deliberated rather than debated, because when there is a debate, it often means there's only one winner. But with deliberation, decisions can be made with an outcome that can work for many. I sincerely hope this happens in this process. I want to begin by representing the concerns of those people who are most impacted by this application, notably the farmers who up to this point have been the custodians of the land and are invested in its health. Also the residents who live within Southwest Water's land, the Hampstead Lane residents, and those nearby villages who are impacted by Southwest Water's comings and goings. And then there has been a history, as our parish chair said, of Southwest Water reneging on the commitment to the residents. And I think it's really important to note, actually, that the homes are within Southwest Water. So the residents there, they own their house, they own the land immediately around them, but they all sit within the system of the Southwest Water land, okay? And the road that they access to get out of their houses and to get to us and to Totnes is a private land road that's owned by Southwest Water. So so they are sort of quite at the mercy sometimes of Southwest Water. I don't need to make the case for us to understand the benefits of solar panels, but nothing is without its consequences. And in this case, the difficulty comes when good quality agricultural land is covered with solar panels. We talk about food security for our country, but we need land to provide that food. So it is correct that the decision to place solar panels on grade 3A land is examined. Are they really in the right place? Can somewhere else be reasonably used to place them instead? There can be an assumption that because panels may be on a temporary licence and the land underneath is not disturbed, the land can easily be returned to the prior high quality yield that it had before. But life is never that simple, and soil is certainly not. As we begin to understand the science of soil more, there are studies such as the one recently done at Lancaster University, reference plant and soil response, this is for Councillor Rake, reference to plant and soil responses to ground mounted solar panels in temperate agricultural systems, Carvalho et 2025, which demonstrate that plant growth and biomass have been shown to be significantly lower in the gaps between the panels or in open grass alongside due to the reduction in sunlight and changes in microclimate under the panels. Most importantly, the soil was found to contain lower levels of organic carbon and root growth. Those soilies amongst us will understand how crucial this is to the production of good quality food. So not only will the land be out of action for 40 years, it will certainly be reduced in quality. However, the idea is, if the application is granted, the nod to land management will be that sheep will be encouraged to graze on the land, so some of it will be of use to food production. Not a perfect solution, and certainly Southwest Water have reassured us that the panels are sheep-proof. And this is where I bring it back specifically to community level, and something that was missed in the agent's report. There was talk about benefiting the wider community on environmental level, doing the right thing. But as I said before, the Hampstead Lane residents own homes within Southwest Water. This means they're dependent on the largesse of Southwest Water, a massive company with many disparate groups within Southwest Water to respond to the valid concerns they may have. The villages of Little Hempston and Staverton are also directly impacted by infrastructure issues relating from vehicles travelling to and from the water treatment plant. Southwest Water are neighbours. However, there is a history of it being hard to remember when a neighbour is only when people only work in an area or in an office some distance away. However, the residents of Hampstead Lane included recognise that Southwest Water are providing a necessary service, providing a public service, but are a private company, but they still, as residents, still try to be as understanding as possible, knowing that a business is not the same as having a home. To this end, the residents hope the committee will encourage Southwest Water to begin to act more like neighbours. I've been banging on about this since I've been becoming a councillor. There is a power imbalance, a sort of David and Goliath situation, but this affects them directly in their homes. We all know it can be done, as there are other large businesses in our locality who work responsibly with their neighbours. And to be fair, South West Water have gone some way to proving they can be neighbours, but it needs to be consistent. So on behalf of the residents, I would like the committee to ask South West Water to consider a formal commitment, which hasn't happened, to the local farmer that if the solar array is passed, the fields would be used to graze sheep, because they have not made a commitment to that. That a representative from South West Water attends Little Hempston Parish Council twice a year, or the times to be agreed, so there can be a consistent and in-person dialogue between the community and South West Water around any concerns both parties may have, and assurances that they will be followed up. And as it has already been requested by Hampstead Lane residents to South Water many times, that there will be a committee set up with South West Water representatives and residents, so issues of infrastructure damage or other issues can be heard and worked on in a timely and accountable manner. Both of those last two requests would go some way to building up a functioning relationship. And I understand it's unlikely to be in the purview, I can feel the monitoring officer frowning at me already. I understand it's unlikely to be in the purview of the committee to enforce the following. But if the array is granted, I'd like to think the committee would encourage South West Water to work on being a conscientious neighbour by considering emerging local options of selling any energy surplus to local schemes that benefit the local community. How neighbourly would that be? Energy captured here and used for the benefit of the community, proper neighbourly actions. Okay, now to the almost 400 comments on the South Hams District Council Planning Portal as part of the response to this application, which supports a bike path route over Boulevard Bridge and along Hampstead Lane. While this is a consideration not directly to do with this application, it would be undemocratic to the strength of feeling represented by these comments to ignore the comments here. With a lot of energy and willpower, we're moving to a point where all the residents, and specifically Hampstead Lane residents, can be consulted on the bike path proposal without it being conflated with a solar array planning. I like to think anyone who supports a democratic process would agree that those residents who live along the lane and are most directly affected by the bike path should be appropriately consulted and have their views and concerns heard. With that being said, I would like to commend South West Water, South Hams District Council, Devon County Council, South Devon Railways, and all the volunteers and residents who've been involved in finding a way to move the prospect of a bike path forward, and as there has been much work done towards that end. And while the committee is deliberating on the merits of the solar array proposal, I would like the committee to urge South West Water to do as much as they can to support the Hampstead Lane residents and the Little Hempston Parish by considering the above suggestions.
Thank you, Councillor Penfold. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Penfold. Not quite sure where to start, really, but very good summary of the issues. I'm feeling, though, that you may not be getting positive feedback from South West Water yourself, but my question is, have you put these suggestions to them, and what was their response? I mean, what are you hearing from them about the points that you have raised?
The difficulty with South West Water is there's so many different groups and so many different people. So
Councillor Penfold, can I say, and Councillor Bonham, that's not really relevant. Can I just say that, Councillor Penfold, you've made your points about consultation quite clear in a public forum. So I think if South West Water haven't heard them, there'd be something wrong. You've made your point. I don't think it's fair to ask that because it's not relevant to the planning application before us. Councillor Bonham.
Well, some of the flexibility from South West Water has been to reduce the size of the solar array and reduce the number of fields, which presumably was a request by either the planner or parish council or maybe a member. So I'm just wondering if there's been any positive feedback from South West Water that the the district councillor has seen.
That's fine, but you seem to be heading into the thing of what consultations, what discussions between Councillor Penfold and South West Water. If you're asking that, then that's fine. Thank you.
I'll just talk about the reduction in solar panels that was done by our officer who negotiated with South West Water.
Councillors, any other questions of Councillor Penfold? No? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hodgson, are you indicating?
I'll only get told to stop, so it's all right.
Right, we have had all the presentations on this application. We now move to the debate on this. Councillor Allen, you wish to start?
Thank you very much. It's an interesting one situation, this, if you're a Green, because obviously I'm delighted that South West Water are taking this step. I think it's wonderful. I should probably also say to the representative from South West Water, I'm a trustee at Dartington Hall, so you responded very well to concerns from Dartington Hall, so thank you with that hat on. And it's great that you're looking to become less dependent on fossil fuels. A lot of mileage has been made in the term neighbourly, and I think that's what's key here. I think, I represent the neighbouring of Totnes as well, so I'm not only Dartington, I'm Totnes, and the response from you in terms of where you've put the solar panels has been great. I won't talk directly to you. But it is an important site, although I sort of commend the fact that it's looking at renewable energy. It will have an impact on the farmers, it will have an impact on residents, it will have an impact on the people of Little Hempston. And I think mitigation and neighbourliness is what's absolute key here. And although it's very restricted about what we can actually talk about, I do think that if we were to mutter in the background, it would be very much about the absolute wonderful joy there would be if we actually managed in a neighbourly fashion to connect Dartington, Totnes and Little Hempston to actually bridge at long last, believe you me, it's long last, to actually bridge with a cycle path, to actually so we can all be connected. South West Water is a key player in the way that we all live our lives. If you live along the River Dart, if you're involved in them in any way. So I think this sort of spirit of neighbourliness is something I really appreciate. I see it coming through. Everybody's been incredibly supportive. Look at you all. It's astonishing that you've all come out. So I think that that's a very strong factor. I am at the moment feeling like supporting this application, but very much in the spirit of doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I have to admit I'm rather concerned and not sure in my own mind about this, because I see some benefits but also some doubts, and I still have some questions about how we decide, so I'll come to that in a moment. But in terms of the benefits, clearly it's a good step that South West Water want to implement carbon reduction measures. We, as you know, in South Hams have declared a climate emergency. This will help our overall carbon reduction for the district. I'm sure it's money saving as well for South West Water. I don't think they'd be investing unless there was a business case, and perhaps some of that money in saving could be diverted to putting in place some of the pollution reduction measures that we've been asking for a very long time. I'll say it again because I wasn't sure if you were listening. I wonder if that money saving could be used for the pollution reduction measures that we've been asking for a very long time across the district. I appreciate that South West Water have put in some flexibility and changed their earlier plan to reduce the impact on local views and so on. But I am concerned by the parish council view that there's no local benefit, and I think there could be a significant positive community interest. So I'm still unsure. So I'll come to my questions now, because I really don't know how to decide this. And in terms of the cycle path, and I'm sorry, please don't all moan, it's quite amazing that there's been so much interest in this. And I want to say thank you to all the residents that have turned out today and that came to the site visit. It's clearly a very important matter for you all, which I respect very much. I would like to understand more clearly why some of the text in the JLP doesn't seem to be relevant. As my understanding, and I'm new to this committee relatively speaking, My understanding is that we should take account of material issues and judge the JLP and local neighbourhood plans, if they exist, as a whole. So there's page 222 in the JLP and page 291 in the JLP, which haven't been mentioned, or not very much. 222 outlines Totnes vision, which includes cycle path, and page 291 talks about active travel. And what I honestly don't understand is why we don't, or not, why we're being given guidance by officers that those points are not relevant in our decision making, because, well, based on the attendance from the public and my own understanding, I would have thought they would be considerations that we might want to take into account. So I'm sorry if I misunderstand all the guidance already. Perhaps you can help me clarify.
Mr. Fairbairn.
If I can pick up one of the points, first of all, the sheer number of representations doesn't of itself result or make something a planning consideration. The number of representations becomes maybe more important when the matters raised are material planning considerations. Now, the reason why this is not a material planning consideration is that the foot cycleway does not relate to the application that is before you. The application before you doesn't create any adverse impacts that would be remediated by a cycleway. It doesn't create any harm. There are no, I think Mr. Whitehead used the example of a housing development. A housing development generates a need because people use cycles or go cycling. There's a need for transport. There isn't for a solar panel farm or a solar park. So that is why the cycleway is not relevant to the consideration of this application. Does that help?
Thank you.
Well, not fully, because I mean, there's no downside, but there's also, I mean, there's a lost opportunity. The way I see it, what the JLP is trying to say is, in the Totnes vision, we want to have a cycle path. What page 291 says is we want specific provisions for active transport. So, in my reading of it, there's an opportunity which seems to be missed here, which could be incorporated into the consideration if we wanted to. Maybe we cannot do that, but it just seems a great shame overall.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Yeah, Chairman, I think first of all the policy says where appropriate, and also bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of imposing conditions or planning obligations, then they have to pass the tests that are set out in the Community Infrastructure Levy regulations. So it all comes back to being relevant to the particular development that is being proposed. I'm sorry to say, the cycleway is just not relevant and would be impermissible and unlawful in terms of this determination of this planning application. You can't simply just say we want a cycleway and it's got no connection with the development that's proposed, either the harm that's being caused. There's no specific policy either that would generate this. So it is not a relevant consideration, and I would invite members not to take it into account. And I would also invite members not to forget who the applicant is, because the planning permission runs with the land. So how good or bad you think South West Water is irrelevant. You're considering this application that is before you now, and not an application for a solar park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. So the democracy part of this is to have your views heard. In this place 1 month ago, there was a support for a development by 1,200 respondees for a particular new build in a town nearby. And it was dismissed by this committee because this is not a popularity contest one way or the other. It's about planning law. And I've now listened to the arguments that have been made, and I have not heard arguments against this build. In fact, for all of the 400 who want something, there has been a path put through solar panels, and therefore the pathway is preserved for the future application. When I was 9 years old, I found out that the Netherlands started to build cycleways. It's not South West Water's responsibility to do that. It's successive governments not supporting sustainable transport over a 60-something year process. We shouldn't be electing people who will ride roughshod over us, but that does not affect this application at this time. This is not the only place on NCN2 where there are gaps. I can take you to one in a town nearby where this is also the case, because I do not hear arguments against this development in all of the passion speeches that have been made. I propose to accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Do I have a seconder on that, Councillor Panel? Thank you. Councillor Hodgson? Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't putting my hand up to support that. I had my
No,
hand
I
up
knew
anyway.
you wanted to speak.
Just wanted to speak. Okay, so I just wanted to pick up on something that David said. You said that there would be no impact on vehicles in terms of this solar park, as you call it. How do you think the panels are going to get there? Who's going to be the workers going to do maintenance? They have the opportunity with this potentially to arrive by bike from the station or from the bus. So just saying. And you know, so there is going to be transport implications. Anywhere has transportation implications. It could well be that because South West Water do very well with this, and it gives them the opportunity. They've got plenty of land there to actually increase the number of people working on site. So I'm going to read to you TTV 2.7, which is Sustainable Transport Accessibility. And TTV 2.7 recognises that opportunities to improve sustainable transport options in some parts of the TTV policy area may be challenging. Any chances to improve the accessibility and range of sustainable transport options, particularly where this will enable some modal shift, will be supported. It's in our supplementary document for the local plan. And I feel that we have that there. I know that we've been told left, right and centre here that we can't ignore that, but I just want it to be somewhere in the decision notice. If I'm going to agree this, I want it to say that something about the cycle path in terms of, and make sure that reference is given to the indicative path dated November 25, and that is included as one of the drawings included with the decision notice, if that decision goes through as a formal acceptance. Because without that, and we know that people come to this chamber, no reflection on South West Water or the gentleman who spoke, but people can, once they've got their permission, can walk away and do things somewhat differently and forget about the promises that were made that made us on the committee feel that there was something acceptable. So is that a possibility that drawing and reference to TTV 2.7 can be made?
Can you clarify, you're saying TTV 2.7?
It's page 209.
In the supplementary document. Have we got an old version sitting in front of us?
Do you want to borrow this?
It's the SVD, not the jail.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the jail.
Pretty clear, isn't it?
Can I just say a point here while we're getting clarification? I think I'd be more concerned about this if the cycle route was actually being blocked by this, and I don't think anybody would go, would want this. But there is a route through. It's there, and the most gratifying thing that I find is that we're seeing this progressing. There's talk about, a pre-application discussion on the cycle route. So, for me, I've heard this talked about for so many years that this is actually a positive point, that it's actually getting very close, that it might actually be delivered. It's,
it feels very
it's been
close,
spoken
but
about for so
actually,
long.
until,
It's been spoken about for so long. So at the moment, it looks as though, it's heading towards actually being achieved. And I think that's great. And the one thing I'd say is, the gratifying thing is that this scheme doesn't fetter it and doesn't block it. In my mind, that's why I think it's progressing. The cycle path will progress, I hope, and with the will that's around and what has everybody said, there's certainly enough pressure there to sort of see it come about. But this application doesn't fetter it, it's still there. And as has been said by the officers and others, there is significant opportunity to put that cycle path when it comes along through this site. Are we clear now, Mr. Weimer?
The TTV2, the paragraph TTV 2.7 in the SPD relates back to policy TTV2, which is delivering sustainable development in the thriving towns and villages policy area, which is predominantly not exclusively, predominantly around housing, and sets out that the delivery of natural infrastructure, the provision of sustainable transport accessibility appropriate to the specific context of the proposal. So I would share Mr. Whitehead's view that if it was a proposal that was, if it was a housing proposal where you would expect to have
people
walking, cycling, vehicle routes, then absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to accept that solar panels would come by someone travelling on a train and a bike.
No, but maintenance, people working there.
Potentially, although there's very little maintenance takes place. It's usually monthly or every other month. So where I disagree is I don't believe the development itself would generate significant traffic movements post construction.
But this is a working site. It's a place that people come to work. Not huge numbers, but people come to work. But behind there's a whole array of narrow rural lanes into Little Hempston or Staverton. That's how people get to their workplace.
But the
whereas this would give them the opportunity to do something different.
But the application in front of us is for a solar array. It's not for an extension or continuation of the working site, which would presumably had consents over the years from county, presumably. Because it'd be a county matter, not a district.
So to answer my question then, can that document, which is the indicative cycle plan, November 25, be included in any decision notice? Being as it's part of the submitted documentation for the application.
Given that it's not part of this proposal, no, I don't believe it can.
South West Water submitted that plan.
Councillor, my understanding is that the plan was submitted on the basis it does not form part of this planning application. So I share Pat's view that it would be difficult, therefore, to include it as one of the approved plans or indeed reference it in the decision notice.
I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. No, I'm not being trying to be smart here, but it's that was South West Water. This has been hard won to have that plan submitted as part of the documentation in time for this decision today. So it's obviously recognised by a number of people, not least of which is South West Water, that it's an important element. It's their assets team that submitted it.
Is there, Mr. Weimer? Sorry.
Nobody would think that it wouldn't be submitted to, and it's when you raise it and suddenly go, they will go. I don't know why they're being quite.
Can I, while it's being looked at, I'm wondering whether, it has been referenced, there has been there, and I did see it with South West Water sort of on it, whether it could be an informative rather than a, at the end of the decision, raising it so it's public, it's there. Obviously, we can't condition it because it's not part, but raise it as a point. We're just trying to seek some clarification on this. If somebody needs a 2-minute comfort break, yes. Excuse me, can you please return to your seats, please? Thank you. For Councillor Rake to return.
Get some fresh air, I think.
He's not in there. Where's he gone? Yeah, it's showing red. Councillor Penfold, can you return to your seat, please? We haven't finished. Thank you, members. We're back. Mr. Whitehead, can you bring us up to speed, please?
Yes, Chairman, I had a brief discussion with Nick Leaney, agent. He confirmed my understanding that the plan does not form part of the application. It has been submitted purely for information purposes only, and he has certainly no instruction from his client that it be referred to in any shape or form on any decision notice. It is purely submitted for information purposes only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Right, members, we've had a long discussion and a good discussion on this one. We have a proposer and a seconder for the councillor panel. You may, yes.
I thought you were going to put it to the vote.
I was going to, seeing as everybody
just very
remained
quickly
silent.
to say that it's sad we can't safeguard the route, but we've had clear indications that it's South West Water's intent to accommodate the route for the cycle path. I'm a passionate advocate of cycling. I cycled from my early teens till a few years ago, well into my 70s, and I'm really keen that both the public have the opportunity to exercise by cycling and by walking in as many ways as they can, and I thoroughly support the ambition for this section of the route to be completed. Unusually, I'm going to credit South West Water for accommodating the route in the way they've changed the plans and changing the number of fields affected to accommodate the other objections. I would encourage South West Water to be better neighbours. We clearly hear that this is what local residents want. The sensible suggestions about liaison and coming to meetings, I think, is important, and that it's vital that in the construction management plan we acknowledge and make sure that the needs of residents are properly looked after. But with having said that, I will support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. I will take that as the last comment because we've had a very wide-ranging and lots of questions here. We've heard the comment about the map and the comments there. So, Councillor Hodgson, you'll have to consider that, but I will at this stage take it to the vote. We have a proposer and a seconder for the officer's recommendation of conditional approval. I will take it to the vote now. Can I please have a show of hands for those in favour of the officer's recommendation of conditional approval? Thank you, members. That is, after that discussion, is unanimous. I think there's been a lot said, and can I thank all those people who attended. It's good to see so many people passionate about something, and I think if you're here considering the cycle path, in my view, I think it's a lot closer than it's been in many years. So carry on with what you're doing. But thank you, everybody. That application is obviously passed, and we will now conclude agenda item 6, and we have a couple of other agenda items to move on with. Councillor Hodgson.
Can I just say, Chair, that it's very difficult when you're faced with something like this to, you know, where to fall. It would be wrong, I feel, to fall not to support something that's going to directly have an impact on our climate emergency. So therefore, that's why I voted. But I've done this, I hope, on the basis of trust. And I'm looking directly at the agent for South West Water. I hope you will take away the sentiments of this meeting today and really do work hard to make sure that the wishes of the people who have come today are actually sort of realised, because it's not a big ask.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Members, we will be moving on now, and thank you for those who wish to, members of the public who wish to leave. Thank you for your attendance. Yeah. Councillor Hodgson, we are still in business. Councillor Hodgson, can you please return to your seat, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, members. We have agenda item 7, and given the length of time that we've spent today, you have the information on the agenda for the planning appeals update. Unless there is an absolute need or requirement, I think you've seen that. If you've got any questions, none of it is urgent. I think they're all lessons to be learnt with these appeals. You can put those questions to Mr. Weimer, and if necessary, if there is concern about any of them, we can bring them up at the next meeting. If you're agreeable with that we note the planning appeals. Councillor Hodgson.
Sorry, being a pain in the neck today. The planning application that was went to appeal, which a number of people at Dartington Parish Council and myself put a comments into, which was for the Bakers site where they were wanting to put gates into the wildlife corridor. It's really difficult to get into the planning inspector's site these days. I don't know what's gone wrong, but you can't see anybody else's things, and all you can find is a link that you can then comment. You can't see any of the documentation, and it wasn't just me. Nobody else could do it, and I don't know what's gone wrong. But I just
if I can ask, Mr. Weimer,
the planning inspectorate's website. Yeah. Okay. I agree. But I think they've done it by design. That you just go through to a comment. If you want to see on our website, if you go onto the council's website with the application number, that will have the the appellant's appeal statement on there, so you could see what their statements were made. But you wouldn't be able to see anybody else who has commented separately. I mean, we send all of any representations we've had on the application go to the inspectorate, but I'm afraid I've got no control over the planning inspectorates. No, I'm not aware of it. Can I just make two comments, Mark?
Certainly.
That's okay. There's a couple of there's one here that so it was a member. I'm not saying it was an officer. Members did a site visit. Was that Wakeham Farmhouse? Wakeham Farmhouse was, you may remember, I won't get the photographs up. It was South Milton going to a new development, and it was the raised summer house at the back of the garden overlooking the neighbour. But clearly the inspector didn't think the overlooking was as significant as we did, because that was allowed. And I can't immediately find it unless I can. The appeal decision at Sundowners Herbert Road is very worth a read. It's use of an extension as an annex. The inspector's gone through quite carefully, because we've had a couple of decisions, one South Hams, one West Devon, where inspectors have come to a different view on the basis that they're saying it's an annex, therefore it will be used as an annex. But I think this inspector has absolutely drilled down to the case law correctly and saying it's a matter of application site context and fact and degree, whether it is going to be used as genuine annex or whether it would be a separate unit. And if it's a separate unit that has different consequences, in this case, he's considered, they're saying, all you've got to do is lock the door and it's a separate unit, and there isn't sufficient parking for a separate unit, therefore it's unacceptable. I think it's a very, very well worked, very well worded decision, and I think it's the basis that it's just adding to that basis of how we should be dealing with ancillary stroke annex accommodation.
Can I just say, because obviously it's in my ward, and I thought it was I was quite surprised at the length and the detail that the inspector went through on it, so it's a good one for us to use. Members, I think we've covered item 7. Item 8 is the update on undetermined major applications, and as usual, they are for noting. If you've got any particular concerns, you can speak to the officers concerned. At that point, after a long day, can I thank everybody for their input today and their forbearance, and I think we've now reached the end of the meeting. and I'm sure I'll see you all before, but I think I'll use this opportunity as, you know, a DM committee to wish us all a sort of fairly peaceful and potentially not looking at planning applications, you know.
Reading your new MPPF, of course.
Yes, reading our new MPPF, yes, of course. But, you know, from myself, just in case I don't see you, hope you all have a very, very good Christmas. I know we've got